Chapter 1. Thousands of years ago, the world was in chaos, humans were fighting each other, and the war was endless. The world at that time was terrifying and dark. Until one day, a monk called Sage of Six Paths ended the war with great strength and connected people's hearts with an energy called chakra. So people began to understand each other, peace came, and when peace came, the profound meaning of chakra spread in the world. The people who mastered chakra called themselves Ninja School, and the name Ninja School is therefore resounding in this world. The world must be united for a long time and will be divided for a long time, experiencing the gradual restlessness of the peaceful world. Because of the confrontation between Ashura and Indra, the son of Sage of Six Paths, people cut off the connected chakra, and the peaceful world dissipated. The profession of ninja was born in this world with chakra as its energy and became the master of this world. During the Warring States period, there was a shout from among the small hills in the southeast corner of the Land of Fire and the Lake of the Sea. Kagami turned his head and saw that there were buildings made of wood under the hills, and the buildings were side by side, which shows that this is a gathering place for human beings. And on a flat place in the gathering place, a group of 5 to 10-year-old children were shaking their fists and making a shout. Amamiya family, a ninja family located in the southeast corner of the Land of Fire. The family is small and probably only has a population of 100, and the sparse population of the family also makes the Amamiya family inconspicuous in the chaotic era of the Warring States period, and can only survive by looking up at others. And the shout just now came from the Amamiya family. Although the Amamiya family is small, it is also a real ninja family. There are also dozens of Jonin-powered ninjas in the family. Because of making the family stronger, all children in the family who have reached the age of 5 have to start the most basic physical training and chakra refinement. The family children were training just now. When the child was sweating to increase his physical fitness, he heard a sigh from the corner of the open space. Looking around in a blink of an eye, I saw a very cute little boy with black hair, looking helplessly at the previous exercise, his eyes full of sadness. And the boy was still muttering something at the moment, but the voice was too small for people to hear. If you come closer and listen carefully, you can hear the teenager talking nonsense. It's really unlucky. It's really unlucky for TM to come to this ghost place after sleeping. Come here, but God, you don't want me to be possessed by Madara and Zahang. You actually let me be possessed by a dragon sleeve, and this family named Amamiya has never heard of it. Read more at hotentillnovel.xyz. Forget it, the family that can survive in the Warring States period has 2 brushes, but for the Mao family, there are no bloodlines or secret techniques. Some are just different from the ordinary people's chakra amount and the 5 chakra attributes that were born that day. God, I despise you. Speaking of the pain, Amamiya Dioran raised his middle finger to the sky. When Daoren scolded God, a middle-aged man in training clothes in the corner of the venue frowned when he saw Daoren's nagging look, and walked over and asked worriedly. Daoren, are you okay? Are you still ill? If you still feel uncomfortable, go in and rest. Uncle Yamamoto, I'm fine, just a little dizzy. Hearing this concerned voice, Daoren regained his senses, and looked at the middle-aged man in front of him, forcing a smile. That's good. Chyugu made a major contribution to the family, and the family will not forget him. You are now recovering from the illness, and when you recover, you can become a ninja, and then inherit Chyugu's legacy. Yamamoto watched Daoren chattering, then glanced at Daoren mercifully as if thinking of something, then shook his head and walked to the practice field. Call. Daoren breathed a sigh of relief as Uncle Yamamoto left. Uncle Yamamoto is a Chunin of the Amamiya family and the ninja enlightenment teacher of the Amamiya family, and Chyugu that Uncle Yamamoto said is the father of this body. This body is named Amamiya Dioran and is a member of the Amamiya family. The father is Chunin of the family. The mother died because of the birth of Amamiya Dioran, so Amamiya Dioran lived with his father Amamiya Kyugu since childhood. Although there is no mother, Amamiya Kyugu is extremely doting on Dioran, so Amamiya Dioran has lived well in the past 5 years. However, there were unexpected events. Just a few days ago, Amamiya Dioran's father, Kyugu, was attacked by a hostile family on an employment mission, so unfortunately he left, and the original body of this body also died because of excessive grief. Duran, a young man on the earth, woke up and found himself possessed by a 5-year-old little boy. And the world that little boy lives in turned out to be the world of Naruto in a previous life. After learning that he came to Naruto world and became a soy sauce man in a soy sauce family, Amamiya Dioran couldn't help but complain. The only thing that is fortunate is that chakra is huge and has 5 chakra attributes. Maybe you can still have some blood relationship with the 6 old men. After lamenting, Dioran stood up and patted his butt to comfort himself. The Amamiya family does not have bloodline or secret art, but the chakra is extremely huge. According to the patriarch of the Amamiya family, it is the number 1 chakra family in the Warring States period. It is even better than Uzumaki and Senju. Although Dioran felt a bit despised for bragging, it also shows that there are indeed many chakras in the Amamiya clan. Just now, Dioran, who has just extracted chakra for a short time, has a normal Chunin's chakra. It's no wonder that Amamiya family can spread its branches and leaves in the Warring States without bloodline and secret art. When the emotions are in battle, they rely on chakra to pile up their opponents. Dioran sighed. Although there is no bloodline that is as arrogant as Red Eye and Mukui, at least it is a little comfort to be able to use the super cheater of the Shadow clone in the future. The distinguished guest of the Uchiha family is here. Just as Dioran complained about himself, there was a sudden commotion in front of him. After that, Dioran heard a sharp and loud voice, and then Dioran saw the patriarch of the Amamiya family leading a large group of people towards the door of the family. The Uchiha family? Is there any alliance or other relationship between the Amamiya family and the Uchiha family? Dioran was stunned when he heard the 3 words Uchiha, and then walked towards the door with his legs drawn. After finally squeezing in from the crowd, Dioran finally saw 3 young men wearing high-collar clothes with hedgehog heads talking with Amamiya Gen, the patriarch of his Amamiya family. Chapter 2. Sure enough, it's the Uchiha family. It turns out that Uchiha's appearance began at this time. Dioran saw the 3 hedgehog heads in front of him, his face looked like Long Aotian, and the logo of a table tennis racket was embroidered on the back of his clothes. Dioran didn't expect to see the Uchiha family when he first arrived. At this moment, the Uchiha trio are talking with the patriarch of the Amamiya family. The Uchiha trio are not better than Amamiya Gen, but they are extremely arrogant. But with this appearance, Amamiya Gen can only stand up and talk with each other. It seems that Amamiya family cannot have an equal alliance relationship with the other party. And looking at the arrogant looks of the 3 pink-eye patients, it seems that Amamiya family has something to ask each other. Otherwise, Amamiya Gen, whose strength is comparable to that of Kakashi, will not be so low-pitched. Dioran frowned when he saw this. With the arrival of the 3 of Uchiha, the patriarch Amamiya Gen led the 3 to the hall to discuss matters. And Dioran also seized this opportunity to find Uncle Yamamoto, who was watching, and took the other person's hand. Yamamoto saw Dioran pulling him, so he asked curiously, "What's the matter, Dioran?" "Uncle Yamamoto, why did those 3 Uchihas come to our family?" Dioran looked at Yamamoto pretending to be innocent, and looked at Yamamoto curiously. The innocent and ignorant look made Dioran himself feel a little sick. "Hey, it's not about the Yoshi family. The patriarch invited people from the Uchiha family to come here to deal with the Yoshi family. I just don't know what Uchiha will ask too much. I hope that the other party will not open their mouths." Yamamoto sighed helplessly when he heard the words and looked at the Amamiya family's residence. Although the family is not small, it can only lie by the snort of others, which makes Yamamoto a little sad. Yoshi family. Daoren's heart shuddered when he heard the words. The Yoshi family is a family not far from the Amamiya family. The other party is famous for Earth style. The family that attacked Daoren's father last time was the Yoshi family. Originally, the two families of Amamiya and Yoshi were of equal strength, but some time ago, some ninjas of the Amamiya family were killed by the other family for some reason. If this continues, I am afraid that the Amamiya family will be gradually annexed or even eliminated by the opponent. And because of this, the patriarch of the Amamiya family had to ask for foreign aid. And this foreign aid is the Uchiha clan. There is a price to ask for foreign aid, so Uncle Yamamoto only prayed that the Uchiha clan would not open their mouths. Weakness is the original sin. Daoren sighed helplessly at this thought. Amamiya family is not weak. The family has more than 10 jonin, but in this chaotic warring states, it still seems too weak. Even in the face of the enemy's provocative invasion, it can only endure it, and then ask foreign aid for help. It's good to know that being weak is the original sin. You are the hope of the family, and I hope that one day you can lead the family to prosperity, and I have always believed that the Amamiya clan can become stronger. Yamamoto heard Daoren sigh and touched Daoren's head, and said in a very firm tone, "Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Yes. Uncle Yamamoto." Daoren replied loudly when he heard Uncle Yamamoto's words, but there was a sorrow in his heart. Yamamoto, who didn't know what would happen in future generations and what would happen next, didn't know the abnormality of those people in future generations. The world played by Wood style in the Big Pillar is completely quiet and peaceful. Banya can control his red eyes and even the tail beasts at will. I am afraid that the scum family like Amamiya cannot be so powerful that these top powerhouses can take a look. God thief, you are so unfair. Thinking of this, Amamiya sighed again. Just when Daoren complained again, a slight voice sounded in Daoren's heart, and then a ticking voice continued to resound in Daoren's heart. Perceived a strong resentment, the system is loading. Perceived a strong resentment, the system is loading. Perceived a strong resentment, the system is loading. Daoren was startled 3 times in a row, and then Daoren suddenly widened his eyes, convulsing all over his body and letting the Buddha get an electric shock. At this moment, Daoren was screaming in his heart. System loading? Is this the so-called cheat of the protagonist? Is it also the legendary protagonist? What's wrong with you, Daoren? Yamamoto looked at Daoren, who was still full of fighting spirit, suddenly trembling, so he asked with a trace of concern. Haha. Uncle Yamamoto, I'm fine, but I have a stomachache. I'll go to the latrine first. Daoren instantly covered his stomach when he heard Uncle Yamamoto's words, said with a pained expression on his face, and then ran towards his cabin. Stomach hurts? But isn't the cottage over there? Uncle Yamamoto looked at Daoren, who was walking in the opposite direction. Uncle Yamamoto let out a sigh. I hope you can grow up quickly. Now the world is getting more and more chaotic, and Amamiya family's situation is getting more and more dangerous. After leaving Uncle Yamamoto, Daoren returned to his cabin, and his system had been loaded to 99%. When Daoren returned to the hut, only a ding was heard. Daoren only felt a flower in front of him, and a transparent screen appeared in front of Daoren. On the transparent screen, there are several large characters, which read Super Achievement System. Seeing these big characters, Daoren couldn't help being a little curious, so the system in front of him changed immediately. Super Achievement System is starting, bind host, Amamiya Daoren. With the appearance of this message, I saw a bar of text below the transparent screen. Looking at these texts, Daoren felt that he almost knew what was going on with the system, because each text was an achievement. First kill Chunin, first kill Jonin, first kill Shadow Power, Genin Terminator, Chunin Terminator, Jonin Terminator, Shadow Power Terminator, 100 kill, 1000 kill, 10,000 kill, butcher, human male. Looking at these different achievements, Daoren understood it all at once. The main function of the super achievement system is to complete the various achievements set up in the system. As long as you complete the achievements, you can get the rewards of the treasure chest, but you don't know what the treasure chest does. The system, what is the difference and function of the treasure chest? Give full play to the spirit of asking if you don't understand, Daoren quickly asked the system. Thanks to host for the question, there are 3 types of treasure chests. They are diamond treasure chest, gold treasure chest, and silver treasure chest. Among them, the diamond treasure chest is a random treasure chest. After opening it, random items will be obtained, and the proportion of high-level items obtained is higher. The golden treasure chest is a treasure chest of abilities, and various abilities will be obtained after opening it. After opening the silver treasure chest for the skill treasure chest, you will get a variety of different skills. The cold voice of the system came, explaining for Daoren. After listening to Daoren, he suddenly realized that he completed achievements to get treasure chests, and achievements of different difficulties could get treasure chests of different qualities. Among them, the diamond treasure chest is the most precious, because it has a high probability of being able to open the most precious things. And the golden treasure chest is the second most precious, he can open all kinds of blood inheritance secret skills in this world. Although the third type of treasure chest ranks third, it includes a very wide range, because he can procure all kinds of ninjutsu secrets in this world and the skills that are multiplied by the blood inheritance. All in all, the treasure chest generated by this achievement can open any bloodline, occult, ninjutsu, physique, forbidden spell, enchantment, and seal spell that exist in this world. It is simply a super cheat. With this system, even if I live in a family like Amamiya family, I believe that I can survive in this world and even become the world's top master. Daoren suddenly became proud after knowing the awesomeness of the system, and others have become the favorites of the heavens when they pass through, so why can't he? With this system, he can definitely become the most powerful person in the world, Daoren firmly believes at this moment. Chapter 3. Shu. In the early morning, there was a shout, and a group of children on the practice field of the Amamiya family were sweating. It has been a month since Daoren obtained the system. During this month, Daoren has grown rapidly. The most basic kunout throwing method, 3-body technique, and illusion solution method have all been learned. In this month Daoren has completely controlled what the original body can see, and it is no longer a novice who doesn't understand anything. This is your last day of practice. After tomorrow, you will join the family battle and give your strength to the family. After the training was over, Uncle Yamamoto looked at the group of children dignifiedly, a trace of sadness flashed in his eyes. Fighting for the family, this shouldn't have appeared to this group of children, and the occurrence of this kind of thing has to be talked about a month ago. A month ago, after the Uchiha family came here, they successfully signed an alliance treaty with the Amamiya family. The Uchiha family helped the Amamiya family repel the Yoshi family. In return, the Amamiya family wanted to assist the Uchiha family when they were in trouble. This seemed to be an equal treaty, but after a month it plunged the Amamiya family into an abyss. With the signing of the treaty, the Amamiya family gained support and strength, repelling the Yoshi family's attack. Just before Amamiya family was not happy for a long time, the secret of why the Yoshi family's strength suddenly became stronger also surfaced. It turns out that the Yoshi family has the support of the Hyuga clan behind it, so the strength has been greatly increased in a short period of time. Following this incident, the war between the Uchiha and Hyuga, who were originally at odds, completely broke out, and the Amamiya family was completely plunged into the quagmire because of the treaty. On the one hand, it has to deal with the Yoshi family's offensive, on the other hand, it has to support the Uchiha family, and it has to complete the employment tasks of various forces to ensure the supply of the family. So in just 1 month, the Amamiya family has been in a situation where the ninja is not enough. Because of this, the children who were originally protected had to raise the weapons in their hands and start guarding the family. Therefore, the ninja entering the battlefield is not limited in age. As long as chakra is extracted, then they must participate in the battle. Daoran, who was only 5 years old, became a member of the battlefield because he extracted chakra. War. It's finally coming. Daoran knows the current situation of the Amamiya clan. The Amamiya clan has suffered heavy losses in this month, and a large number of ninja deaths have shaken the foundation of the family. Therefore, the patriarch Amamiya Gen had to gamble on the future of the clan and let the children go to the battlefield. I have the super achievement system in hand, so the battlefield can only make me stronger. Daoran had a firm gaze and thought that although the battlefield was terrifying, Daoran believed that he would be able to rise on the battlefield. Set. Read. More at hotantalnovel.xyz. With a loud shout, Amamiya family started to take action. Today, the Amamiya clan dispatched family ninjas to support the Uchiha clan, and the battle between the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan has reached a critical moment. Therefore, all the families that were in alliance with the Uchiha clan will send their ninjas to Uchiha to support Uchiha's battle today. There are fewer and fewer ninjas in the family. Amamiya Gen looked at the family ninja on the court and said with a sigh. Resist foreign aggression, accept foreign missions to earn money, and support the Uchiha clan who has consumed too many ninjas. Now Amamiya Gen only hopes to end this war quickly and give the Amamiya family a chance to breathe. Go to the support list of the Uchiha family: Amamiya Tien, Amamiya Spirit, Amamiya Left Wing, Amamiya 7, Amamiya Dioran. The above 5 people go to Uchiha to support the war. Amamiya Gen shouted at the 5 people in front. Among them, Amamiya Tien and Amamiya Spirit are jonin with few families. Amamiya's left is a Chunin. Amamiya's left is also a genin who has been on the battlefield. Among the 5, only Daoran is a new generation who has not seen blood yet. Send 2 jonin to join the battle in a row. It seems that the battle between Uchiha and Hyuga has really reached a critical moment. The ninjas of the family heard this list and talked. Daoran frowned after hearing this. The family didn't have many jonin, but now they sent 2 out at once. I don't know what the patriarch thinks. We must know that there are as many as a dozen families united with the Uchiha family. If each family has 2 jonin to fight in Uchiha, then the Uchiha family will directly increase the number of jonin. What is the concept of more than 2 dozen jonin? I am afraid it is enough to form a family. After all, there are only a dozen jonin in a middling family like Amamiya. Okay. Let's go. After selecting the number of people, the 5 people will be led by Amamiya Tien to the Uchiha family residence to support the Uchiha family. Amamiya Tien looked around and frowned when he saw Daoran and said helplessly. The new generation of the family shouldn't have been on the battlefield so early. Amamiya's voice is full of helplessness. The new generation of the family is the foundation and future of a family. But now the new generation has to go to the battlefield prematurely. This is a bet on the future of the family. But the war that Amamiya family faces now has to bring children to the battlefield, so Amamiya Tien can only sigh helplessly, hoping Daoran can survive the battlefield and grow up vigorously. Following Amamiya Tien's order, the 5 quickly galloped towards the outside of the station and jumped in the forest. Daoran felt his heart broadened, because this was his first time out, and he was about to see the world. It's wonderful. Thinking of this, Daoran opened the system. The first achievement on the title system was the first kill. As long as you kill an enemy, you can get a precious golden treasure chest. Although I don't know what exactly is out of the box, Daoran feels that the first kill box will surely not be bad. Daoran can't help but look forward to it. Daoran moved forward with excitement, but along the way, Daoran's enthusiasm disappeared in the process of rushing. Now there is only one Daoran who wants to fight, and that is when will he get to the Uchiha clan station. Stab. Just as Daoren was thinking about this question, his ears flicked, and he heard a harsh tearing sound. Hearing this voice, Daoren jumped to the height without hesitation. And at the moment Daoren left, the three Kyujeng shot at Daoren's defense line from 3 angles. The loud tearing sound can tell the intensity of Kunao's launch. If Daoren hadn't escaped, I'm afraid it would have been a corpse at this moment. Enemy attack. At the moment when the 3 Kunao appeared, the family's Jonin Amamiya Tien immediately uttered a burst of shouts, and the other ninjas in the family quickly dispersed, leaning on the big tree and looking around, waiting for what is about to begin. Fighting. Chapter 4. Water-style water flow. Just when Amamiya finished shouting the words of the enemy attack, his hands quickly sealed the seal and prepared to launch an attack. With Amamiya Tien's burst of drink, he saw Amamiya Tien's fingers pressed against his mouth, and a small stream of water was spit out from his mouth. Although the stream was small but the impact was great, the trees blocking the front were directly penetrated and moved towards Kyu, lost away at the launch point. Spread. Just when the water was about to hit that place, the black shadow flashed, and a deep voice blew in the ears of the Amamiya family ninja, and then 6 figures quickly dispersed, one of which was facing Daoren's direction. Come lazing. Kill. Amamiya Tien saw the opponent disperse and immediately gave a low shout, and in the choking noise, he drew out the sharp knife, found the strongest 2 and rushed quickly, and started fighting with each other. As Amamiya Tien began to fight with others, other ninjas in the Amamiya family also found their opponents. There is a teenager about 10 years old in front of Daoren at this moment. At this moment, the teenager is looking at Daoren with a grim look, the kunao in his hand is shining with cold light, and then he rushes towards Daoren, almost blinking at a speed. Came to the front. A member of Yoshi family? Is this boy Genin from Yoshi family? Daoren's eyes shrunk and his body quickly backed away. At the same time, the shuriken in his hand flicked and shot towards the opponent. In just a moment, Daoren could see the opponent's clan emblem, which was the clan emblem of the Yoshi clan. Kill. The genin of the Yoshi family gave a low shout, and dodged his body quickly to avoid the shuriken attack, bouncing his feet and quickly leaped towards Daoren with the help of the elasticity of the trees. Seeing this, Daoren knew that he couldn't avoid it, quickly took out kunao from his waist, and rushed towards the opponent. Ding! There was a spark, and the 2 kunao hit each other. Daoren only felt a huge force rushing to him. Feeling this power, Daoren knew that he was not as good as each other due to age restrictions, so he twisted his waist and took his right foot. The violent wind swept towards the other side. Boom! Seeing this, the opponent showed a hideous smile, without any thoughts of avoiding it, and reached out his hand to grab Daoren's right foot directly. Daoren's eyes condensed when he saw this, his left foot turned, the original attacking right foot instantly changed its direction due to the shift of the center of gravity. At the same time Daoren jumped and pulled away, and his left hand grabbed 3 shurikens and tore away. Ding! The ninja of the Yoshi family saw the shuriken tearing out, and dodged his body quickly, and then threw a shuriken from top to bottom, colliding with the shuriken thrown by Daoren, making a clanging collision. Seeing his own shuriken being shot down by the opponent's shuriken, Daoren dodged and hid behind the trunk of the big tree on the side. Read more at hotantalnovel.xyz. The hidden Daoren's heart beats quickly. The opponent is older than himself and has more experience than himself. If it is a head-on confrontation, he will definitely die. Daoren, who thought of it, took out a small transparent silk thread from the ninja bag. Seeing the silk thread, Daoren's eyes flashed with cold light. He rolled the silk thread onto the shuriken, his body jumped towards the dark place of the woods, and at the same time the shuriken in his hand whizzed out. Under the influence of the dim woods, the ninja of the Yoshi family did not see the silk thread under the shuriken at all. The body rushed quickly, and the kunao in his hand flew the shuriken with a punch and blasted directly on Daoren's body. And flew Daoren out. Die. The ninja of Yoshi's family saw this grinning smile, and rushed towards kunao in his hand. Daoren smiled when he saw this, and saw that Daoren pulled the shuriken that had flew out with his hand and flew upside down quickly, shouting loudly. Damn you! Be the first person I kill for the first time. The ninja of Yoshi family was taken aback when he saw this, and his body quickly avoided, but the shuriken being pulled by Daoren was so fast that it directly penetrated the body of the ninja and caused the ninja to let out a scream. Damn it! I'm going to kill you, you kid. The ninja who was hit did not fall down, but looked at Daoren with a fierce face, and rushed towards Daoren quickly. A ninja irrational is equal to death, so welcome death. Daoren looked at the irrational ninja with a fierce heart. He quickly took out a shuriken. The thin thread in his hand was wrapped around the shuriken, and then thrown on the tree. The shuriken carried the thin thread quickly. Surrounded by the ninja, tripped the ninja directly. Daoren also seized this opportunity and rushed over quickly, took out a sharp kunao from the ninja bag, and then nailed it directly into the opponent's back under the horrified gaze of the ninja, giving the opponent a fatal blow. Ahem! The ninja looked at Daoren with a face of disbelief, not believing that he would die in the hands of a child, so he died unwillingly after struggling for a while. Died. Daoren saw that the ninja was dead, so he panted. After killing the ninja, Daoren seemed to have changed in his heart. The hesitation in his original eyes slowly faded and became cold. Ding! Following the killing of the ninja, Daoren heard a voice. The title of the original system's first kill was illuminated. A golden treasure chest shook for a while and then opened. After the treasure chest was opened, only a mouth and a mass of mud appeared in the system. Congratulations to host for getting the clay explosion style, do you receive it? There was a cold voice from the system machinery. Daoren looked at the little mouth in front of him with excitement. Isn't the clay explosion style Deidara's? Clay explosion style is an ability of Deidara. The mouth in his hand can swallow specific soil and create explosives. Although it is restrained by the lightning style, it cannot deny the power of this ability and its role in war. Receive! Daoren exclaimed with excitement. Following Daoren's words, the mouth and mud in the system disappeared. Then I felt a sudden itching on the palms of the left and right palms, and then split, forming a mouth. At the same time, a big head was also spit out from the mouth, which looked weird. Sure enough, it's clay explosion style. Seeing this, Daoren's heart became excited. He immediately took out a group of system-presented clay from the ninja bag and put it into the palm of his hand, but after a while, his mouth spit out a few small spiders. Looking at these little spiders, Daoren clearly felt the flow of chakra inside the spider, and it seemed that as long as his mind moved, the chakra inside the spider would riot. Go clay spider! Daoren lifted his hand and the clay spider disappeared in his hand and slowly crawled towards the opponent who was still fighting on the left wing of the family Chinin Amamiya. Ding! The ninja who was fighting on the left wing of the family Chinin Amamiya jumped away in a collision, but the ninja just jumped away and felt something was wrong. When he looked down, 4 white clay spiders were lying on his heels. On. Art is an explosion. Drink. Daoren saw this immediately and yelled. With Daoren's shout, the clay spider suddenly rioted and exploded violently. The thick flames directly swallowed the Yoshi family ninja. Chapter 5. What happened? With the occurrence of this explosion, it also attracted the attention of others. Several people turned their heads and saw that the ninja of Yoshi family was lying on the ground and wailing, but the ninja's feet had already been blown up by the clay spider. Smashed. Kill. Seeing the tragedy of this Chinin of the Amamiya family saw that he would naturally not keep his hands, and rushed away quickly. With a flash of shuriken, he wanted to kill the opponent in one fell swoop. Wait, Don't grab the head. Daoren saw that Amamiya's left wing actually wanted to snatch the prey that he had managed to attack successfully, and suddenly shouted, and his body also rushed towards the Chunin. The Chunin of the family paused a little when he heard Daoren's cry, and then saw Daoren cut the Chunin's throat with weird eyes. Huh. It's dangerous, I was almost robbed of the head. Hey, the ninja of the family is really unkind, and even grabs the head. Chunin Daoren sighed as he watched being killed by himself. The achievement system has the achievement of killing Chunin for the first time, so this Chunin is just an enemy to others, but to Daoren it is a pile of treasure. Ding. Sure enough, when the enemy died, the Chunin first kill achievement of the system was lit, and then a silver treasure chest opened, and a clay-like human body appeared in front of Daoren's eyes. Get a clay clone, do you get it? The cold voice of the system without the slightest emotion came, and Daoren lifted his spirits when he heard these words, and gave it to him what he lacked. The clay spider just used is the simplest skill, but you can use it by changing the shape of the clay. Therefore, the clay spider is not a secret technique at all, and the clay clone is different. This is a real detonation clay secret technique, which requires the control of the clone technique and then fusion with the clay to control the skill. Now this skill just makes up for Daoren's current shortcomings that ninjutsu lacks. Dangerous ability, you must not keep it. One of the two ninjas who were fighting Amamiya Tien saw this gaze and gave up the battle with Amamiya Tien and quickly rushed towards Daoren. Daoren was shocked when he saw this ninja. This ninja was extremely violent. He was obviously a ninja of a higher level than Chunin. He might have the strength of an elite Chunin or even a special Jonin. Seeing that a special Jonin wanted to kill himself, Daoren turned back and joked. He is just a genin now. If he uses the clay explosion style in a sneak attack, he may kill the opponent, but it is impossible to be the opponent's opponent in a face-to-face confrontation. Be careful. Read more at hotantalnovel.xyz. Just as Daoren turned and fled, the family's Amamiya yelled from the left wing, and his body quickly rushed towards Daoren. Then Daoren's ears buzzed, because the loud collision of kiwi banged in Daoren's ears. Ahem. Amamiya's left wing made a head-on blow with this special Jonin and coughed. The powerful force of the special Jonin was directly transmitted to Amamiya's left wing through Kunao, causing Amamiya's left wing to feel tight in his chest. Back. Daoren saw that the palm of his left hand opened again, and the three clay spiders threw them towards the special Jonin. At the same time, he took Amamiya's left hand and quickly backed away. Seeing this, Yoshi family's special Jonin just wanted to kill two people without karma, but immediately changed his face and found that he had climbed three clay spiders on his body. Drink. Daoren didn't hesitate to detonate the clay spider. Daoren who detonated the clay spider didn't stop there. Daoren grabbed the package, a large pile of clay was picked up, and the palm of his hand chewed quickly. The mouth that was supposed to spit out explosives soon kept chewing this time. Daoren seemed to be thinking about something. When the smoke was about to dissipate, his mouth opened, and three lively clay birds appeared from the palms of his hands. And then rushed towards the Jonin. Art is an explosion. Drink. After the three little birds rushed out, Daoren did not hesitate to detonate the clay. With Daoren's big drink, the bodies of the three little birds swelled rapidly, and a powerful energy surged out, directly destroying the special Jonin just now. The location is shrouded. Solve it. Daoren gasped when he saw this, but just when he said this, Daoren saw a figure sway in the flames of the explosion in front of him, and then he saw the flames of the explosion directly washed away. The special Jonin of Yoshi's family walked out embarrassedly, looking at Baidu fiercely and whispering. It's an extremely dangerous ability. Let you live. If you meet on the battlefield in the future, I don't know what kind of disaster it will bring to the Yoshi family, so you must die today, no matter what. The special Jonin of the Yoshi family looked at Daoren with a murderous face. The ability of clay explosives was too dangerous, and the scope of the explosion was wide. This special jonin immediately saw the effect of clay explosions, so he decided to pay no matter what the price was. Kill each other. Choke. The sharp knife was pulled out by the ninja of the Yoshi family, and the body of this special jonin flashed into a black shadow and quickly rushed towards Daoren. Amamiya saw jonin rushing on the left wing and quickly stopped in front of Daoren and shouted in a low voice. Run. I'll resist him. Not only the ninjas of Yoshi family saw the effect of detonating clay, but Amamiya's left wing also saw it. Although I don't know why Daoren has this ability, Daoren's surname is Amamiya, so it doesn't matter how this ability comes from. What's important is how I should protect the new generation of ninjas in my family. Those who block me die. Jonin, a special member of the Yoshi family, saw this burst of shout, and the sharp knife in his hand slashed out with a mighty force. The speed was as fast as lightning, and a white trace was drawn directly, as if he wanted to kill the person blocking in front. Can't escape. You can only kill the opponent. Looking at the toughness of this special jonin, Daoren knew that he could not escape at all, and the only way to survive was to kill this special jonin. Thinking of this, Daoren grabbed the clay again, and the little spiders quickly formed and disappeared on the ground. After the spider appeared, Daoren released two clay little birds again. After the little birds formed, they quickly slammed into the jonin. Ding! Amamiya, who was struggling to resist the opponent's attack, saw that Daoren hadn't escaped from the left wing and immediately understood Daoren's thoughts. So Amamiya's left wing immediately rolled to the ground and distanced himself from Special Jonin, and at this moment the little Asuka came to Special Jonin and exploded violently. Huh! Earth-style Tuliabai. Especially Jonin watched the little bird hit it and immediately sealed, and slapped on the ground. A thick earth wall rose up in front of Special Jonin with a roar. The little bird's explosion hit the dirt wall directly, causing a violent explosion. Boom! Smoke and dust billowed, and when the smoke and dust dissipated, I saw that the dirt wall had been blown apart, and the special jonin behind had long since disappeared. Chapter 6. Earth-style heart decapitation technique. When Daoren was looking for that particular jonin, the soil under his feet suddenly began to loosen. After that, Daoren felt a huge force coming from his feet. Daoren was directly pulled into the soil by this huge force without any resistance, leaving only a head on it. You kid die. This special jonin successfully pulled Daoren into the soil and quickly jumped out. The sharp knife in his hand quickly slashed out, wanting to kill Daoren with a single knife. It's you who is dying. When the blade was slashed on Daoren's neck, he heard that another Daoren on a big tree came out. Daoren looked at this special jonin murderously. Especially when jonin saw this heartbeat, he looked down, and saw that the Daoren he had killed turned into a mass of clay. It was so special that jonin jumped up high and wanted to avoid it without even thinking about it. It's late. Art is an explosion. Drink. Daoren gave a low cry, and the decapitated clay clone quickly swelled, and then the clay clone exploded violently in the horrified eyes of this particular jonin. Boom! The rocks splashed, and the grass around it was uprooted. The surrounding trees shook with the powerful force of the explosion, and then the smoke billowed and the bombed soil fell again. The smoke dissipated, but the powerful special jonin disappeared and was not killed. Not dead. Daoren's heart jumped, knowing that he had underestimated the power of jonin in particular, so he quickly formed a seal without hesitation, and at the same time, his mouth quickly chewed the clay, creating a clay explosive. You're good, kid. But the game should be over. The special jonin flashed out of a big tree. At this moment, the special jonin was no longer in the air. Although the special jonin used the body flicker technique to avoid most of the explosions just before the explosion, he was still caught. The explosion was affected and severely damaged. The special jonin no longer holds the seal quickly with both hands and let out a low drink. Earth-style Earth Dragon Bullet. Roar. As the special Jonin drank low, the ground shook for a while, and a huge Earth Dragon rose up from the ground, roaring to the sky, and at the same time spit out huge mud bombs towards Dao Ren. Drink. Seeing the terrifying mud bomb hit, Dao Ren didn't hesitate to release the clay bird. The bird directly collided with the mud bomb at an extremely fast speed, causing bursts of violent explosions. Dao Ren saw that this was no longer reserved, and directly grabbed the remaining soil in the bag to create little birds, and rushed towards that special Jonin regardless of the consumption. Boom. Read more at hotentillnovel.xyz. A terrifying explosion blew up in this forest. The original tyrannical dragon was directly whaled by the series of explosions and turned into mud scattered on the ground. The little bird that was not blocked also hit the special Jonin on the big tree. Go with. Hateful. Seeing that he couldn't help a 5-year-old kid for a while, this special Jonin couldn't help being a little angry, but he had already experienced the horrible explosion of little Asuka, so he had to jump on the ground in a flash. Drink. Just when Jonin was jumping on the ground, he suddenly felt a burst of danger. He looked down and saw that several clay spiders appeared under his feet. These clay spiders were exactly the clay spiders thrown by Dao Ren when they first confronted the special Jonin, but Dao Ren never had a chance to detonate, until now Dao Ren found the time to detonate. Seeing this, Jonin just wanted to jump and avoid, but at this moment Dao Ren had already launched an attack. With Dao Ren's low drink, several clay spiders instantly swallowed this special Jonin. When the smoke from the explosion dissipated, the special Jonin was already scarred and lying on the ground with no life. Forrest Gump. The Jonin who was fighting Amamiya Tien suddenly let out a scream when he saw this, and Amamiya Tien also seized this opportunity to counter-attack and directly beheaded the opponent. Amamiya Tien, who beheaded his opponent, did not stop, but flew towards the Amamiya spirit who was fighting in the distance. With the help of Amamiya Tien, the pressure on Amamiya spirit was greatly reduced, and the two teamed up to directly behead each other. 2 Jonin from Yoshi family, 1 special Jonin was killed directly. 1 Chunin and 1 Genin were killed by Amamiya's left wing and Dao Ren, while the remaining Genin besieged Amamiya 7 and killed Amamiya 7. The Genin who killed Amamiya Chi saw that all Jonin of his family had been killed, and he immediately lost his fighting faith and fled quickly. But how could that Genin escape Jonin's pursuit without foreign aid, so this Genin was killed directly, and the 6 Yoshi family ninjas who had ambushed Amamiya family were wiped out. The victory in this battle is undoubtedly thanks to Dao Ren. Amamiya said slowly under everyone's gaze after the battle ended. At the same time, the eyes were still fixed on Dao Ren's palms, letting the Buddha see Dao Ren's palms as flowers. Amamiya Tien's euphemistic expression wanted to know the clay explosion style just now. It doesn't mean that other people did the same. Amamiya Ling asked directly to Dao Ren. What exactly is the clay explosive you used Dao Ren just now? If I remember correctly, our Amamiya clan doesn't have this ability, right? I don't know this. This ability was available when I woke up on the day of my father's death, but I didn't know what was going on, so I didn't tell the family. With my own exploration, I found that this mouth just needs to choose something special. Clay can create powerful explosives, just like that. Dao Ren heard this and knew that the other party was doubting the source of his ability, so Dao Ren could only pretend to be innocent. At the same time, he opened his palms for a few people to watch. Is it the hidden bloodline of the Amamiya family? Several members of the Amamiya family fell silent when they heard it, and then they heard Amamiya Tien say, "Can you demonstrate your ability?" "Of course can." Dao Ren nodded and grabbed the last bit of clay in the bag. With the chewing of his mouth, a lively clay spider appeared in Dao Ren's hand. As Dao Ren threw it, he whispered, the clay spider burst open. What a powerful ability! Maybe the Amamiya clan will flourish in your hands. Amamiya Tien saw a wave of waves in his heart. It is self-evident that the ability to create explosives plays a role in today's war-torn world. And judging from the situation just now, a genin who was only 5 years old actually killed a special jonin. Although there is a suspected attack, this can also show that this ability is powerful. Thinking of this, Amamiya couldn't help but want to see the strength of the boy in front of him after he has fully grown up. Okay, this thing ends here. Let's go to the residence of the Uchiha clan. Amamiya Tien thought of this and took a deep look at Daoren. After burying the dead Amamiya 7, he waved his hand and galloped forward first. When the others saw the captain speak, they could only hold back the questions they wanted to ask, and followed the captain and jumped towards the Uchiha clan's residence. Chapter 7. Rainy. The few people who were rushing to the Uchiha station suddenly heard a swaying sound of trees, and the family ninja, who heard only 4 people left, immediately became vigilant and looked ahead to prevent another attack. A member of the Amamiya clan. When several people were defending, 3 figures suddenly appeared on the trees in front of them. 2 men and 1 woman, 3 young ninjas appeared on the top and looked down at the 4 of Amamiya family. The original black pupils became scarlet. The 3 Guyu spins quickly in their eyes. Uchiha. Amamiya Tien saw this in his heart, and then immediately spoke. We are the ninjas of Amamiya family who came to support Uchiha. I am Captain Amamiya Tien. Who are your excellencies? We are a ninja squad sent by the Uchiha clan to welcome ninjas of various races. I am Uchiha. The ninjas of the Amamiya family have worked hard all the way. Come with me to Uchiha station. The 3 leading Uchiha ninjas. Uchiha heard the words and looked at the 6-leaf clan emblem embroidered on the right arms of the 4 of them, showing a gentle smile, closing Sharinan, and making a please gesture to several people. Then please everyone. Hearing Uchiha's words, Amamiya Tien breathed a sigh of relief. Sharinan, who looked at the other party, knew that the other party was a real Uchiha clan, so he took a few people behind the Uchiha trio and flew toward Uchiha's residence. Is this the Uchiha clan? Daoren thought to the 3 of them who followed Uchiha. The lead Uchiha is only about 17 or 18 years old, but his momentum is not weaker than Amamiya Tien, and with the addition of 3 Tomo Sharinan, I am afraid that his strength will far exceed Amamiya Tien. Except for this leader, the other 2 Uchiha tribesmen are also 20 years old. But I am afraid that the skill is coming to Jonin. Judging from the 3 welcoming people, Uchiha is indeed the top family in the Warring States period. It is no wonder that he is able to rule the roost in such troubled times as the Warring States period. But although these people are strong, I am stronger than them. Daoren looked around at a few people and thought with confidence that after all, Daoren was only 5 years old now, and he had just defeated a special Jonin in one fell swoop in the battle. Defeat Jonin. Daoren thought of this for a moment, and then quickly turned on the system. After the system was turned on, it turned out that the achievement of the first kill of Jonin had been illuminated, and a silver treasure chest appeared in the system. Seeing this, Daoren clicked on the treasure chest without hesitation. As the treasure chest opened, only a big clay bird appeared in front of Daoren. Seeing this big clay bird, Daoren almost cried out excitedly. Read more at hotantalnovel.xyz. Deodara's clay explosion style has 2 types of ninjutsu, one of which is self-destruction, which can razor 10 kilometers to the ground, and the other is the clay giant bird, which can be used by people. Although the giant bird's clay ninjutsu is not strong, it is practical. With this ninjutsu, Daoren is equivalent to mastering the air supremacy. You can sit on the giant bird and throw clay bombs on the ground during battle. With this skill, I finally don't have to be afraid of other people's sneak attacks. Daoren thought of the heart decapitation technique used by that particular Jonin just now. If it hadn't been for the ninjutsu of clay clone, Daoren would have separated his head and body. Now that you have the ninjutsu of clay giant bird, you don't have to worry about the ninja being attacked. After all, there are still very few ninjas who can fly. Whether to receive it? When Daoren was thinking excitedly, a cold voice from the system came, and Daoren yelled without hesitation when he heard this voice. Yes. Following Daoren's claim, Daoren only felt a move in his heart, as if he had realized something. He didn't know the giant bird ninjutsu at first, but at this moment it seemed to be very clear, just like the clay clone just drawn. It seems that as long as the extracted things can be controlled instantly, but to use them skillfully, you have to practice slowly. After Daoren felt this feeling, he felt that the system was so powerful that he could implant a kind of ninjutsu directly into people's minds and let people learn them instantly. Arrived. Daoren, who was lamenting the powerful system, heard a low drink and heard this voice. Daoren looked up and saw that the forest had come to an end. At the end of the forest, there is a huge clearing. The strong houses are located in this clearing. They look huge. In the middle of the building, a flag is hung on a wooden stake that can be seen through the sky, embroidered with the emblem of the Uchiha clan. Is this the home of the Uchiha family? Daoren, who originally thought that the Amamiya family residence was already large enough, was shocked. Looking at the huge residence in front of him, it was not like what a family could have, but at a glance it looked more like a small city. Everyone, come with me. Seeing the shocked expressions of the Amamiya family, the three of Uchiha nodded in satisfaction, and led the four of them past the guard and walked towards the inside of the Uchiha clan. After walking into the outer protective wall, there is a bustling scene inside. A large number of Uchiha people are chatting or frolicking on the street, and it is hard to see that the battle of the Uchiha clan has reached a critical moment. What do you think of the Uchiha clan? The other of the three people saw a trace of contempt flashing in the eyes of the shocked expressions of several people, but he still kept a gentle smile and asked quite falsely. Uchiha really deserves to be the first-class family in the Warring States period. Although Amamiya Tien knew that the other party was showing off the strength of his family, Amamiya Tien had to admit that Uchiha wanted to destroy the Amamiya clan, only in the backhand. Uchiha is the most powerful family in the Warring States period. Uchiha smiled when he heard Amamiya Tien's words, and said in a very confident tone. Cut. Daoren was quite disdainful when he heard that. Uchiha is indeed strong, but there are not many that can be compared with Uchiha in the Warring States period. For example, the current hostile Hokage, and the Yi clan who dominate the northern part of the Country of Fire. If these two families are only equal to Uchiha, then Senju, known as the Sen family, is stronger than Uchiha. In the past battles, Uchiha and Senju had more defeats and less victory. Well, everyone, come with me, Patriarch is waiting for you at this moment. Uchiha, who showed off a strong family, also led four people toward the most luxurious building in Uchiha's residence. When Uchiha led Amamiya's ninjas to the central building, other Uchihas also led other families with Uchiha toward the central building. All of a sudden, dozens of small and medium-sized families from the Warring States period gathered in the Uchiha clan, preparing for the next crucial battle. P.S. The picture shows the Uchiha station. Chapter 8. After arriving at the Uchiha Central Station, several people found a large number of other ninja families. These families are all alliances with Uchiha. Although most of these families have never heard of Amamiya, two of them are famous in later generations. One is the Shimura clan and the other is the Sarutobi clan. Both of these families are now well-known big families in the Warring States period. If the families of Uchiha, Senju, Hyuga, and Hakata can be called super big families, then the families of Sarutobi, Shimura, and Zolacha can be called big families, and they enjoy prestige throughout the Warring States period, and they are also strong. Who is like a cloud? Families like Amamiya can be called small and medium-sized families, for these large and super large families are just dependent on. The Patriarch invites Jonin from all races to discuss the battle together. While Daoren was looking at the ninjas of other families, a member of Uchiha's clan opened the door and looked around at Joe and said loudly. Humph! Hearing the words of this Uchiha clan, the Shimura clan snorted instantly. People from other families are also a little dissatisfied. Although Uchiha is strong, he is here to help the Uchiha clan. But after coming here, Uchiha not only didn't entertain himself and others, he still informed everyone by summoning when discussing how to fight. It is like the ancient emperor summoning ministers, treating himself as emperor and other families as writers and ministers. Although the people of these families are dissatisfied, after all, this is the residence of the Uchiha clan, so these people are not easy to attack. They can only follow behind the Uchiha clan with an ugly face and walk inside. Ninjas from other families who are not Jonin can only wait outside, and Uchiha didn't entertain these people, completely treating them as non-existent. What an arrogant Uchiha! No wonder Uchiha will be annihilated. After feeling Uchiha's attitude towards others, Daoren also felt a little uncomfortable. People like him were all to help Uchiha fight, but they were treated like subordinates. I am afraid that no one would feel good. Is that a ninja from another family? It looks so weak. While Daoren was helplessly waiting for the outcome of the meeting, a clear and loud voice came from the front. Daoren heard this voice and looked up, only to see a kid about his age and a group of ninjas walking towards here. Looking at the arrogant appearance of this child and the support of the surrounding Uchiha ninja, I look like I am the second generation of shinobi. This is how Uchiha treats guests. A family of ninjas finally couldn't help it, and looked at the other Uchiha ninjas with a cold snort, and the other Uchiha ninjas didn't hear them, and let the little boy talk nonsense in front of them. Why are you not convinced, regardless of my age, but I am stronger than you? This Uchiha kid pointed at everyone who looked like I was the strongest and I was the strongest, and almost jumped the ninja who just spoke. Read more at hotantillnovel.xyz. Of course, more people look like they don't believe it. In their opinion, can a 5-year-old kid go to heaven if he is strong? It seems that you don't believe me, then you come out and fight with me alone to see who loses and who wins. The Uchiha kid in front of him suddenly became a little angry when he saw the disdain of everyone, and he looked around and wanted to find someone he could deal with to show how good he was. Finally, after looking for a while, he pointed to Daoren and said, "This guy is the same age as me, we can compare and see if my Uchiha is stronger than you." Haha. Daoren smiled when he heard the words, but felt that this little devil who looked like Long Aotian was very cute. Daoren was in his 20s when he didn't cross, so he really didn't care about what this little kid said. Are you underestimating me? The Uchiha kid stared at Daoren when he saw Daoren indifferently, and the ninjas of other families also showed a good-looking appearance. Daoren didn't underestimate Uchiha's ninja. Amamiya's left wing saw the dark scream, and said silently, stepping forward, blocking Daoren behind him, and preventing the Uchiha child in front of him from looking at Daoren. Huh? Do I really know nothing? Seeing this cold snort, the Uchiha kid walked directly toward Amamiya's left wing, bypassing Amamiya's left wing, standing in front of Daoren and staring at Daoren. Dare to compete with me? We are not here. Amamiya's left wing saw this and spoke again, but before finishing talking, Daoren pulled on Amamiya's left wing clothes, looked at Amamiya's left wing and said, "Left wing brother, I also want to learn about the strength of the Uchiha clan." Amamiya's left wing stared at Daoren when he heard the words, and Daoren did not hesitate to look at Amamiya's left wing. Amamiya's left wing finally nodded when he saw Daoren's persistence. So be careful, try not to hurt the other person, after all, we are in the residence of the Uchiha clan. I know. After hearing this, Daoren nodded and moved away from Uchiha's child and made a gesture of please. The Uchiha child, who didn't know Daoren's ability, immediately shouted angrily when he heard the words of Amamiya's left wing. You dare to underestimate me and see if I don't teach you. My name is Uchiha Izuna, and the person opposite tells you your name. My opponent can't be an anonymous weaker. The Uchiha kid in front of him watched Daoren posing as a master showcasing each other's names, and Daoren was suddenly stunned when he heard Uchiha Izuna's words. Uchiha Izuna? Uchiha Madara's younger brother, Uchiha Izuna, who will open Mangekyo in the future. Daoren's eyes widened and looked at the Izuna who looked like Long Aotian 250 in front of him. He only felt that the people were incomprehensible and the water was beyond compare. He didn't expect the famous strong man in the future to look like this when he was a child. Quickly report your name. Seeing Daoren ignoring herself, Izuna yelled slightly angrily. Amamaya Daoren, the one who will defeat you. Daoren heard the words and looked at Izuna with a gleam in his eyes. The person in front of him is a well-known strong man in the future. Now that the other person is still small, he can train him. Daoren smiled evil when he thought of this. Hateful. Seeing Daoren's evil smile, Izuna shuddered suddenly, then screamed and rushed towards Daoren quickly. As expected of Uchiha Izuna, so fast. Looking at Uchiha Izuna Daoren, who rushed in front of him in the blink of an eye, he exclaimed, and the speed alone was faster than the genin of the Yoshi family I met before. Uchiha Izuna, who rushed in front of Daoren, threw a punch directly at Daoren's head, and Daoren saw that the right hand was bent and directly resisted in the front. The fight between the two officially began in this attack and defense. P.S. Begging for flowers, collecting, commenting, and rewarding. Chapter 9. Boom. There was a muffled sound, and Izuna's fist hit Daoren's arm and was blocked. Daoren also took the initiative to strike when he saw this, and stretched his left hand toward Izuna. Izuna looked at the attacking arm without any fear, raised his arm to block it, and then pushed Daoren away. His right foot swept towards Daoren with a gust of wind. Boom. There was another muffled sound. I saw Daoren also hit Izuna's right foot at this moment, and the two immediately jumped back when they saw that the close combat could not immediately distinguish the winner, and each went to the ninja bag. 6 shuriken whizzed away. Ding. The respective shurikens collided with each other and made a crisp collision sound, and then I saw that Izuna's shuriken spun and did not fall during the collision, but lost at Daoren again in a blind spot. Does the Uchiha clan have no way of throwing? Seeing the throwing method of easily knocking down his own shuriken, Daoren quickly retreated back, and the shuriken from the lasing shot also stabbed towards a blind spot to block Daoren's retreat. Huh. Daoren watched the rapid formation of the shuriken that appeared to be shooting from all directions. When the shuriken stabbed Daoren, Daoren's body appeared a puff of smoke, which turned into a wooden stake. Body replacement technique. Where is it? Izuna was wary when he saw Daoren disappeared, and then heard a low drink in his ear. At this, before Izuna could react, Daoren rushed quickly from the left, hitting Izuna's face with a punch, and what hit Izuna directly turned into a cloud of smoke and a wooden stake. Fire-style Great Fireball technique. After Izuna disappeared, Daoren suddenly flashed Izuna's figure on the right. Izuna breathed a deep breath, her belly swelled, her hands quickly knotted, and a huge fireball rolled towards Daoren after her fingers touched her lips. Daoren felt the heat wave react quickly, and directly grabbed the ninja bag, took out the clay that was refilled on the road, and a little bird quickly rushed out after chewing the mouth of the palm of his hand. Boom! The little bird exploded directly after hitting the great fireball technique. The collision between the clay and the flame produced a huge amount of vigor and blew both Daoren and Izuna back several steps. Daoren saw that the great fireball was broken by himself and no longer kept it. Daoren grabbed a handful of the clay. The clay spiders fell into the soil and hid and crawled towards Izuna, while the little bird swiftly moved towards Izuna. Hit. What kind of ability is this? Izuna was startled at the rushing little bird and quickly avoided it, but Daoren immediately let out a low drink when he saw it, and the flying bird instantly exploded. Boom. Read more at hotantalnovel.xyz. As the detonating clay took off, bursts of violent explosions exploded in the panic among the ninjas of various families. And Izuna had already lost the arrogance before, running away embarrassedly. Daoren let out a long laugh when he saw this, ending the creation of the little bird, and Izuna, who had originally fled, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Is there no chakra for this guy? Watching Daoren stop attacking Izuna, I secretly thought that, according to the general situation, it must be chakra to make explosives, and Daoren just released so many little birds at once. Now I must consume all of chakra. Izuna, who thought of this, appeared in his eyes a trace of self-confidence, as if the winning ticket is in hand. Izuna, let's look at you. Seeing the sudden self-confidence in Izuna's eyes, Daoren was a little puzzled. Seeing that Izuna wanted to rush again, Daoren pointed to Izuna's body with some helplessness. Okay. Izuna was taken aback when he heard the words, and followed Daoren's fingers to look at his body. It was okay not to look at it? Izuna was taken aback at a glance. Because I don't know when Izuna actually crawled on 5 or 6 clay spiders. Now, as long as Daoren makes a low drink, Izuna will probably be buried in the fire. Don't despise the ninjas of other families, this will only make you die early. Daoren saw Izuna withdraw the clay spider with a sullen look, and then walked easily towards Amamiya's left wing. Just when Daoren thought he had succeeded in pretending to be Loki again, there was a low drink in front of him. Why? I want to leave after bullying my brother. With the appearance of this sentence, I saw a boy of about 7 or 8 years old among the Uchiha ninjas. This boy had a hedgehog head with a very haughty expression. Only when he looked at Izuna, he showed a hint of gentleness. You are. Daoren's heart jumped when he heard the word brother. Isn't Uchiha Izuna's brother Uchiha Madara? I am Uchiha Madara. How about me being your opponent now? Chiba Madara looked at Daoren arrogantly. Even though Daoren easily defeated Izuna Madara just now, he didn't seem to care. Uchiha Madara. Daoren sighed deeply. He didn't expect to see the famous Uchiha brothers when he came to the residence of the Uchiha clan, and according to this rhythm, it seems that he has offended the Uchiha brothers all over the time. Dare to fight. Uchiha Madara stepped forward and shouted at Daoren, with his warlike eyes and an absolutely confident face, as if the winner of this battle must be him, even though Madara is still young, but the kind of domineering in the future has been revealed. How can I be afraid of you? You will only be defeated by me like your brother. Seeing Madara's confident face, Daoren also had a desire for victory in his heart. What about Uchiha Madara? Since he came into this world, would he still be inferior to Uchiha Madara? Thinking of this, Daoren stepped forward and watched as he shouted with confidence. Really? Very good. Uchiha Madara immediately rushed towards Daoren when he heard the words, and when he was about to get close to Daoren, he quickly sealed the seal, and a great fireball that was stronger than Izuna poured out and rolled towards Daoren. Daoren saw this cold snort. The clay was thrown in the palm of his hand and his mouth chewed for a while. After a little bird rushed out of his palm and slammed into the great fireball, a violent explosion sounded when the two collided. Hiss. The audience watching from the side only felt cold and sweaty, and they had such power just before they played against each other. Is this still a child? Even these Chunin may be the case. Stab. When the little Asuka collided with the great fireball, there was a burst of sound in the flames, and 3 shurikens shot towards Daoren. When the shuriken was approaching Daoren, I saw 3 thin threads tied to the shuriken. The opposite Uchiha Madara tugged, and the shuriken suddenly appeared in 3 directions and surrounded Daoren. At the same time, Madara exhaled deeply. Fire-style dragon fire technique. When the 4 seals of Shichen Maoyin were formed, the 3 flames instantly surrounded Daoren along a thin line, and Daoren saw the flames sweeping around, but his eyes were extremely calm, and he grabbed a mass of clay in his hands, chewing quickly with his mouth. Chapter 10. As expected of Madara, this age has such strength and mentality. Looking at the flames that surrounded him, if he hadn't detonated the clay, he wouldn't be able to evade this attack. Daoren thought of this and grabbed the clay and chewed it in the palm of his hand. After a while, a giant clay bird spat out. This feeling. Daoren looked at the giant bird in front of him, and only felt that he could control the giant bird at will. Daoren thought of this and jumped on the giant bird's back, and then controlled the giant bird to fly towards the sky. You can fly. Madara looked at Daoren, who flew to the sky to relieve the current crisis. Madara only felt troublesome. Madara is only 7 or 8 years old now, and she hasn't turned on Sharingan, not as tyrannical as later generations. Now the strength is only considered strong among teenagers, so there is no way to restrain the sky at all. Seeing this, Madara looks vigilant to prevent Daoren from attacking in the sky. Now it's my turn to perform my art. Feeling the breeze, Daoren looked down at the ninja on the ground, feeling that the world could not restrain himself. After realizing the situation, Daoren once again grabbed a mass of clay from his bag. A lifelike little bird appeared in front of Daoren, and then quickly shot towards Madara while Daoren laughed. Art is an explosion. Drink. Daoren laughed and looked at Madara on the ground. When the little bird was about to approach, his hands were merged, and the clay explosive was detonated with a low drink. With Daoren's counterattack, Madara, who has not yet figured out a counterattack method, can only evade in the field in an embarrassing manner. This kid named Amamiya Daoren is really powerful. Even the genius of the Uchiha family can be defeated. Chunin, one of the other families, couldn't help but exclaimed when he saw this. Yes, I have such strength and ability at this age. I don't know how it will affect the warring states when I grow up. After listening to this Chunin's words, the eyes of the ninja of another family flashed a haze, and he turned his eyes and deliberately praised Daoren. It is indeed a dangerous ability. When people from other families, including the Uchiha family, heard this ninja, they first looked at Daoren, who was laughing in the air, and then at Madara, who was embarrassed on the ground. A faint light flashed in his eyes. The prosperity of other people's families, doesn't it represent the desolation of one's own family? Thinking of these ninjas, there was a flash in the eyes. Oops. Amamiya's left wing suddenly screamed bad when seeing the appearance of the group of ninjas, and made up his mind to talk about Daoren after the battle is over, and ask Daoren to keep a low profile. After all, Daoren is still young. There are not 1,000 but 800 geniuses who died in the melee of the Warring States period. What are you talking about? My brother will definitely win. Read more at hotentillnovel.xyz. Izuna looked at the group of ninjas all complimenting Daoren, and suddenly shouted angrily, then turned her head and shouted at Madara. Brother must beat the opponent. Izuna. Madara, who was hiding from the side, heard Izuna's words flashing in her eyes. She looked up and directly collided with Daoren's eyes looking down in the sky, and then she heard Madara shout in a low voice. Illusory technique, narrow sea technique. Okay. The moment Daoren looked at Uchiha Madara, he felt that the scene in front of him suddenly changed, and found himself in a jungle. There was a Yoshi family ninja in front of him with a grinning smile. The sharp knife in his hand was pulled out with a choking sound, and then it was slashed like thunder. Daoren felt a pain in his neck before he recovered, and his eyes widened as he watched his neck separate from his body. This is illusion. At the moment of being beheaded, Daoren suddenly knew that he had been killed by an illusion, and saw the thing he didn't want to see the most, that is, being beheaded. Thinking of this, Daoren immediately held his hands together, disrupting the flow of chakra in his body, thereby releasing the shackles of illusion. Success. Fire-style Phoenix Fire Technique. Madara looked at Daoren, who was not dropping explosives and falling from the sky. Madara knew that her illusion had succeeded. So Madara no longer hesitated and immediately ran towards the direction where the giant bird fell. After reaching a certain distance, Madara quickly sealed. After Zi Yinsu Zhou Yindang Jian was completed quickly, Madara instantly spit out fist-sized fireballs. The fireball is small but dense, and the temperature blooming on the fireball is extremely high. The high-temperature fireball immediately hits the falling Daoren. Solution: the fallen Daoren finally recovered, but Daoren, who had just opened his eyes, saw a ball of flames hitting him. Seeing this, Daoren immediately grabbed a mass of clay and formed clone technique handprints in his hands. After a while, Daoren became two, one of which quickly slammed into the small fireball. Another Daoren twisted his body and manipulated the same falling giant bird to greet him. Don't think about it. Fire-style great fireball technique. Madara was anxious when seeing Daoren about to dodge her own attack. Her hands quickly formed a seal, and a huge flame was expelled from her mouth. As expected of Madara. She has such strength at this age. Daoren didn't hesitate to see the billowing flames and directly detonated the clay clone he had just made. Boom! A huge explosion sounded through the entire Uchiha station, and the energy generated by the explosion directly swallowed Madara's two fire-style ninjutsu. At the same time, the air wave generated at the same time knocked Daoren away. The giant bird that Daoren flew out quickly came under him, carrying himself through the air wave and flew towards the sky. Call. The breeze came slowly, blowing away the gunpowder smoke from the explosion. Daoren was carried by a giant bird soaring in the sky, while Uchihaban stood on the ground watching Daoren vigilantly, his chest floating violently. It seemed that the series of attacks just now was very expensive for Madara. There is not much clay, and chakra is about to bottom out. Daoren looked at the clay in his bag and said helplessly, "Clay explosion style is good for everything, but it is limited by the condition of clay. If there is no clay, it is like a pistol without bullets, which makes people crazy. But Madara has reached the end of the lamp. As long as the budget is good, the remaining clay is still enough." Daoren looked down at Madara and watched Madara's tired look. The corners of her mouth slightly cocked, and his hand grabbed the ninja bag again, ready to launch a new round of attacks. When the two confronted each other and wanted to continue fighting, the front central building suddenly opened the door, and then saw a middle-aged man in armor and long hair walking out of the building with a group of ninjas, and looked around. Then he looked at all the ninjas on the field and shouted, "What happened to the explosion just now?" Chapter 11. Patriarch. When the Uchiha saw the middle-aged man, he bowed slightly to say hello, and Izuna on the side saw the man hurriedly running over and shouting at the man in front of him. "My father, that guy made the explosion just now, but this guy is about to lose to Big Brother." Okay. When Uchiha Tajima heard the words, he looked up and saw a giant bird made of clay in the sky. There was a child about the age of Izuna on the giant bird. At this moment, the child was facing off with his eldest son Madara. This kid actually pushed Madara to this level. Uchiha Tajima squinted at the situation in front of him, and saw that Daoren in the sky was a little embarrassed, but his breath was steady. On the other hand, Madara on the ground was breathing a little fast, which was obviously an expression of excessive consumption. Patriarch Tajima is really sorry, but I didn't take care of the subordinates. Amamiya Tien, who came out, was shocked when he saw the situation and quickly said to Uchiha Tajima, then turned his head and shouted to Daoren. "Doran doesn't hurry down yet. It looks like the fighting can only end here." Looking at the group of people below, Daoren knew that the battle hadn't continued, so he quickly manipulated the bird to fly in the direction of Amamiya Heaven, and then made a jump and landed on the ground. "How can you play against others in Uchiha Station?" Amamiya Tien watched Daoren pretending to be reprimanded, then turned to look at Uchiha Tajima and said apologetically, "Patriarch Tajima is really sorry, the kid doesn't know the rules." "Haha, what does it matter to fight between children? Uchiha Tajima looked at Daoren carefully, watched Daoren's human-capable flying bird's eyes flashing, and laughed after hearing Amamiya Tien's words, appearing indifferent, turning his head and shouting at Madara. Madara! The other party is a guest, but you are like this. Be careful next time. Humph. Madara snorted when she heard the words, staring at Daoren closely, and seeing Daoren's relaxed expression speaking. Next time if I have a chance to fight, I will definitely defeat you. Ah. Haha, this battle is a tie, right? My clay is gone. Daoren cried out when he heard Madara's words and knew that he had over-exacted. Although he has an explosion style, there are a lot of masters in the Warring States period. There are many people who can kill him. So Daoren decided to keep a low profile next. Thinking of this, Daoren opened the ninja bag and smiled at Madara. Humph. Read more at hotentillnovel.xyz. Madara looked at Daoren's bag and there was indeed almost no clay. Her cold face eased a little, and her gaze at Daoren also flashed with approval. I'll rub, this guy won't be gay, right? Feeling Madara's gaze, Daoren only felt the chrysanthemum tightly and a chill. Recalling the grudges between Madara and Izuna and Hashirama, Daoren's face turned green at once, thinking that he must stay away from Madara in the future, otherwise the chrysanthemum will not be guaranteed. Do not know at all. Okay. Thank you for coming to Uchiha Station to support Uchiha. Uchiha will definitely remember your assistance. Uchiha Tajima saw Madara and Daoren give up and immediately smiled pretentiously at all the foreign ninjas on the court, and then said to the Uchiha people on the side. Bring down the distinguished guests of all races and treat them well. It's patriarch. The Uchiha tribe on the side immediately commanded Uchiha servants to take the ninjas of all races toward the residence arranged by Uchiha, and the Amamiya family also left under the leadership of a servant. Hey! When Daoren walked by Izuna, he deliberately turned his head and smiled brightly at Izuna. Seeing Daoren's smile, Izuna just felt like spitting fire and shouting at Daoren. What are you proud of? I will definitely teach you a lesson next time. Shut up. You two come with me. Uchiha Tajima looked at Izuna's performance, and sighed coldly to Madara and Izuna. Izuna shuddered when he heard his father's words, and followed Uchiha Tajima dejectedly towards the residence behind the central building. Amamiya Daoren, haha. Madara looked at Daoren who was leaving, and snorted first, then whispered with a smile on the corner of her mouth. Next time I meet, I will step on you fiercely. Uchiha Madara is the strongest. The Amamiya family members were led by the servants to a wooden house, and the few who walked into the wooden house breathed a sigh of relief. Amamiya Tien looked at Daoren seriously. Daoren is not allowed to do things like today. Although your current strength is good, you have to know that a genius who died early is not a genius at all, only a genius who grows up is a genius. Yes, I understand. After hearing this, Daoren nodded, knowing that he was indeed too public today, exposing the secret of his ability to fly. Now that I am not strong enough, I can ignore everything if I haven't reached it, so I will keep a low profile in the future. After all, there is an old saying that wood Xiuyu Linfen will destroy it, so if you want to grow up completely, it is better to keep a low profile. By the way, Brother God, why did Uchiha Tajima tell you to go in? Amamiya on the left wing looked at Daoren's understanding and heaved a sigh of relief, then turned his head and asked Amamiya. There is no main thing, just tell us about the current battle between Uchiha and Hyuga, and tell us that 3 days later, Uchiha's large forces will support the front-line forces. Amamiya Tien heard this and shook his head and said. It is impossible to inform them of the real fighting trends of the family war, so the troops supported by the foreigners join the main force. As for the people of the Uchiha family who attacked or something, it is impossible to tell these foreigners. After all, who knows if these foreigners will stab themselves in the back? Is it going to be on the battlefield in 3 days? Not only was Daoren not afraid but excited when he heard this. The super achievement system can only be rewarded by completing various achievements, so the battlefield is a natural treasure house for Daoren. 3 days later, you will be behind me and Ling. You can't act alone without our orders. Amamiya Tian on the side looked at Daoren with excitement and said with an exasperated expression. To Amamiya Tian, Daoren's self-confidence is inflated now, thinking that he will be invincible after defeating a few ninjas, but he doesn't know the cruelty on the battlefield. And Amamiya Daoren, who owns the clay explosion style, has shown enough talent to grow up in the future to make the Amamiya clan stronger, so Amamiya Tian will never allow such a good seedling to die early in the battle. I hope you can grow up quickly. There is not much time left for Amamiya family. Amamiya Tian looked at Daoren's naive face and thought helplessly. The Amamiya family is under great pressure now, and it has reached the point where children are on the battlefield. If there is no strong ninja to support the family in the future, then the Amamiya family will not be far from becoming the dust of history. Chapter 12. 3 days passed quickly. During the 3 days, Daoren continued to study everything about the clay explosion style, and at the same time developed 3 new ninjutsu. One is an owl, one is a biplane, and the last is a grasshopper. These 3 ninjutsu are very similar to the clay ninjutsu previously mastered by Daoren, in which the owl is also used for riding. However, the owl has a function that the giant bird does not have, that is, night vision, which can easily fly in the dark night. The biplane is an enhanced version of the little bird, which can fly to each other at a faster speed. The last grasshopper is an enhanced version of the spider, which has low explosive ability and slow speed. The grasshopper has greatly concealed this shortcoming. Although the explosive power has not increased much, its jumping ability is extremely strong and can play a great assault effect. In addition to controlling these 3 ninjutsu detonating clay, Daoren also knows another function of the treasure chest. That is, when the host has mastered one of the skills and the blood successor, then the things opened by the treasure chest will only be of higher form, and the skills or blood successors that the host has already controlled will not be opened. Although I have mastered the 3 new skills, I still have too few ninjutsu. Daoren looked at the lively little grasshopper in his hand and said helplessly. Explosive clay is actually a large-scale and long-range type of ninjutsu. Once in close combat, it will not be powerful, because there is no limit to the explosion. Once it explodes around you, it is inevitable that it will threaten itself. So now Daoren is short of some ninjutsu for close-range attacks, like Raise Non and the like. Of course it also lacks defensive ninjutsu. After all, the ninjutsu currently controlled by Daoren is only an attack type. Time is running out. Daoren sighed. It has only been more than a month since I came into this world, and it has been a month since Daoren mastered the basic 3-body technique and kiwi throwing hair. A month later, the family crisis happened to be caught up, so I was sent to Uchiha to support. I will be on the battlefield soon. In this battle, I must complete more achievements. At the same time, I have to ask some ninjutsu from the family ninja to gradually strengthen all aspects of myself. Daoren squeezed his hands, and decided to show his skills after going to the battlefield. Daoren is about to set off. Are you ready? Amamiya Tian said in a deep voice, who walked over and looked at it. I'm ready. Daoren stood up, dressed in black, and his tone became serious. Amamiya nodded when he saw Daoren. Then go. After a few people left the place where they lived, they quickly rushed towards the open space in the center of Uchiha. When they came to the open space, there were already thousands of ninjas dressed up and waiting here. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Is this the ninja war? Daoren watched thousands of ninjas gather together, and the calm heart beat again. Uchiha must win. Uchiha Tajima walked to the highest point in front and looked at the thousands of ninjas in front of him, and at the ninjas with extremely high fighting spirits in front of him. Uchiha Tajima's heart also widened. A trace of pride rose in his heart, and he screamed at the sky. Uchiha must win! Uchiha must win! Uchiha must win! Hearing Uchiha Tajima's words, the field suddenly uttered a shout of mountains and tsunami. Ha ha! Let's go! Hearing the screaming voice, Uchiha Tajima gave a long laugh, waved his hand and shot towards the outside of the station first. Thousands of ninjas on the field also caught up in the first time, and the mighty force of thousands of people was like a torrent, whizzing towards the final battlefield with a shocking aura. Rainy. Thousands of ninjas in the jungle rushed toward the front line. The front line ahead is located in the Lingshan Gorge, which is a natural barrier between Uchiha and Hyuga. This barrier separates the two families. The previous battles between Uchiha and Hyuga took place in this valley. Lingshan Gorge is now fighting against the Hyuga clan, and the two clans are inextricably fought. Now the large forces are going there to join the vanguard forces there, and then in a unified rush to break through the blockade of the Hyuga family in the Lingshan Gorge, and direct the flames of war to the Hyuga clan's resident. Lingshan Gorge was only 3 days away from the Uchiha family's station, and it took only 2 days to arrive at the Uchiha vanguard station with the full strength of the ninja army. Is this the front-line battlefield? You can't see the crisis at all. Daoren looked at the huge camp in front of him. The camp was located in a clearing in the jungle, and it was so wide that there were no obstructions. And the location is also very high, you can see the surroundings at a glance. The place where this resident is stationed is very conspicuous, but it is also very safe. Because any troop that wants to attack the camp can easily be spotted by the guarded ninja. After the arrival of the ninja army, the pioneers of the Uchiha clan burst into cheers, and the presence of thousands of ninjas greatly increased the confidence of the Uchiha clan. After Uchiha Tajima led the troops to the camp, he took over the power of the camp as soon as possible. At the same time, he quickly placed thousands of ninjas and held the first meeting. Report to the Patriarch, the Uchiha clan's large forces have resisted the battlefield. Just when the Uchiha ninja troop arrived, the Hyuga reconnaissance troop at the other end of the Lingshan Gorge discovered the situation for the first time, and then issued an order immediately. The order was transmitted very quickly, and the camp of the Hyuga clan quickly received the news. The Hyuga Patriarch Hyuga Tenin, who was sitting on the top, looked at the message in his hand and looked around, watching the ninja now, and said in a deep voice, "The ninja army of the Uchiha clan has arrived. I don't know what you can do." Hearing what Hyuga Tenin said below, he whispered to each other and began to discuss. If you look closely at the people discussing in front of you, you can see that this group of ninjas is not only the ninjas of the Hyuga clan, and there are more than 30 Jonin ninjas belonging to other families. It seems that the alliance family of the Hyuga clan also supports the Hyuga clan. Patriarch Hyuga, I think we should take the form of an assault to wipe out the opponent. At this time, a foreigner Jonin stood up suddenly and said that there was a mud pattern on the cuff of the foreigner's Jonin. This group was the emblem of the Yushi clan, the old adversary of the Amamiya clan. Assault. Hearing this, Hyuga Tenin fell into deep thought. He recalled the information he had obtained a few days ago. The members of the Hyuga family used Byakugan to explore a situation in the gorge of the mountain range. He remembered the news, and he slapped the table with a deep voice. Tell. In that case. Then choose to raid the Uchiha clan. Chapter 13. While Hyuga was talking about how to fight against the Uchiha clan, Uchiha's troop station was also discussing vigorously. Uchiha Tajima also knew at this moment that the Hyuga clan had been supported by the alliance family, and the opposing force also came to the garrison a day ago, and the ninjas of the two sides returned to the same level of strength once again. Hundreds of Jonin who knew the news. After heated discussions, Uchiha Tajima finally decided to use vanguard assault methods to launch an attack on the Hyuga clan. First, send the vanguard troops to launch a surprise attack on the Hyuga clan in the dark, and use the sudden attack to inflict heavy damage on the opponent. Then send a small force to bypass the gorge of the mountain range and attack the rear of Hokage, causing chaos in the rear of the opponent. And to destroy the opponent's supply side, the opponent lost the resources to support the war, and through the attacks of the two sides, the large forces defeated the opponent in one fell swoop. After Uchiha determined this strategy, Uchiha's large forces began to act. First of all, the Hokage clan will definitely defend the outside of the mountain valley to prevent the Uchiha coalition forces from bypassing the valley and attacking the rear. Therefore, the small force that goes to the rear to raid and destroy the supply must be strong, so Uchiha Tajima took on this task himself. The vanguard of the night raid was led by Uchiha Zero, an elder of the Uchiha family. Although this elder is only in his 30s, his strength is not lower than Uchiha Tajima. Turning on the three Gojade even reached the shadow level, so the vanguard assault force was led by this elder. Big brother Tien, what troop have we been assigned to? As soon as Amamiya Tien and Amamiya Ling finished their meeting, Amamiya asked quickly from the left wing. My spirit and I have been assigned to the vanguard raid team, while you and Dao Ren are staying in the camp waiting for the final battle. Amamiya Tien heard the words and replied. After the left wing waits for me and Ling to leave, you must take care of Dao Ren and don't let him go wrong. Amamiya Tien said in a deep voice, then turned to look at Dao Ren. Dao Ren, stay in the camp, and try not to go out if there is nothing to do, you know. Yes, I will be honest. Dao Ren was a little helpless after hearing this. Amamiya Tien looked at Dao Ren's indifferent appearance and sighed helplessly. The vanguard is about to launch a surprise attack on the Hokage coalition forces tonight, so I'm going to prepare first. Amamiya turned around and left with Ling when he finished speaking, while Dao Ren was thinking aside. There is definitely no way to join the vanguard raid. After all, it is a raid so the strength must be strong, because the place of the raid is the base camp of the Hokage clan. If you don't have the strength of Jonin, going there is tantamount to death. And now Dao Ren is in urgent need of fighting to enrich himself, so the best way to ensure safety is to join the patrol force. Maybe he may encounter some enemies during the patrol. Dao Ren had a good idea and decided to wait for Amamiya to leave and apply for the inspection mission in the camp. Amamiya Dioran, come out for me. When Dao Ren was thinking about how to obtain the mission, there was a cold drink from outside the tent. Hearing this voice, Dao Ren felt a little familiar, but couldn't remember, so he could only look out of the tent. Huh? Uchiha Madara. Dao Ren saw that there was a little boy about 8 years old standing outside the tent. The little boy had a hedgehog head and his eyes were full of arrogance. His face looked like Long Aotian, not who Madara was. Read more at hottentalnovel.xyz. Madara, why are you here? Dao Ren walked out and looked at Madara questioningly. Huh? Can you be here? Can't I be here? Madara felt angry when she heard Dao Ren's words. Is she worthy to hide in the Uchiha family? Haha, I just didn't expect that Tajima Patriarch would agree with you to come to the battlefield. Looking at the angry Madara, Dao Ren felt a little confused, so she explained. I came to the battlefield to make myself stronger. Madara's anger just disappeared when she heard Dao Ren's words, but a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth and looked at Dao Ren provocatively. Really? Tomorrow I will apply for an inspection mission at the camp. How can I be interested together? Dao Ren looked at Madara with a smile. Inspection mission. Madara fell into deep thought when she heard the words, predicted the difficulty and danger of this task, and then looked up. Then it is so decided. After Madara finished speaking, she hurriedly left. Seeing Madara Dao Ren who was leaving, she scratched her head. She didn't know what Madara was doing here. After a few words, she left. You decide to apply for an inspection mission. When Madara had just left, the left wing came out and looked at Dao Ren and asked in a deep voice. Well, the inspection task is the simplest task. Since we are on the battlefield, we must do something. Daoren quickly replied. Is it? After hearing the words, the left wing measured the degree of danger of this task, and finally said in a deep voice. Then you should be careful. If you are in danger, don't act aggressively, use your giant bird to escape. Yes. Daoren quickly replied. And the next day came soon after Daoren decided on the mission. Early in the morning, Daoren and Madara came to the mission office of the camp and applied for the mission of inspection. Because of Madara's identity, the Uchiha tribe who issued the task quickly arranged the task for the two of them. In addition to Daoren and Madara, there are 3 other Uchiha ninjas. 2 of them are genin like Daoren, and the last is jonin. As expected, Prince Uchiha, an inspection mission with jonin to follow. Seeing jonin also participating in the inspection mission, Daoren couldn't help muttering. Set off. The jonin of Uchiha was named Uchiha-hi, and he led the inspection mission. The inspection location was in the jungle in front of the camp. The front of the jungle is a blank area between the two forces, so this mission has a half chance of encountering the ninjas of the Hyoga clan, so it can be regarded as a threatening inspection mission. Rainy. Several people quickly rushed out of the camp and drove towards the jungle under the order. The inspection mission does not have a special purpose or route. It is just to detect whether there are any members of the Hyoga coalition forces in the jungle ahead. So after they came to the jungle, under the leadership of this jonin, several people began to scurry in the jungle. It seems that there are no ninjas of the Hyoga alliance. After about 3 hours of inspection, the 5 people did not find the ninja on the other side of Hyoga at all. Seeing the OK Uchiha genin couldn't help letting go of their guard and quite leisurely. Haha. The Hyoga clan must be afraid of us, the Uchiha family, so we must be hiding in our camp at this moment. Another Uchiha genin burst into laughter when he heard the words, his tone full of pride. And just after the conversation between the 2 men, when Uchiha jonin was about to reprimand the 2 for being careful, a low drink suddenly came from the right of the 5-man troop. 8 trigrams empty palm. As these low-pitched words blasted in the ears of several people, a terrifying air pressure slammed into the corner of the jungle below. Before the 2 talking and laughing Uchiha genin could react, they were knocked out by the terrifying air pressure, hemoptysis in their mouths, and finally fell to the ground with a muffled sound, their eyes protruding, losing their vitality. Chapter 14. Assault. Seeing this, Uchiha and he suddenly uttered an angry shout. Before the anger was finished, he saw a dark figure rushing out from under the trees, shouting at Uchiha and in an attacking posture. 8 trigrams 64 palms. 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms, 64 palms. The fast-attacked Hyoga tribe showed up in the 8 trigrams field, and then his hands turned into after-images and quickly slapped Uchiha and Uchiha's body. The last 64 palms exploded with great power, a powerful force. The trees all around snapped off. Boom. Uchiha and his body flew out after being hit a tree with a bang, and disappeared into smoke. Clone technique. The Hyoga tribe became vigilant at this moment, and Byakugan 360 observed Uchiha and hidden behind the tree, so he let out a low drink in his mouth. 8 trigrams empty palm. Boom. The powerful spirit was pushed out from the hand of the Hyoga ninja, and the tree in front was directly broken by a palm. Hidden behind the trees, Uchiha and he suddenly screamed and backed away quickly. At the same time, a trace of scarlet flashed through his pitch-black eyes, and the 3 guyus spinning in his eyes looked very weird. Rainy. Following this brief confrontation, Uchiha confronted the Hyoga ninja who had just attacked. Daoren and Madara were holding Kiwa vigilant around back to back. When both sides were in a stalemate, 2 dark shadows sprang out from the woods below, and came to the Hyoga ninja's side, grinning grinningly at Daoren. 2 Hyoga ninjas, 1 Yoshi family ninja. Daoren watched the 3 people in front of him slowly become serious. Because the aura of these three people is extremely tyrannical, at least one of them has Jonin, and the remaining two have at least special Jonin strength. On Daoren's side, except for Uchiha and Jonin, Daoren and Madara's strengths are not stable. It is possible to defeat Jonin through sneak attacks and tactics, so the strengths and weaknesses of both sides can be seen at a glance. How could the ninjas of the Hyuga clan appear here? Uchiha and the three people in front of them just felt terrified. It is not the three people in front of Uchiha who are scared, but how the three powerful ninjas who amazed each other suddenly appeared here. You know, if it is a tour, it is impossible to send three such masters to tour. So the only situation is that the Hyuga coalition forces have a new action, and Uchiha who thinks of it knows that he must bring this news back. Do it? The leading Hyuga ninja did not give Uchiha and the time to think, and after a glance at the three of them, he quickly rushed to Uchiha and Uchiha. The other two special Jonin also rushed towards Daoren and Madara quickly, trying to kill them for the first time, and then support the ninja who was fighting against Uchiha and Madara. Madara, ready to do it? Read more at hotentillnovel.xyz. Daoren smiled at the two people who rushed. Huh. I don't need you to tell me to. Madara snorted when she heard the words, staring at the hostile ninja who was rushing. The kunao in her hand was getting tighter and tighter. Then you are careful. Seeing Madara's vigilant appearance, Daoren smiled slightly, took out the clay and made a giant bird without hesitation, and flew towards the sky with the giant bird in one leap. Amamaya Daoren, you fellow. Madara saw Daoren flying directly into the sky in a giant bird, but she didn't feel like she came up. What's going on? Say good kindness, love, and love to deal with the enemy together. No matter how friendly the intercontinental missile is launched, it will be launched. Madara, who thought of this, was as uncomfortable as eating a fly, and shouted at Daoren with an ugly face. Madara, you should be careful when the other party rushes over. Daoren saw this deep voice, and at the same time grabbed the clay to create a biplane and threw it towards the two ninjas rushing below. Huh! The two-winged bird is so fast that it came to the two ninjas almost in the blink of an eye. The Hyuga ninja looked at the flying two-winged bird Byakugan and instantly spotted the chakra mixed in the clay. The Hyuga ninja who saw this immediately gave a low voice. Be careful, there is chakra in the clay. Revolving heaven. The people of the Hyuga clan stretched out their hands flat after speaking, and sprayed a large amount of chakra from their palms. The body quickly rotated, and a huge chakra ball instantly enveloped the Hyuga ninja. The Yoshi ninja on the side knew what was going on when he saw this, so his hands Jian went straight into the ground and disappeared. Drink. Seeing this, Daoren knew that the battle might not be so simple. With the help of Byakugan, the detonating clay had nowhere to hide. With the help of Byakugan, the detonating clay could not be used as a sneak attack. Boom. With Daoren's low drink, the detonating clay swelled rapidly to produce a huge explosion, and Madara took this opportunity to take a deep breath and shouted. Fire style great fireball technique. Huh. The huge fireball slammed into the Hyuga ninja with a billowing heat wave. However, both of them obviously underestimated Revolving Heaven, who was deployed by a special envoy. The gigantic Revolving Heaven whirled and produced a harsh rubbing sound. Neither the detonating clay nor the great fireball technique had any effect on this Hyuga ninja. Earth-style heart decapitation technique. After Madara uttered a fire style, there was a low drink instantly from her feet. Hearing this sound, Madara jumped up without hesitation, grabbed 3 detonating charms and 3 kunao from the ninja bag, and threw them towards the ground. Boom! Madara detonated before the detonation talisman touched the ground. The violent explosion ignited again, and thick smoke went straight into the sky. 8 trigrams mountain break. At the moment when the explosion occurred, a figure quickly rushed out of the smoke and dust. This figure jumped high, the blue veins on both sides of his eyes violently, his hands pushed forward, and the terrifying chakra weather turned into a typhoon and roared towards Daoren in the sky. Daoren saw the hurriedly controlling giant bird flying towards the sky, and at the same time grabbed the clay in his hands. 3 small birds and 3 grasshoppers immediately threw them from their hands and blasted them towards the Hokage ninja. Drink. Seeing that the chakra wind was about to hit him, Daoren screamed and detonated 3 little birds, resisting the attack of the chakra wind. At the same time, relying on the cover of the explosion, the grasshopper fell on the ground and quickly rushed towards the Hokage ninja. In front of Byakugan in Hokage, all attacks were futile. The Hokage ninja snorted and pushed his hands out again. The grasshopper was smashed by the 8 trigram's air palm before he even got close to the Hokage. I rub. In the future, who would dare to say that Hyoga's Byakugan is weak if I don't slap him twice? Daoren cursed inwardly as he watched his attack completely useless. The opponent controls the advantage of the sky. It is impossible to kill the opponent immediately, so it is better to kill the other kid first. Hokage ninja stared at him with blinking eyes, and then turned his body and directly abandoned Daoren and rushed towards Madara. Chapter 15. I wipe it? Madara was shocked when he watched another Hokage ninja rush towards him, then turned and ran. What a joke, a special agent made Madara busy coping with it, and now this Hokage ninja doesn't know what medicine he took, but he ignores Daoren and rushes towards him. Who am I to provoke? What's going on? Seeing Hokage ninja even ignoring himself and attacking Madara, Daoren was at a loss for a moment, but seeing Madara's miserable appearance, Daoren quickly urged the giant bird to fly towards Madara. Jump up! Daoren gave a low cry as the giant bird rushed towards Madara. Madara was suddenly overjoyed when he watched Daoren flying above him, and leaped towards the giant bird. Earth-style rock stealer. Looking at Madara, who was about to flee, the Yoshi family ninja immediately launched an attack, and under the turbulence of chakra, a huge stone stick broke through the air and slammed into the bird. Fire-style great fireball technique. Seeing the swiftly hitting the rock stick, Madara twisted quickly, exhaling a huge flame from her mouth and hitting the rock thief. Seeing this, Daoren quickly grabbed Madara and caught Madara on top of the giant bird, and then the detonating clay in his hand quickly created several grasshoppers and threw them toward the ground. Boom! The great fireball collided with the rock thief and exploded. Thick smoke billowed and rushed towards the surroundings. The Hokage ninja, who had not taken a shot, saw this and shouted loudly. 8 trigrams mountain break. Boom! The violent chakra wind swept in again, and the smoke and dust produced in front was directly blown away by the chakra wind. Daoren didn't hesitate to watch the chakra wind that was hitting quickly, and he manipulated the giant bird to fly quickly towards the sky. At the same time, he pinched out a biplane again and slammed into the chakra wind. Drink. Daoren directly detonated the clay after climbing a certain distance. The Hokage ninja saw this astonishment, because the Hokage ninja actually saw that there were a few small chakras beside him. Seeing these chakras, the Hokage ninja did not hesitate to step back and shout at the same time. Quick back. Okay. Hearing the words of the Hokage ninja, the ninja of the Yoshi family looked down and saw that 3 grasshoppers made of clay were actually at his feet. The Yoshi ninja, who had long known the power of explosive clay, backed away without hesitation. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. But what Yoshi ninja didn't expect was that the grasshopper jumped high and rushed at this moment, not slower than the Yoshi ninja's retreat speed. Boom! Finally, the grasshoppers and biplanes exploded violently with a loud shout from Daoren. The terrifying energy expanded rapidly, and smoke billowed. Stab! Madara was unwilling to show weakness when she saw this. The 3 shurikens in her hand quickly threw out, and the 3 transparent western lines followed behind the shurikens, making it impossible to notice. Ahem! There was a cough in the place where it just exploded, and then I saw Yoshi ninja's wounds bursting through the gunpowder and rushing towards Daoren. At the same time, the mark was quickly formed, and a big mud dragon jumped immediately under his feet, carrying the Yoshi ninja. Rise quickly! The ninja of Yoshi family shot down Madara's shuriken directly after seeing it. Seeing this, Madara showed a sneer and pulled the western line in his hand. The shot-down shuriken flew again, and after the three shurikens collided together, they changed their direction and stabled toward the dead corner of the Yoshi ninja. Hateful! Seeing this sudden change, the ninja of Yoshi family uttered a roar, and quickly formed a seal in his hand, and then saw that the skin of the Yoshi family ninja turned to earthy gray, looking like it was covered by a layer of mud. Sclerosis? But this one can't withstand the detonation clay. Daoren saw this with a sneer, and did not hesitate to pinch out a biplane to hit the Yoshi ninja, and then detonated the clay mercilessly. The billowing heat engulfed the Yoshi ninja in his desperate eyes. 1. Madara saw this excited shout, but as soon as these words fell in their ears, they heard a low drink. 8 trigrams mountain break. No. Hurry up and jump. Hearing this voice, Daoren suddenly knew that Hyuga ninja didn't care about Yoshi ninja's life and death to create opportunities for himself. Thinking of this, Daoren grabbed Madara's hand and jumped directly towards the ground. When the two of them just jumped down, they saw a terrifying chakra wind swept away, and the giant clay bird was directly shattered by the bombardment. 8 trigrams empty palm. The Hyuga ninja saw Daoren and Madara evading the blow and attacking again, pushing them with both hands and slamming into them quickly. Hateful! Madara watched the energetic hitting again, pressing her hands on Daoren, pushing Daoren's body away. And Madara also took advantage of this power to put her hands together, and saw that Madara had only made a seal, and a huge fire dragon was condensed in front of her. The fire dragon roared and quickly slammed into Chi-Jin. After contacting the fire dragon, Chi-Jin was directly blasted without any obstacle, and then the fire dragon enveloped the Hyuga ninja with a terrifying temperature. Revolving heaven. Hyuga ninja looked at the fire dragon and was startled. Obviously, he didn't expect the Uchiha kid in front of him to be able to use such a powerful ninjutsu, so he hurriedly used revolving heaven, hoping to withstand this attack. Biplanes rely on you. A Daoren who jumped and landed safely on the tree again looked at the violent fire dragon. He didn't think much about grabbing a huge pile of clay and creating 3 biplanes to hit the Hyuga ninja. Art is an explosion. Drink. Daoren watched as the 2-winged bird rushed away, and the 2 fingers merged to detonate the clay in a low shout. Boom. The 3 biplanes swelled rapidly, and finally exploded violently. The violent explosion energy surged. The revolving heaven, which had been consumed by the dragon fire technique, was immediately overwhelmed by this violent explosion. The ruthless energy was directly swallow the Hyuga ninja in revolving heaven. Boom. Madara, who used the dragon fire technique, fell to the ground fiercely and made Madara frown, but Madara couldn't care about the pain in her body and stood up quickly, panting heavily in her chest and whispered. As the smoke in front of Madara's words slowly dissipated, the Hyuga ninja just now was lying on the ground covered in scars, motionless, obviously losing his vitality. Success. Madara couldn't help but smile when she saw this low sip. Daoren looked at the Hyuga ninja lying on the ground and sighed. Without Madara's dragon fire technique, it would be impossible to defeat this Hyuga ninja easily. Thinking of this, Daoren couldn't help but praise the power of Madara. It deserves to be called Lord Madara. At this age, he has mastered the B-level ninjutsu like the dragon fire technique. Chapter 16. How is the battle over there? Daoren and Madara turned their heads after their battle ended, and found that Uchiha and the Hyuga Jonin were still fighting fiercely. The other 2 ninjas who looked at him by Hyuga Jonin were beheaded by the 2 children and suddenly cursed at trash. Then he pushed forward with both hands, separated from Uchiha and fled towards the depths of the jungle. You 2 are great. Uchiha and Jonin watched Hyuga escape but did not pursue them. They turned to look at Madara and Daoren, who had killed the other two ninjas, and said, then changed their tone. This time the mission is over, we hurried back to the camp to inform the elders of this matter. Daoren and Madara nodded when they heard this. 3 powerful hostile ninjas appeared not far from the Uchiha camp. How did the other party break through the exploration of the Uchiha coalition forces? The few people who thought of this smelled an unusual smell, so they just let the Hyuga Jonin escape. Ding! As the 3 of them hurried back to the camp, Daoren suddenly remembered a sound. He was taken aback when he heard this sound, and then became excited for an instant. He looked at an achievement named First Mission in the system between the systems. Bright, a silver treasure chest appeared in front of Daoren. Whether to open the treasure chest? The cold mechanical sound of the system came, and Daoren quickly replied. Turn on. Following Daoren's orders, the silver treasure chest shook for a while, and then I saw a peculiar kunao appearing in front of Daoren. Watching this kunao, a message flashed in Daoren's mind, the first stage of Flying Thunder God technique. FK. After Daoren received this information, he only felt like a pie had fallen from the sky. He didn't expect that this lucky draw was so powerful that he actually won the legendary Flying Thunder God technique, and the karma in front of him is a special coordinate system. Kunao, read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Do you accept it? The cold voice of the system came again. Daoren nodded quickly after hearing it. Receive. Under Daoren's order, the information of the first phase of Flying Thunder God was passed into Daoren's mind, and the gift coordinate kunao also appeared in Daoren's ninja bag. When this news came, Daoren instantly knew the principle of Flying Thunder God's first stage, and at the same time knew how to make Flying Thunder God's special kunao. Daoren, who received the information, also knew the content of the first phase of Flying Thunder God. The first stage of Flying Thunder God is also the most primitive stage. If you want to move instantaneously, you must use specific items to formulate the corresponding coordinates, and then make a space jump toward the location of the coordinates. Although it is only the most basic space jump, the practicability of this ninjutsu is extremely high, and it is known as an escape weapon. With this technique, I won't be afraid anymore. There was a burst of joy in Daoren's heart. Daoren, who has a giant bird and Flying Thunder God, can now say that as long as he doesn't meet a strong shadow, no one can leave himself on the battlefield. Hey, what are you guys laughing at? Madara on the side looked at Daoren and asked with a smirk. Ahem. Are you there? Maybe you are too happy. After all, you defeated 2 powerful ninjas. Daoren coughed and replied at random with a reason. Humph. Madara snorted when she heard the words, but a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, apparently satisfied with her performance just now. Huh? You shouldn't be very happy too, you see you are laughing. Daoren looked at Madara with a faint smile, then looked at Madara maliciously and teased. You guy. Madara's face flushed immediately upon hearing this, and she stared at Daoren in anger. Haha. Daoren laughed at Madara's appearance, tickling Madara's angry teeth. When the 2 made fun of them, the 3 also returned to the camp. Daoren and Madara went to hand in the task, while Uchiha took what they had just experienced to find the elder of the Uchiha family sitting in the camp, and let him decide this. Things. What will happen is beyond the reach of Daoren and Madara. After submitting the task, the 2 went back to the place where they lived and prepared to cultivate and regain their spirits. Daoren had just returned to the place where he lived, and before he took a few minutes, he saw the left-wing eldest brother hurried back from outside. Chapter 17. What happened to Big Brother left? Seeing the left wing in such a hurry, Daoren asked curiously. After seeing Daoren, the left wing had a hint of haste in his tone. Daoren, did you meet a ninja of the Hyuga clan when you just went out for a mission? Huh? How do you know, Big Brother left? Daoren was stunned when he heard the words. He just came back, and the news was probably only reported. How could the left-wing eldest brother find out so soon? When you went to patrol, a Uchiha member who was seriously injured was rescued by other patrol teams. This person brought back a message. That is, the vanguard on the front line did not know why they were attacked, and the direction of the attack was behind the vanguard. The vanguard forces are now trapped in a valley struggling to resist the attack of the Hokage clan. The left wing spoke out the news it had just received. How is it possible? How can the Hokage coalition forces bypass the vanguard and attack? Daoren felt something wrong after hearing this. The Lingshan Gorge is divided into two ends. The Uchiha coalition forces and the Hokage coalition forces each occupy one end. They are far apart, but they have not been able to escape the Uchiha coalition surveillance en route. But now the left wing says that the vanguard's assault troops were attacked from behind, and now they are trapped in the gorge of Lingshan. This kind of thing is obviously unreasonable. The elder Uchiha who was in the camp at first did not believe it, but just now your mission encountered the ninja of the Hokage clan, and finally attracted the attention of elder Uchiha. After hearing this, the left wing shook his head and said helplessly. Hearing the words of the left wing, Daoren fell into contemplation. The Lingshan Gorge was very large, with valleys and jungles in the middle. The two coalition forces were at each end of the gorge. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. In order to prevent a sneak attack by the other side, the two coalition forces sent out spies to detect each other's every move. There are hundreds of ninjas in the vanguard assault force, and each of them is of high strength. It takes at least 200 or more ninjas to attack them and besiege them. So many ninjas appeared from behind the vanguard but weren't noticed. The only explanation is that the Hokage clan must have found a way to go to the back of the vanguard. Through this path, the ninjas were transferred and then attacked the vanguard. But before the war, the ninjas of the Uchiha coalition forces almost turned the Lingshan Gorge upside down and couldn't find the secret passage. How did the Hokage find it? Daoren thought secretly. Byakugan. When Daoren was puzzled, he suddenly thought of the Hokage clan's bloodline limit, the scouting eye that can detect 360 degrees without blind spots. If you use Byakugan to explore the terrain, can you find a secret road that the Uchiha coalition cannot find? Daoren, who thought of this, thought it was very likely. Then what's Uchiha's attitude? Daoren thought of another problem. The vanguard assault force was only besieged, not wiped out. In other words, there is still a chance for rescue. As long as the Uchiha coalition forces suppress the territory, it is very likely that this vanguard assault force will be rescued. Now the camp has held a meeting to discuss whether or not to rescue the vanguard forces. The left wing shook his head when he heard the words and didn't know the result. Is it? After Daoren heard this, he fell silent. The vanguard is a powerful force composed of powerful people of various races, but this is a war. Every move of a large force may dominate the entire war. If a mistake is made, the war may be defeated. Therefore, even if the vanguard forces were besieged, the Uchiha coalition forces did not immediately go to rescue, because the war was not a trivial matter. If the rescue vanguard forces will bring great harm to this battle, then the large forces will probably not rescue them at all. This is not because the coalition forces do not want to save, but because the war is so cruel. What if the vanguard is abandoned for the ultimate victory? Big Brother Ling and Big Brother Tian are in the vanguard raid troops. If something happens to them. The left wing thought of Amamiya Tian and Amamiya Ling who participated in the raid. These two are the rare jonin of the Amamiya clan. If the two of them are damaged here, then the strength of the family will be greatly reduced. This is what Amamiya left wing does not want to see, so it was just like Amamiya left wing. Eager. I hope that Big Brother Tian and Big Brother Ling can come back safely. Daoren felt depressed in his heart. Although he knew Amamiya Tian and Amamiya Ling for a few days, Daoren truly felt their love for him. At this moment, Daoren also had a desire to become stronger for the first time in his heart. If the strength is strong enough like the later Uchiha Madara, there is no need for the so-called strategy, only one person can sweep the entire warring states. Chapter 18. I want to become stronger. So strong that no one in this world can restrain me. Daoren clenched his fists, and the desire to become stronger filled Daoren's heart at this moment, giving Daoren a clear goal for the first time. Left-wing eldest brother, I'm going to train. Thinking of this, Daoren turned his head and said, Daoren is still weak now, he can't intervene in the affairs of the coalition forces, so instead of worrying here, he should train quickly and compete for every second of kung fu to strengthen himself. Okay. Watching Daoren leave the left wing and nod in relief, the Amamiya clan needs such a ninja to prosper. Daoren now wants to train the Flying Thunder God technique he just acquired. Although Daoren now controls Flying Thunder God, he doesn't know anything about the cooperation with Flying Thunder God. Therefore, Daoren must combine Flying Thunder God with detonating clay before the battle between the two coalition forces in order to survive on the battlefield. Daoren, who came to the forest, did not immediately think about how to combine the explosive clay and Flying Thunder God, but sat down and made a special Flying Thunder God kunao. The first stage of Flying Thunder God is the most primitive stage, so if you want to jump in space, you can't do without coordinates. Without the coordinates of Kiwu, Daoren can't use Flying Thunder God at all. Daoren made up his mind and started to make it quickly. For his own safety, Daoren made all the more than 20 kunao in his ninja bag into special kunao to prevent the kunao from being exhausted during the battle. Daoren began training after the completion of the production. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Daoren's first training is to use Flying Thunder God's reaction ability, how to adapt to the speed brought by Flying Thunder God and how to effectively use Flying Thunder God in battle. Daoren threw the special kunao towards a big tree, and at the same time his body disappeared in a flash. Daoren, who appeared again, looked at the tree that suddenly appeared in front of him and jumped away with his feet. Flying Thunder God's space jump requires a strong reaction ability. When it reaches the opponent in an instant, it quickly shoots, and then kills the opponent. Daoren felt that he could not fully adapt to the things that suddenly appeared after using Flying Thunder God in the experiment just now, so he practiced again. Swish. Pieces of special kunao were thrown around by Daoren, and Daoren also jumped quickly following the coordinates, constantly avoiding obstacles that appeared suddenly, and constantly training his ability to control the sound of flying thunder. Ding ding. After Daoren threw the 3 kunao, they flashed quickly in the jungle like a black light, and with the last flash, Daoren hung upside down on the tree, and a special kunao was nailed to his feet. 5 hours to finally get used to the rapid feeling brought by Flying Thunder God. Although I can't control it like the later 4th Hokage, it is enough, and I can start to combine with my own detonating clay. Daoren jumped to the ground, embarrassed, and at the same time his chest was rising and falling violently. 5 consecutive hours of training and using Flying Thunder God have already exhausted Daoren's chakra. Had it not been for the Amamiya clan who had a huge amount of chakra, I am afraid Daoren would have died because of the excessive use of chakra. Train again tomorrow. The forest at night is extremely dangerous. Although Daoren wanted to combine Flying Thunder God with the detonating clay, but seeing the sun hung halfway up the mountain, he could only put the special Flying Thunder God away and walk towards the camp. When Daoren returned to the camp, he found that the atmosphere of the camp had changed. If there was a moment of silence before, then now it seems to be a deadly death. Daoren, who saw this, knew that the Uchiha coalition forces had already negotiated the results. Looking at this horrible scene, I am afraid that tomorrow the large forces will be completely pressed into the Lingshan Gorge and launch a full-scale attack on the Hyuga coalition forces. The battle is finally here. Daoren saw a glimmer of light in his eyes. Daoren, who has Flying Thunder God, believes that he can definitely achieve a huge harvest in this coalition war. Chapter 19. Sure enough, as Dao Ren expected, as soon as Dao Ren returned to the camp, he saw the left wing approaching, looking at Dao Ren solemnly. The results of the meeting have come out. The big army has decided to press into the rescue vanguard, so you must follow me in the battle tomorrow, and you must never leave me a step, you know. Yes. Dao Ren looked at the serious expression of the left wing and was moved. Several ninjas in the family often took care of themselves. They went on the battlefield to protect themselves from fear of their premature death. This made Dao Ren, who came to this world alone, felt a touch of warmth. After finishing the conversation with the left wing, Dao Ren began to prepare. The detonation clay has the characteristics of Flying Thunder God, the chakra recovery medicine similar to the Bingliang pill, and the medical bandage. Dao Ren is fully prepared for everything that can be used on the battlefield. Dao Ren returned to his residence to lie down after he was fully prepared to meet the upcoming battle. Early the next morning, the Uchiha coalition forces had already assembled in the square. Last night, after discussion, the coalition forces finally decided to send troops to the Lingshan Gorge to rescue the vanguard forces. Although the Lingshan Canyon is called a gorge, it is a whole mountain range. It takes at least one day to pass from where the Uchiha coalition forces are to the Hyoga coalition station. The vanguard of the coalition forces fell in the hinterland of the Lingshan Gorge, relying on the dangerous and painful resistance of the Hyoga coalition forces. If you don't go to the rescue soon, I am afraid that the elite troops of the vanguard will be wiped out one by the Hyoga coalition forces. The Hyoga clan arbitrarily provoked war and destroyed the original peace, making all the major families of the warring states period miserable. Now that the Uchiha coalition forces are willing to prevent this war, Uchiha will win. A member of the Uchiha clan looked at the Uchiha coalition forces below, first scorned the evil deeds of the Hyuga clan, and then shouted that he would win. Uchiha must win. Eliminate the Hyuga clan, and wipe the Hyuga clan from the warring states period. Destroy Hyuga and grab all the resources of Hyuga. Read more at hotantalnovel.xyz. The ninjas below heard the shouts, and the Uchiha people above nodded with satisfaction and waved their hands. The army is out. Rainy. With an order, the assembled Uchiha coalition forces quickly galloped toward the outside of the camp. This battle was a decisive battle, so the thousands of ninjas in the camp only left 100 to guard the camp in the camp. Go to the battlefield. Dao Ren. Just as Dao Ren and the left wing were also advancing with the large forces, a voice came from behind Dao Ren. Dao Ren turned his head and saw Madara and the three ninjas swiftly galloping in Dao Ren's direction. What's happening? Dao Ren slowed down when he heard the words. Madara watched Dao Ren's eyes flashing with approval, and finally said in a cold voice. The battlefield is not like the previous battles, and the individual strength is minimal, so, don't die. After Madara said these words, the three Uchiha ninjas swiftly left Dao Ren behind. Dao Ren looked at Madara who was disappearing and chuckled. I won't die, because I haven't become strong yet, so I will never allow myself to die on the battlefield. With the advance of the large forces, the coalition forces gradually penetrated into the hinterland of the Lingshan Gorge. As they got deeper and deeper, the coalition forces slowly walked out of the forest and came to the basin between the valleys. As they advanced, the surrounding environment became quieter and quieter, until finally only the sound of the coalition forces jumping could be heard. Prepare for battle. Just as Dao Ren was thinking about when he could reach the battlefield, the commander in the front suddenly let out an angry shout. Dao Ren heard the words and looked forward, and through the crowd Dao Ren saw the mighty Hyoga coalition forces at the other end of the canyon pushing quickly toward him. The decisive battle has begun. Dao Ren looked at the densely packed Hyoga coalition forces in front of him. Dao Ren knew that the great danger had come. If he was a little careless, he might sleep in this land forever. Finalize. The commander at the forefront looked at the mighty Hyoga coalition forces and exhaled angrily. With this anger, the Uchiha coalition forces, which were originally scattered, began to move, and instantly divided into 3 rows and 9 columns, and Daoren's position was the assault force in the middle. Knife team attack. The commander of the coalition forces watched the formation of the united forces, and looked at the approaching Hyoga coalition forces, and finally screamed up to the sky. Knife troops. Attack. Chapter 20. Roar. The cutting tool units standing in the front row roared up to the sky, and flew the cutting tool in their hands to the sky. The friction between the cutting tools and the air tore through the sky, the densely packed cutting tools fell from the sky like a torrential rain, and the cold light between the cutting tools shone like a thunder in the sky, which made people suffocating. What? At the moment when the knife fell in a heavy rain, the screams rushed into the sky, and the flesh and blood were instantly shocked from the Hyoga coalition camp like a sea tide. The cutting tool rained down, and the ninja of the Hyoga coalition watched his teammates' blood splashing and spilling on his face. The ninja heard the call of his family in a trance. As the cold light flashed, the good head rushed out with blood. Revolving heaven. The allied forces of Hyoga looked at the drizzle-like blades and screamed at the sky, and the Hyoga ninjas roared with chakra with their hands erupting violently. The huge chakra ball whizzed up, and the heavy raindrops of cutting tools fell directly on the chakra ball and bounced off. Uchiha's attack was easily received by the Hyoga coalition forces. Empty palm. The commander saw that even using revolving heaven, the coalition forces were injured and roared immediately. The Hyoga ninja heard that the two were in a team. One step forward, palms joined together. With a shocking roar, the giant palm pushed forward, and the terrifying chakra storm roared up, and the rock on the ground was crushed directly. A huge rock was hit by the chakra storm and flew out and hit the Uchiha coalition forces. Earth-style force. The Uchiha coalition forces looked at the chakra storm in the howling world, and their face changed drastically, and shouted at the coalition forces. The coalition forces received the order to step back horizontally. The Earth-style unit of the second unit stepped forward. Chakra gathered all over, and the rough palms pressed against the ground. The earth shook the huge earth wall and rumbling. It rises from the middle, one after the other, one after another, and the front of the Uchiha coalition forces are completely blocked. Boom. When the chakra storm swept across, the earth wall continued to collapse like paper. The ninjas of the Uchiha coalition screamed, chakra burst out, and the violent chakra broke through the entire land. The ground seemed to be roaring, one after another. Larger and stronger soil walls rose from the ground, no matter how the chakra storm raged ahead, can't break through. Assault troops attack. Seeing this, the coalition commander took a deep breath and watched the chakra fluctuation slowly subsiding, launching a final raid. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Kill. Thousands of ninjas screamed up to the sky after receiving this order, and the wind and cloud changed their colors and roared like thunder, almost piercing the sky. A group of silhouettes rushed quickly like a sharp arrow, leaping on the earth wall and fighting towards the Hyoga coalition forces. Hyoga allied forces, rush forward. The Hyoga coalition forces watched as the Uchiha coalition forces had launched an attack, and also issued a long scream. The Hyoga coalition forces received the order, and the 3-person team rushed away in the shape of a sharp knife. Stab. At the moment when the two armies met, flesh and blood flew across, and the stumped arm flew towards the sky with hot blood. The screams of each other's ups and downs continued to sound on the battlefield. Flames, hurricanes, boulders, and chakra storms continued to surge in this wide basin. The violent evil spirits and chakra made the sky blood red. This is war. This is war. Daoren flew in the coalition forces, watching the moment of the confrontation. The head of the ninja next to him flew up and roared, the mouth of the palm of his hand seemed to be laughing wildly, and a giant clay bird took Daoren up into the sky, making Daoren avoid the ninja troops. The first shock. Birds. After Daoren flew, he had no extra thoughts. Daoren only wanted to kill now, so that no one could threaten him, so that he could live safely. Call. The two biplanes was down with a loud breaking sound. Daoren yelled without hesitation when he saw this. Drink. Boom. The horrible explosion exploded violently between the expansion of the two winged birds, and the two Hyaga ninjas were smashed by the explosion without checking for a while, and the blood and flesh splashed 3 feet high. 8 trigrams empty palm. When Daoren launched the first round of attacks, Hyaga ninja had already discovered Daoren, a hostile ninja flying in the air. I saw the 3 Hyaga ninjas colliding with their palms, and a huge chakra vigor rushed towards Daoren like a tiger roar. Fly high. Seeing the violent chakra, Daoren's face looked like he quickly manipulated the giant bird towards the sky. But the position where Daoren was just now was directly hit by an empty palm, and the entire space was a bit turbulent. If he was hit, he would definitely die. Rainy. Just after Daoren avoided the combined blow of the empty palm, the overwhelming blade suddenly fell from the sky. Daoren heard the sound of breaking through the air and turned his head and saw that one of the Hyaga coalition forces was holding a huge scroll. The dense blades turned into a giant dragon from the scroll and whizzed up, and finally bit at Daoren. Damn it! The battlefield is too dangerous. Just dodging a blow and falling into danger, Daoren yelled and manipulated the giant bird into the air again to avoid the blow. The detonating clay in his hand was not reserved and thrown toward the ground, and the two winged birds, grasshoppers, small birds, and spiders fell on the ground one by one. Art is an explosion. Drink. After Daoren flew high enough, he folded his fingers together and gave a low voice. The detonating clay underneath shook each other up and down. The Hyaga ninja who was next to him was swallowed by the explosion before he could react. Chapter 21. The dangerous explosive is Earth style. Use lightning style to attack. Seeing Daoren's terrifying detonation of clay, a foreign ninja in the Hyaga coalition hurriedly shouted. The ninja had just finished shouting the sentence, a blood stain appeared on the neck, a pair of scarlet eyes and 3 Guyus harvested the ninja, and then rushed to other Hyaga ninjas. Although the ninja just died, but what he said has been successfully conveyed. I saw the lightning-style ninja in the Hyaga coalition quickly press on the ground, the purple thunder and lightning turned into the thunder snake towards the ground. The grasshopper and spider bite away. After the detonating clay came into contact with thunder and lightning, the chakra inside immediately dissipated and became a dumb thunder. Other ninjas saw that the lightning style could indeed limit the detonation clay, so they used the lightning style to destroy dangerous explosives. Standing on top of the giant bird and watching his explosives were found shortcomings instantly, he became serious. Although lightning style can limit the detonation clay, you absolutely can't limit this trick. Seeing this, Daoren suddenly smiled, manipulating the giant bird to fly higher, ensuring that it is impossible to be hit. Daoren took out a strange kunao. Then he grabbed a pile of clay, and then spit out a Daoren-like clay clone appearing beside Daoren. The clay clone looked at Daoren with a smile and took the special kunao, and then threw it to the ground. The special kunao broke through the sky and finally fell around the Hyaga ninja. At this moment, the clay clone disappeared from the giant bird and appeared next to the Hyaga ninja. Art is an explosion. Drink. Daoren yelled when he saw the hands folded, and the clay clone appeared out of thin air with a grinning smile and rushed towards the first 3 Hyaga ninjas. Read more at hotentillnovel.xyz. Before a few people could react, they hugged a ninja, the body swelled rapidly, and the terrifying energy swept away. 3 Hyaga ninjas were swallowed for the first time, and a huge mushroom cloud rose from the battlefield to make people look sideways. This is the Flying Thunder God explosion. Daoren nodded satisfied looking at the scene below. Although the battle below was cruel and fierce, Daoren was invincible in the air. Now there is Flying Thunder God, you can create a sticky clone and then let the clone use Flying Thunder God to explode in front of the enemy, so that Daoren can kill the enemy while ensuring his safety. However, this technique has a shortcoming, that is, the special kunao can no longer be used. Daoren felt it for a while, and the kunao with the Flying Thunder God rune was also buried in the explosion, which made Daoren a little pity. But even so, this trick is considered half invincible. As long as the special karma is not enough and there is no way to restrict the air, Daoren can completely consume the enemy slowly. Thinking of this, Daoren looked at the Hyoga enemy under him with a cold smile. The clay clone appeared again, and the Flying Thunder God's kunao flew out again, and a huge explosion slowly rose from the ground. Kill the ninja above. The commander of the Hyoga coalition forces suddenly roared when he saw this, and the Hyoga coalition forces lost 6 ninjas in just 2 attacks. If this continues, the Hyoga ninjas will probably lose even more. The commander issued an order, and 10 Hyoga ninjas gathered together, held hands and surrounded the city in a circle, and Chakra passed between the 10. In the end, Chakra, who saw 10 people, gathered on one person in an instant, and saw this person let out a terrifying roar, pushing and shouting with both hands. 8 trigrams mountain break. Boom. A huge explosion blasted out in an instant, and the terrifying Chakra storm was pushed out by one of its palms and turned into a huge Chakra dragon whizzing away, biting towards Daoren. Not good. Seeing the Chakra dragon hitting it, the space was shaken. Daoren knew that his airspace was not safe. The Hyoga clan was able to combine the power of the people to issue such a violent mountain-breaking blow. Thinking of this, Daoren didn't hesitate to throw Flying Thunder God's special kunao to the ground. When the Chakra dragon was about to hit the giant bird, his body disappeared on the giant bird in a flash. Daoren detonated the giant bird before he left. The giant bird swelled and exploded with huge energy and collided with the Chakra dragon, making a thunderous roar. The Uchiha coalition forces are advancing. Just as Daoren used Flying Thunder God to escape from the sky, the commander of the Uchiha coalition forces issued a new order. The main purpose of the coalition forces is to rescue the vanguard forces, so now they can only brave the Hyoga coalition forces to press forward. Chapter 22. Daoren used the Flying Thunder God to move from above the giant bird to the bottom in an instant, and there happened to be a ninja from the Hyoga alliance near the place where he appeared. The ninja stared at Daoren, who appeared suddenly, but at that moment, Daoren's kunao had already cut through the ninja's throat, and hot blood was sprayed on Daoren's face, making Daoren look like somewhat ferocious. Earth-style Earth Dragon Bullet. When Daoren pierced the ninja's throat, a ninja on the side stared at Daoren suddenly, groaning in his mouth. Violent chakras sprayed out, and a huge earth dragon pulled up and sprayed mud towards Daoren. Family. The war is so cruel. Seeing the madness and sorrow in the eyes of this ninja, Daoren instantly knew the context. Even so, Daoren didn't keep his hands in the slightest. Daoren's hands once again shot away with a specially made lasing shot, and Daoren's figure disappeared for the first time. The ninja using the Earth Dragon bullet suddenly coughed, and the neck was cut at some point, and his life continued to dissipate with the blood. Finally, he gave Daoren a bitter look and fell to the ground and lost his vitality. 8 trigrams 64 palms. When Daoren killed the ninja, a Hyoga ninja had already jumped, and a huge 8 trigrams appeared at the feet of Daoren and the Hyoga ninja, and then he saw the Hyoga ninja flapping his hands quickly, clicking like a storm on Daoren. Read more at hotentleNovel.xyz. Not good. This Hyoga ninja finally felt something wrong after attacking 64 palms. Then he saw the other end of the battlefield through Byakugan. A teenager was looking at him coldly, while Daoren in front of him turned into a clay avatar. Is this the Flying Thunder God? The most ideal effect can be exploded with the detonation clay. Daoren used Flying Thunder God again after killing the Earth-style ninja, and also left a clay clone. The ambushing Hyaga ninja attacked at the very moment, and the raindrop-like intensive attack quickly ended. After the end, the Hyaga ninja realized that Daoren in front of him was a clay clone. Seeing this avatar, Hyoki ninja let out a sorrowful laugh, hating him for having Byakugan, but he didn't even find the clay avatar. Burst. Daoren did not hesitate to detonate this clone. The violent energy swallowed the ninja for the first time. The flying thunder god was so fast that Byakugan could not catch it. It blinded Byakugan in an instant, which eventually led to the death of this Hyaga ninja. That boy. The commander, who was sitting in the rear directing the battle of the Hyaga coalition forces, watched Daoren actually use ninjutsu like body flicker technique and said in a low voice, "Body flicker technique, or, time and space ninjutsu. 8 trigrams mountain break." The commander thought that there was a hint of murder in his eyes, whether it was body flicker technique or space-time ninjutsu. Grasping the detonating clay with such a rapid speed would bring great disaster to the Hyaga coalition forces, so this young man must die. Boom! The commander's air-breaking strike was unrivaled, and the rock blocking the front was directly crushed. Daoren heard this movement and reacted for the first time. His body disappeared in a flash and then appeared next to the other end of Kiwu, and immediately created a giant bird, which flew towards the sky on the giant bird. Can't go on like this. Otherwise, it will be dangerous. After Daoren flew up, watching the mountain-breaking attack actually blasted a chasm, the 3 ninjas of the Uchiha coalition were blasted into meat sauce without avoiding it. Seeing this, Daoren suddenly knew that his performance just now attracted the attention of some strong men. Most of the ninjas that Daoren had just fought were genin or chinin. If it attracted the attention of Jonin or the elite Jonin, Daoren would be in danger. The Jonin of the Hyaga clan is stronger than the average Jonin. Although Daoren is confident to remain undefeated, if the commander who just took the initiative to attack Daoren, then Daoren has only one way to escape. The elite Jonin is not comparable to Jonin. Chapter 23. Daoren, who was riding in the giant bird, breathed a sigh of relief, and then felt that he didn't have much chakra anymore, so he directly let the giant bird fly to the highest reach of the clouds and looked down at the ninja coalition forces that were getting smaller and smaller below. The Uchiha coalition forces have broken through the blockade of the Hyaga clan and gradually got rid of the Hyaga coalition forces. The Hyaga coalition did not seem to block the Uchiha coalition's breakthrough, and allowed the Uchiha coalition forces to continue deep into the hinterland of the Lingshan Canyon. A head-on confrontation gradually stopped when the Uchiha coalition forces continued to penetrate into the hinterland. It seems that the Hyaga clan is trying to wipe out the Uchiha coalition forces in one fell swoop. Daoren saw this and understood the current situation. The Hyaga coalition forces came to fight the Uchiha coalition forces to fight more of the momentum of the Uchiha coalition forces. Judging from the current situation, the Uchiha coalition forces have indeed been consumed a lot. Now the Uchiha coalition forces broke through the blockade of the Hyaga coalition forces and galloped towards the place where the vanguard forces were besieged. Even if the vanguard forces were rescued, they would definitely be attacked by the Hyaga coalition forces that followed. And at the forefront of the canyon is the base camp of the Hyaga coalition forces. When the Uchiha coalition forces are attacked before and after, they must have suffered heavy losses. What kind of power does the vanguard force have to force Uchiha to go to the rescue at the risk of being pinched? Daoren knew the direction of the next war, and so did the other ninjas in the Uchiha coalition. However, when they knew they would be flanked, they went to rescue. It only shows that the strength of the vanguard is very strong, so strong that the Uchiha coalition forces cannot give up this strength, so they risked rescue. As Daoren kept thinking about the various issues of the war, the coalition forces marched all the way and finally deepened into the hinterland of the Lingshan Canyon. Read more at hottentalnovel.xyz. There is a place in Lingshan Gorge surrounded by mountains, and that place is where the vanguard troops retreated. After the coalition forces rushed to the place where the vanguard troops retreated, they found that the Hokage coalition forces in the base camp were already waiting there. The Hokage coalition forces who had just fought with Uchiha also followed, encircling the Uchiha coalition forces before and after. It's not good. Daoren had returned to the coalition forces at this moment, and through the gap Daoren saw the Hokage ninja troops at the front and back. The troops in front were intact as before and were not harmed at all. In contrast, the Uchiha coalition forces have consumed half of the chakra after a short battle. The current situation is extremely unfavorable for the Uchiha coalition forces. Uchiha, this is your burial ground. A Hokage ninja at the forefront glanced sharply at the Uchiha coalition forces in front of him, with a terrifying aura, standing there and setting a Buddha to resist the thousands of ninja coalition forces in front of him. This is a shadow rank powerhouse. Daoren looked at the ninja in front of him and his eyes widened. With such a terrifying aura, he is not afraid of thousands of ninja coalition forces. Then only the shadow-level powerhouse can have such a momentum. Hinata Tenin, whose burial place is here, is unclear. The commander of Uchiha is a middle-aged man in his 40s, named Uchiha Gang, the elder of the Uchiha family. He is extremely powerful, and he is not afraid of the opposite Hokage Tenin, and shouts coldly at Hokage Tenin. It's useless to say more. Hokage ninja launches an attack. Hearing this, Hokage Tenin gave a cold cry, and the Hokage ninja behind him rushed forward like a shark smelling blood. When the Hokage coalition ninja rushed forward, the trailing Hokage coalition ninja also launched an attack on the Uchiha coalition as soon as possible. Uchiha just looked at the thousands of ninjas coming from both ends, and he took a deep breath, knowing that the battle to determine the victory of this war was about to break out, only to hear Uchiha just let out a long scream. Uchiha coalition forces, attack! Roar! After the ninjas of the Uchiha coalition forces got the order, they saw the ninjas at both ends step forward and spontaneously formed a wall of people. These ninjas rushed directly towards the Hokage coalition forces on both sides, holding kunao in their hands, and launched a fierce and undaunted charge. Chapter 24. Kill. The battle at both ends was handed over in a sound of killing, and the flesh and blood flew across and killed in awe. Then I saw Uchiha's second stage ninja once again forming a wall of people. These people quickly formed seals, flashing electric lights in their hands, and then pressed the ground. The violent current condensed and turned into a thunder dragon. Thunder Dragon roared and shook the sky with thunder light all over, opened his big mouth, and let out a silent roar, directly hitting the rushing Hokage ninja, and then moved across the entire Hokage ninja unit at an unabated speed. Hokage ninja. Air palm troops attack. The commander of the Hokage coalition forces saw this roar, and the ninjas of Hokage lined up immediately. The terrifying chakra was accumulated in the palm of his hand and pushed forward. The chakra storm rolled up for the first time, and the thunder dragon that had just crisscrossed the coalition forces was immediately wiped out. After the chakra storm wiped out the thunder dragon, the speed of the first stage Uchiha ninja who was holding kunao flew out without any reduction. Use earth style to defend against the chakra storm, and the rest of the ninjas will assist the attack. Watching the mind-numbing chakra storm swept across, the Uchiha coalition commander quickly commanded. Following the command of the commander, the ninjas of the Uchiha coalition used earth-style ninjutsu for the first time, and huge earth walls rose from the front to continuously resist the chakra storm. At the same time, the ninjas of the Uchiha coalition forces jumped on the dirt wall for the first time, sending out ninjutsu attacks. Fire-style Phoenix Fire Technique. Fire-style Great Fireball Technique. Fire-style Small Fire Extinguishes. Earth-style Earth Flow Big River. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Wind-style Big Breakthrough. All of a sudden, terrifying flames, hurricanes, and rocks continued to bombard the chakra storm. Although chakra storm was tyrannical, it was shattered by the bomb in the first time when it was hit by such a powerful attack. The ninja of the Uchiha coalition force also let out a roar upon seeing this, and rushed towards the Hyuga coalition force. Ding! The ninjas on both sides were fighting in this land, and the dull shouts and short roars made the mountains tremble. The ninjas of the two sides only wanted to kill each other at this moment, their sharp, scarlet eyes and the frontal fight with each other with a forward aura. The entire valley was shrouded in annihilated by the most fierce and bloody tragic aura. Hyuga coalition forces assault frontally. When the Uchiha coalition forces and the Hyuga coalition forces were head-on, Hyuga Tenin led the ninja to finally launch a fatal blow. The sturdy figure of the Hyuga ninja undulated like waves, and their mouths uttered earth-shaking shouts. These shouts passed on to each other and inspired each other to dispel the inexplicable fear in the coalition forces. Kobo in his hand was thrown into the sky with all his might. The knife falling from the sky dragged the torrential rain through the clear sky like a locust crossing, and the Uchiha ninja at the forefront fell to the ground for the first time. The ninja of the Hyuga coalition forces sprayed violent chakra with both hands, and the revolving heaven roared up, and the falling blade torrential rain did not hurt one of the Hyuga coalition ninjas. Uchiha. A Uchiha ninja was directly pierced by the falling knife and torrential rain. Before he died, he uttered a cry of sorrow and a scream. Crazy killing accompanied by fiery flames drove the ninjas of the two major coalition forces into madness. The war became more and more fierce, and more powerful men joined the battle. Until the end, the commanders of the two sides no longer commanded, and galloped toward the crazy bloodthirsty battlefield, like a tiger entering the mountains and forests, and all the ninjas who are close suddenly, flesh and blood flew. Art is an explosion. Daoren is in this crazy and bloodthirsty battlefield. At this moment Daoren has become a blood man. The blood on his body belongs to Daoren himself and his enemies. With the continuous killing, Daoren's chakras slowly dried up, but Daoren ignored the continued killing. He has no time to think at this moment, no time to observe whether there is a strong person close to him. Now he has only one idea, and that is to kill the opponent and survive. The war has come to its most intense moment with mutual killings. Revolving heaven. After Hyuga Tenin joined the battlefield, the terrifying power that the shadow-level powerhouse burst forth was immediately revealed. In just one revolving heaven, there were dozens of ninjas who were pulled by the high-speed rotating revolving heaven and finally caught up in the revolving heaven, and their bodies were smashed into the sky. Blood spilled down the sky. Chapter 25. Old Dog Hyuga. Uchiha just uttered a terrifying roar, watching the ninjas of his family keep falling at the feet of Hyuga Tenin. Uchiha had scarlet eyes and 3 Gyujades spinning in his eyes, holding a short blade to cut through the sky and launch the ultimate blow to Hyuga Tenin. Uchiha, just you are not enough? Ask Uchiha Tajima to come and die. Seeing the impact of Uchiha go, Hyuga Tenin was not afraid, pushing his fleshy palms forward, shooting straight away like a sharp sword, and then shouted. 8 trigrams 128 palms. The attack like a violent storm slapped Uchiha Gang. Uchiha Gang's 3 Gyujades blood-will eyes kept spinning to avoid the attack. At the same time, the sharp blade in his hand continued to cut out. When Hyuga Tenin's palm slapped on the short blade, the palms were not cut, but Uchiha just shook the short blade in his hand. There was also an abnormal blush on his face. The frontal confrontation between the two powerhouses was extremely powerful, and within a short while, the place where the two confronted each other was cleared out. When the Uchiha coalition forces and the Hyuga coalition forces fought bloody battles in the valley, the besieged vanguard forces also felt the shocking anger and screams for the first time. Hearing such mighty momentum, the Uchiha vanguard forces besieged in the valley also knew that the coalition support had arrived, so the leader of the vanguard forces was also Uchiha's 5 elders. Uchiha Zero summoned the ninjas to prepare for an assault and join the coalition forces. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. You all heard the voice of the valley ahead, yes. Allied troops are here for reinforcements. Now we have only one way to break through, and then rendezvous with the large forces. The Hyoga coalition forces must have reduced the siege of the ninja against us in order to fight the Uchiha coalition forces, so we will kill them now. Uchiha Ling looked at the ninja right now. The vanguard was originally composed of hundreds of powerful ninjas, but only more than 70 were left after being ambushed. After retreating to this valley, in order to resist the attack of the Hyoga coalition forces, they lost a dozen more, and now there are only 50 ninjas left. Although most of the losses were lost, the ninjas who could survive were extremely powerful. There were nearly 20 jonins among more than 50 ninjas. It is because of these jonins that the vanguard can resist until now. The ninja below became excited when he heard Uchiha Zero's words. With the siege of Hyoga ninjas, these ninjas have fallen into trouble. If the coalition forces do not come to support them, then these ninjas can only be besieged here and then slowly consumed, and finally all die. Now that they know that the support troops have arrived, how can we not let them get excited? Go now. All the ninjas below Uchiha Zero saw the hope of life, took a deep breath, let out a roar, and rushed towards the outside of the valley. The Hyoga ninja who guarded here to prevent the vanguard from escaping also discovered this at the first time, so they gathered together to prevent these ninjas from escaping. However, it is a pity that in order to resist the Uchiha coalition forces, the entire coalition forces were dispatched. The number of Hyoga ninjas stationed here turned out to be only more than 50 people. Facing Uchiha's powerful vanguard, these Hyoga ninjas were not enough to look at. Those who block me die. Uchiha Zero let out a roar, his hands quickly formed a seal, and huge fire dragons were spit out from his mouth. The fire dragon roared and swept the entire valley. The dozens of Hyoga ninjas who resisted at the front were swallowed by the fire before they could react, turning into one. Coke. Ha ha ha. Seeing the killing of a dozen ninjas in one blow, Uchiha Zero, who had been passively defensive all the time, finally stretched out, let out a big laugh, swept up with a powerful aura, standing at the forefront like a god of war, and the strength of the shadow class. Undoubtedly at the moment. Chapter 26. The Hyoga ninja in front saw that the opponent wiped out 1/5 of the ninjas in his side with a single blow. A Hyoga jonin's eyes flickered, knowing that the opponent could not stop him, so he waved his hand and directly led the remaining ninjas back. This jonin is very smart, knowing that his group can't stop the Uchiha ninja from breaking through. Therefore, instead of increasing casualties, it is better to rendezvous with the Hyoga coalition forces to add a bit of strength to the frontal battlefield. Uchiha Rei looked at the fleeing Hyoga ninja and did not pursue it, because Uchiha Rei knew that the frontal battlefield was the most important, so he led the remaining 50 ninjas to the battlefield where they were fighting. On the frontal battlefield, the Uchiha coalition forces and the Hyoga coalition forces were fighting, and the vanguard rushed forward, and a battle outside the Lingshan Canyon came to an end. I saw Uchiha Tajima, the long-lost Uchiha patriarch, inserting the samurai sword in his hand into the chest of a Hinatan ninja, and taking the other 2 Uchiha tribes hurried away in the unwilling eyes of the Hinatan ninja. In front of the 3 of them is the Hyoga allied forces station at the other end of the Lingshan Gorge. The Uchiha coalition forces have already formulated the most basic strategy before the 2 coalition forces officially started the war. The Uchiha vanguard, led by Uchiha Zero, a shadow-level powerhouse, launched an assault on the Japanese coalition forces. Then the Uchiha coalition forces pushed in and inflicted heavy losses on the Hyoga coalition forces. Read more at hotantalnovel.xyz. Finally, Uchiha Tajima cut off the supply of allied forces. As the war officially broke out, the Uchiha vanguard forces were severely injured by the Hyoga coalition forces who found the secret passage, besieged in a valley in the hinterland of the Lingshan Gorge. This news disrupted the plans of the Uchiha coalition forces. In order to rescue the vanguard, the coalition forces just led by Uchiha went deep into the hinterland and fought with the Hyoga coalition forces to rescue the vanguard forces. Although the vanguard forces have successfully broken through, The Uchiha coalition forces on the front have been attacked by both sides of the Hyuga coalition forces and are now facing the end of destruction. Although the strategy of the vanguard and coalition forces was disrupted by the Hyuga coalition forces, the cut-off of the supply forces led by Uchiha Tajima proceeded smoothly. Uchiha Tajima cut off the supply of the Hyuga allied forces and brought only 2 people. Although the entire team was only 3 people, all 3 people were powerful ninjas that could stop 100. As the leader of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Tajima is one of the top presences in the entire Warring States period, and the 2 Uchiha ninjas he leads are also elite jonin, whose strength is not inferior to Kakashi of later generations. The 3 of them broke through the outskirts of the Hyuga allied forces in the Lingshan Gorge, and finally approached the base camp of the Hyuga allied forces at this moment. Stop! Uchiha Tajima was hidden behind a big tree, with scarlet eyes looking straight at the Hyuga coalition station in the distance. Although Uchiha Tajima is still some distance away from the Hyuga coalition garrison, it clearly sees that the defenses in the Hyuga coalition garrison are sparse, and it does not look like the defense that a resident base camp should have. Why are only these ninjas defending the base camp of the Hyuga coalition forces? Seeing this, Uchiha Tajima was lost in thought, and his years of commanding combat experience instantly made Uchiha Tajima figure out the possibility. That is, the coalition forces of the 2 sides have already started a confrontation, so the station of the Hyuga coalition forces is so empty. Although I don't know how the Uchiha coalition forces are now, no matter what the result is, destroying the supply of the Hyuga clan will definitely affect the direction of the entire battlefield. Uchiha Tajima dispelled the distracting thoughts in his heart, a trace of murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and his right hand shook lightly, and the 3 of them turned into a black shadow and rushed towards the station of the Hyuga ninja allied forces. And the ninjas stationed at the station did not know that the death god's sickle had been hung on his head. Chapter 27. I want to sleep. A Hyuga ninja was watching around to prevent enemies from approaching here. Suddenly he saw a red glow flashing in the jungle. The Hyuga ninja was surprised and wanted to take a closer look. But the scene in front of me suddenly changed, the sky became scarlet, and the 3 black Gyujade kept spinning. The vision of this Hyuga ninja was constantly blurred, and finally the light in his eyes slowly dissipated, and his body softened and fell asleep. But before the Hyuga ninja fell, a black shadow had already grabbed the Hyuga ninja's clothes, and the sharp kunao cut the throat of the Hyuga ninja without hesitation. Even if this ninja died, he did not break free from the interference of illusion and died in his sleep. Go. Uchiha Tajima, who killed Hyuga ninja, looked at the camp coldly and looked around and found no one in front of him. With a wave of his hand, he turned into a black shadow and quickly swept towards the camp. There are now less than 100 people in the Hyuga camp. Among them, the commander-in-chief Hyuga Tenin rushed to the front, vowing to defeat the Uchiha coalition forces in one fell swoop. But what Hyuga Tenin didn't expect was that Uchiha Tajima could break through the line of defense arranged by the Hyuga coalition forces and sneak into the camp of the Hyuga coalition forces. Now he has even sneaked into the camp. Sherinan. The 3 people who sneaked into the camp did not expose themselves. Even though there were not many ninjas in the camp, there were still masters. If these people are disturbed, the plan may be ruined, so Uchiha Tajima decisively lurks in it, grabbing a ninja from the Hyuga alliance, and the scarlet Sherinan is directly reflected in the eyes of the captured ninja. Where are the supplies for the Hyuga clan? Read more at hotantalnovel.xyz. Uchiha Tajima did not ask Daing why there are so few ninjas, but directly asked the most critical question. The captured ninja was controlled by Sherinan of Uchiha Tajima, and illusions kept controlling the ninja's mind. In the end, the ninja vomited out about the location of the supply storage area in a trembling millet. What you 2 have to do now is to go to the supply area to completely destroy it, and I will attract the attention of the Hyuga coalition forces. After Uchiha Tajima forced out the supply position, Kobo directly cut through the ninja's throat, and then whispered to the other two ninjas in the family. Although there are not many ninjas in the Hokage station, there are many jonin. The place where the supply is the stronghold of the coalition forces must be heavily guarded. Therefore, if the three people want to get close there, they will definitely be discovered in the first place. Someone must attract the attention of the coalition forces, and then other ninjas will carry out a sneak attack to cut off the supply of the Hokage coalition forces in one fell swoop. Patriarch, be careful. The two Uchiha ninjas whispered when they heard the words, and their bodies turned into a black shadow and quickly disappeared in front of Uchiha Tajima. Seeing this, Uchiha Tajima no longer hides, his body jumps and runs quickly in the camp. Fire style Hao Yanhua technique. Uchiha Tajima, who decided to attract the attention of the Hokage coalition forces, did not keep his hands, and Jin with both hands spit out 3 huge fireballs from his mouth, and blasted towards the camp tent like a meteorite. Hearing only a huge roar, the Hokage coalition camp was instantly raged by flames. Ignite. Enemy attack. At the moment the flames burned, there was a stern call from the camp, and the entire Hokage camp rioted in the first place. More than 70 ninjas rushed out of the tent and approached Uchiha Tajima. Haha, the waste of the Hokage clan, I will destroy you all by Uchiha Tajima today. Uchiha Tajima looked at the surrounding coalition ninja not only not afraid, but rising up to the sky and roaring, the shadow-level aura exploded violently at this moment. The coalition ninja who was full of evil spirits felt this momentum, and couldn't help slowing down, and there was also a trace of panic in his eyes. Old Uchiha! You dare to come to the Hokage camp to go wild, stay here today. Just when the coalition ninja was stunned by Uchiha Tajima's aura, a terrifying roar exploded on the other side of the Hokage camp. After that, I saw an old man with silver hair as if he had cataracts rushing towards here. Although this old man is old, he is not weaker than Uchiha Tajima. Master Akamoto. With the arrival of the Hokage ninja, the Hokage coalition forces suddenly burst into cheers, and no longer hesitated, they quickly rushed towards Uchiha Tajima. Chapter 28. Dead. Seeing that the Hokage ninja's momentum recovered as soon as the Hokage coalition forces came, Uchiha Tajima suddenly let out a roar, and rushed towards the ninja coalition forces that came on their own initiative. The body was like a remnant, and it rushed to a Hokage ninja in an instant, and the sharp blade in his hand was cut out. The ninja who was still full of enthusiasm immediately separated his head and body, and the excited expression on his face remained deadlocked there. Old Uchiha suffered to death. Watching a ninja of his family die under the knife of Uchiha Tajima, Hokage Akamoto immediately let out a roar, his body swooped down like a tiger, and a pair of fleshy palms chakras surging, chakra constantly rushed out of his palms and slapped to Uchiha Tajima. Hokage Akamoto, you are not enough. Uchiha Tajima looked at Hokage Akamoto and shouted coldly, a pair of scarlet cherry non-spinning quickly, no matter how Hokage Akamoto attacked, Uchiha Tajima could not be hurt. Everyone, help Lord Akamoto. The coalition ninjas immediately yelled when they saw this, and the coalition ninjas who heard this command swarmed up, throwing all kinds of ninjutsu towards Uchiha Tajima. Fire style Great Fireball Technique. Wind style Big Breakthrough. 8 trigrams Mountain Breaking Strike. Lightning style Walk. Suddenly, a large amount of ninjutsu surrounded Uchiha Tajima, and Uchiha Tajima was not afraid when he saw this. Instead, he showed a bloodthirsty smile. The 3-go jade in his eyes kept spinning, his hands quickly formed seals, and he shouted after a deep breath. Fire style Longian Singing Technique. Roar. Read more at hotentillnovel.xyz. Uchiha Tajima spit out 5 huge fire dragons. The fire dragon roared up to the sky, and its teeth and claws looked extremely vicious, and the raging flames burning on his body twisted the surroundings. In a roar of roar, 5 huge fire dragons roared away, and finally exploded violently in the camp. The huge explosion sound instantly echoed throughout the Lingshan Canyon. When Uchiha Tajima fought the entire Hyuga coalition alone. On the other hand, the other two Uchiha ninjas who were preparing for a surprise attack were ordered to release the Buddha. The original black eyes became scarlet, and the three Guyus were constantly rotating, their bodies approaching the supply location like ghosts, and a murderous flash in the horrified gaze of a Hyuga ninja, a big head accompanied by hot blood was spilled on it. Ground. Two Uchiha ninjas officially showed their fangs at this moment. Boom. In a burst of gunpowder, the garrison of the Hyuga coalition forces filled the sky with gunpowder, resounding constantly, shaking the kilometer. Uchiha Tajima was standing in the camp of the allied forces covered in blood, with dozens of large and small wounds on his body. But at this moment Uchiha Tajima looked at the flames in front of him and laughed wildly, and the ninjas that fell around Uchiha Tajima were almost piled up on a small hill. There were hundreds of ninjas in the camp. Except for the 30 ninjas who guarded the surrounding area and provided food and grass, did not participate in the battle, the remaining 70 ninjas all came here to siege Uchiha Tajima. But now an hour later, Uchiha Tajima stood in the center of the camp and smiled up to the sky, but the original 70-odd ninjas have already died. The remaining 30-odd ninjas had lost their belief in fighting at this moment, and looked at this man who looked like a god or demon with horror on their faces. How can such a person be defeated? We will die if we continue. A ninja from a foreign race looked at Uchiha Tajima who was laughing wildly and suddenly threw away the kunao howl in his hand, turned and fled back. Panting on the side, Hyuga Akamoto saw a flash of anger in his eyes and pushed out with a palm. Chakra suddenly slammed into the escaped ninja and shattered the ninja's heart. Uchiha Tajima is already the bow of the strong end. As long as everyone increases their strength, they can kill him here. Don't forget that your friends and family members are dead in the hands of this person in front of you. After Hyuga Akamoto killed the escaped ninja, he turned his head and shouted at the remaining 30 ninjas. When Hyuga ninja heard this, the fear in his eyes slowly dissipated. Looking at the relatives and friends killed by Uchiha Tajima, his originally fearful eyes slowly became bloodthirsty, and a roar was heard in his mouth. Hyuga Akamoto, old dog. Uchiha Tajima turned around in a few words, Hyuga Akamoto, and a trace of murderous intent slowly emerged in his eyes. 70-odd ninjas are nothing for a shadow-level powerhouse like Uchiha Tajima. Even if there is a powerful Jonin inside, for a shadow-level powerhouse, Jonin is just a little more powerful and it was Hyuga Akamoto that really hurt Uchiha Tajima. This ninja was at the same level as himself. If it weren't for the physical decline of the old age and the impact of the original film-level strength, Uchiha Tajima might have to pay a huge price to escape from the camp today. Now, although Hyuga Akamoto's strength is declining, he is ultimately a shadow-class powerhouse, and with the assistance of other ninjas, Uchiha Tajima has left dozens of injuries on the best powerhouses in the Warring States period. Uchiha Tajima made up his mind that he must kill the person in front of him, and completely destroy the Hyuga ninja's hero. Chapter 29. Boom. Just when the Hyuga coalition forces and Uchiha Tajima were in a stalemate, a violent explosion suddenly sounded behind the Hyuga camp. A huge hurricane surged with the impact of the explosion. Even if these people were far away, they could feel the explosion. Violent. That is. Just now, Hyuga Akamoto, who wanted to besiege Uchiha Tajima, suddenly trembled when he saw the explosion. He looked at the raging flames with anger on his face, and finally let out a roar. Abandon the siege of Uchiha Tajima, everyone rushed to the camp supply office with me. The remaining 30 ninjas panicked when they heard that the place of the explosion was the supply department. Inside the supply, there are grains, blades, and detonating charms, as well as medical bandages and medicines for treatment. If something goes wrong with the supply, how should we fight next? There is no food, no cutting tools, and the wounded cannot be treated. How can the war continue? Uchiha Tajima looked at the departed Hyuga ninja without any hindrance, because Uchiha Tajima knew that the family's ninja had succeeded. The Hyuga ninja who finds that the supply ground is destroyed will be crazy. So Uchiha Tajima decisively chose to leave the Hyuga camp and go to the battlefield to support the Uchiha coalition forces. You must know that Hyuga Tenin of the Hyuga clan is not a good person to get along with. Rainy. When the Hyuga allied forces went to the supply department for rescue, 2 ninjas from the Uchiha family came to Uchiha Tajima with scars. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Uchiha Tajima said in a deep voice, seeing that both of them were hurt. Now is not the time to rest, we must hurry to the battlefield to destroy the disappearance of the Hyuga supply and spread it out to attack the fighters of the Hyuga coalition forces, so we will leave now. Yes. When the 2 ninjas heard that there was nothing to say, they followed Uchiha Tajima and quickly galloped towards the hinterland of the Lingshan Gorge. When Uchiha Tajima succeeded in destroying the Hyuga clan's supply area, they were still fighting on the battlefield of the Lingshan Gorge. The Uchiha vanguard that successfully broke through the siege joined the battlefield and became a huge force on the battlefield, but this force did not change the direction of the battlefield. The Uchiha coalition forces suffered heavy losses in the case of two-sided attack. Although the support of the vanguard forces gave the Uchiha coalition a breath of respite, the originally lost battle cannot be reversed by a few people. If there is no support, I am afraid that the Uchiha coalition forces will be defeated in this decisive battle. The battlefield at this moment is not that the 2 coalition forces are fighting each other together. With the ninjutsu duel and the ninja's high mobility characteristics, the battlefield scope has gradually expanded. The ninja forces that had gathered together began to disperse, and teams of 3 or 5 people faced off their opponents in various places. At this moment Daoren came to the jungle in the canyon for this reason. Now Daoren is surrounded by 3 coalition ninjas in front of Daoren. This is not good. Daoren looked helpless in the ninja who surrounded him. Affected by the battle, Daoren also fell into a frenzied killing. Although many ninjas were killed, Daoren also suffered a lot of damage. More importantly, Daoren only has Chunin's chakra amount. Now chakra has bottomed out. The suffering of Flying Thunder God has also been exhausted in the previous battle. The detonating clay that Daoren had filled the entire ninja bag was also consumed in the previous battle. Exhausted. So now Daoren has run out of ammunition and food. If you can go back alive this time, you must practice physique, illusion, and ninjutsu. Daoren gritted his teeth and backed away. After all, Daoren has only been in this world for more than a month, and it has only become more powerful with the help of the system to obtain clay and Flying Thunder God. Once these 2 are lost, Daoren's physique illusion and ninjutsu are simply ordinary genin, which is equal to the existence of cannon fodder in the battlefield. Daoren decided to go back alive this time, and he must rest for a while and work hard on his shortcomings, so that he can become truly powerful, instead of being as vain as he is now. Chapter 30. You little devil, aren't you good? Why are you scared now? The 3 ninjas who surrounded Daoren in front of them were sternly shouting at Daoren, and they were constantly approaching Daoren. After being only 10 meters away from Daoren, the 3 of them quickly rushed towards Daoren. The ICQ was shining with cold light under the sun. The 3 of them rushed in front of Daoren because they had a desire to kill, and at the same time raised Kobo to stab Daoren. Fire style Great Fireball technique. Just when Daoren wanted to evade, there was a cold drink next to him, and then Daoren felt a hot sensation rushing toward his face. The 3 ninjas in front were surprised when they saw the huge fireball hitting his side. Regardless of killing Daoren, his body quickly retreated. Dead. Daoren saw the 3 of them retreat, their bodies suddenly violent, and the sharp kunao showed sharp fangs, and cut through a ninja's throat with a strand of cold light. The ninja looked at Daoren with a sense of disbelief and fear, and then his body fell to the ground with a plop. Daoren, who had killed his opponent, immediately rolled to the ground, but the fiery flames still spread to Daoren, making Daoren a scorching pain in his back. "You really want to die?" As Daoren endured the pain and got up, a stunned voice came from the big tree on the left. Daoren looked up and found that Madara looked at Daoren in embarrassment, but the Jonin who followed Madara had long since disappeared. "Let's first think about how to deal with these two ninjas in front of you." Daoren did not answer Madara's words. Daoren knows that the situation of the two is a bit dangerous now. Daoren is now running out of lamps. After Madara was on the battlefield, he was also lost with Jonin, who was protecting him. Looking at Madara's current appearance, it might not be much better. I'm afraid that Madara happened to meet Daoren inadvertently, and then came to help. Yes, first solve the enemy in front of you. Madara heard Daoren's words and stared at the two ninjas in front of him. These two ninjas are not strong, one of them is Chunin at best, and the other is Genin. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. But the situation of Daoren and Madara is not so good now, and now Ichinen is a big enemy for them. "You two kids. I swear I will never forgive you easily." Seeing that one of the ninjas on his side was beheaded, the ninja with Chinin's strength suddenly shouted in irritation. Then he rushed towards the two of them quickly, his hands quickly formed a seal, and his stomach became swollen with a deep breath. Wind-style breakthrough. Huh. The violent wind swept in, and the rushing wind ripped through Daoren and Madara's bodies like a sharp knife. Daoren and Madara felt the force of the hurricane and quickly retreated. Daoren turned to look at Madara as they retreated. "You hold on to this Genin first, and I will take care of the other Genin first." "Why am I holding Genin?" After listening to Madara, he was taken aback and said with a bit of error. Daoren looked at Madara seriously after listening, and then was extremely serious. "Because you are handsome." "What?" A huge question mark appeared on Madara's head when she heard it, and then touched her chin, the corners of her mouth cocked slightly. "I'm handsome? Well, let me fight Genin, hurry up or I can." Before Madara finished speaking, I saw Daoren rush towards the Genin, and the Genin rushed towards Madara with a murderous face. When Madara saw this, she knew that she had been fooled, so she let out an angry curse. "Daoren ubd, I will never forgive you. The two ninjas must be dealt with quickly, otherwise it will be worse to attract other enemies to come during the battle." Daoren endured the pain in his body to extract chakra that was already exhausted, while sinking into his heart to see if his achievements were illuminated. Daoren looked at it, and indeed he had completed 3 achievements in the final battle just now. These 3 achievements are respectively: first time on the battlefield, as a ninja. How can you call it a ninja if you haven't experienced war? Bloodthirsty, falling into the crazy state of killing, bursting out of absolute strength, letting the whole body enter the form of killing. Hatred, beheading opponents to make their relatives and friends start to hate you. You have successfully obtained the hatred of 10 people. These 3 achievements are all silver treasure chests, which means that Daoren now has 3 unused silver treasure chests. Seeing 3 treasure chests lying quietly in the system, Daoren sighed that there was no place for anyone, so he decisively opened the 3 silver treasure chests. Congratulations to host for acquiring Raise Non. Congratulations to host for obtaining the Shadow Clone technique. Congratulations to host for acquiring Earth-style Rock Shinobi technique. Raise Non? Shadow Clone? Rock Shinobi technique. Daoren cursed at the prompt. These 3 ninjutsu is indeed good for Daoren, but now Daoren is almost out of chakra. If you want to use these 3 ninjutsu to defend against the enemy, you will definitely consume a lot of chakra. Chapter 31. Damn it, don't care. Daoren thought of taking out the last chakra recovery medicine in the ninja bag, which was similar to Bing Liang pill, and quickly put it in his mouth to let his chakra recover for the last time. At the same time, the body quickly rushed towards the opposite ninja, and the sharp kunao tore the opponent's throat with a forward aura. Boom! When Daoren killed the ninja in one fell swoop, the ninja suddenly became a piece of wood. At the same time, a black shadow flashed behind the big tree in front of Daoren, and the ninja quickly rushed forward, with a cruel smile on his mouth, wiping the poisonous kiwu and stabbing towards Daoren without hesitation. Stab. The moment this ninja stabbed Daoren, there was something wrong, because the Daoren in front of him turned into a phantom and disappeared. The ninja who saw this screamed, "Clone technique! Die!" Daoren suddenly rushed from the ground, and the sharp kunao tore the opponent's throat without hesitation. The other party clutched his neck to stop the flow of blood, but all this was in vain, and finally the ninja was unwilling to go on. Successful. The ninja died. Daoren gasped hard. The moment Daoren hit this ninja, he knew that the other party had escaped with the body replacement technique. So Daoren decisively used clone technique and the rock shinobi technique he had just obtained to dive into the mud. Read more at hotentillnovel.xyz. The ninja who used the body replacement technique to come to the back of the tree did not see this scene, thinking that he had successfully avoided a blow, so he threw down to solve Daoren, but did not expect to fall into Daoren's trap and be killed. The situation on Madara's side is not good. Daoren turned his head to look at Madara after killing the ninja. Madara is still struggling to resist, but as time goes by, Madara's wounds increase. Seeing this, Daoren quickly jumped towards Madara, preparing to besiege the ninja with Madara. "Didn't you say you can kill the other person soon? Daoren, UBD." Seeing Daoren finally here, Madara suddenly cursed. Madara is now pitted by Daoren. Madara, who was already at the point where the lamp dries up, almost lost her life after resisting Chunin. "Run!" Daoren quickly threw 3 kunao when he came to the battle between the two, and then snarled at Madara. Madara didn't hesitate to turn around and flee, but the Chunin saw that the two did not besiege him but turned and flee. He suddenly showed a bloodthirsty smile, and followed them behind them like a cat catching a mouse. "You can't escape." Madara followed Daoren and shouted in a low voice. Daoren looked at Madara like an idiot. Madara's brows suddenly jumped when she saw Daoren's eyes. If it weren't for the chasing soldiers behind, she would have to fight Daoren to the death on the spot. "Of course I know that we can't escape, our current situation is not optimistic, so we can only outsmart but not recklessly." Daoren whispered to Madara, then whispered his thoughts. Madara looked at Daoren after listening, a weirdness appeared in her eyes, and the two of them swiftly jumped into the canopy of a big tree, using leaves to cover the two of them. "Hee, do you want to use this naive method to avoid my detection? It's so naive." The Chunin sneered when he saw that the other party wanted to use this method to escape. But before the named Chunin finished speaking, he saw Madara jump down from the tree canopy again, and quickly set his hands on Yinsi Mushen Hai Wu Yin. Fire style Great Fireball Technique. Small Bugs. Wind style Breakthrough. When this Chunin saw Madara even dared to return, he was a little angry and his hands quickly formed a seal, and the violent wind spit out the violent Great Fireball Technique and instantly collapsed. Madara on the opposite side was not surprised to see this, and quickly grabbed 3 shurikens from the ninja bag with his right hand, flicked it hard, and shot towards Chunin with a burst of air. When the 3 shurikens were about to hit Chunin, they collided with each other. One of the shurikens was shot and flew towards the back of Chunin, while the remaining 2 shurikens continued to strike the Chunin. Go with. Chapter 32. Ridiculous. Seeing that the shurikens he threw could still collide with each other and bounce off, a hint of sarcasm appeared in this Chunin's eyes. Holding the pierced shuriken in his hand, Kyu flicked it into the air. The moment the shuriken was knocked into the air, the mud under the foot of Chunin suddenly loosened, and Daoren jumped out of the mud, and the cold light of Kyu in his hand tore away from the neck of this Chunin. Already prepared. Seeing Daoren's sudden appearance, this Chunin was not surprised but showed a bloodthirsty smile. His body quickly avoided Daoren's attack with a quick jump, and then Kumo slammed into Daoren's head fiercely. Boom! After the suffering of this Chunin hit Daoren's head, Daoren's body turned into a cloud of smoke. Chunin was taken aback, and then Madara threw out the 3 shurikens that had been flung out of the shuriken and changed into Daoren's appearance with a bang, and Chunin in front of Daoren roared angrily. Raise Non! Boom! With a Jedi blow, the rapidly spinning Raise Non slapped Chunin on the body. Chunin's body was bombarded by Raise Non like a sack and flew out, hitting a big tree in front of him. Before he could even make a scream, he lost his vitality. Huh! Daoren, who succeeded in one blow, was panting. Raise Non just now had exhausted all of Daoren's chakra. Now Daoren only feels his legs are sore, like a goddess of the night, and now he can't even stand still. Haha, how does Daoren feel? Madara suddenly laughed happily when he saw Daoren's embarrassed appearance. While smiling, she gestured to Daoren as she is now. Madara had never benefited from Daoren, but now she was immediately happy to see Daoren's miserable appearance. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Idiot. Daoren saw that Uchiha Madara, who would be extremely domineering in the future, laughed with arms akimbo like a middle two boy, making Daoren cast a contemptuous look. Ahem. Madara, who was laughing out loud, felt angry when she heard Daoren's words. Although she didn't know what Daoren was saying, Madara was sure that it was a curse, so she yelled at Daoren. This guy dared to scold me. Let's go, quickly find a place, it's not safe here. Daoren ignored Madara, recovered a little bit, cleaned the battlefield a bit to supplement the kunao and shuriken that was about to bottom out, and jumped towards the depths of the jungle. Humph! Daoren ignored herself again. A trace of dissatisfaction appeared on Madara's face, but seeing Daoren leaving, she could only follow up quickly. The two went deep into the jungle, taking every step very carefully. Now the battlefield has been expanded, resulting in the possibility of hostile ninjas in the entire jungle. Today Daoren and Madara are in a bad situation. If they encounter an enemy, there is only one dead end. However, the two of them were lucky and found a tree hole in the jungle. The two of them hid in the tree hole at the moment and recovered silently. Daoren grinned at the scar on his body. The scar was scarred and the scar was stuck to his clothes. Now Daoren felt a tearing pain coming from him. And Madara, who was on the side, was also grinning like Daoren at this moment, tidying up her wounds. I don't know when the war will end. Daoren sorted his wounds and then followed the tree hole to look towards the jungle outside. Thinking back to what he did today, Daoren felt a little crazy. The battlefield is really terrifying. No one can guarantee that they can survive in the battlefield. Even the shadow-level powerhouses have opponents, and they may fall. The war will never stop. Never. Madara's expression slowly darkened after hearing Daoren's words. The war is over? It is simply impossible in this world full of killings and disputes. The interweaving of murder, and hatred makes the world cursed like a Buddha. And people living in this world are cursed objects. No matter what they do, they will eventually be swallowed by hatred, and then they will embark on the road of revenge. War. Daoren fell silent when he heard Madara's words. The topic was too heavy. Before Daoren didn't know what war was, but today Daoren understands it thoroughly. Kill the opponent in order to survive, and then live hated by the opponent's relatives. And this melody of killing and being killed is the most essential melody in the ninja world. Chapter 33. Let's go. We must quickly find a large force, otherwise it will be difficult for us to survive in this battlefield with our strength. Daoren looked outside through the tree hole and turned to Madara after feeling that his chakra had recovered. Okay. Seeing that Daoren was not talking about the subject of war, Madara's expression recovered. Madara is not the only brother Izuna, but other brothers died because of the war, so Madara hates war, and at the same time feels that war can never be stopped. Rainy. The two walked out of the tree hole and jumped between the jungle. Now that the large forces are scattered, the battle range is extremely wide. Daoren believed that as long as he searched in the jungle, he would be able to find other ninjas of the coalition forces. Of course, the probability of encountering the ninja of the Hyuga coalition is equally high, so the two are completely betting that they can find the ninja of the Uchiha coalition. The two jumped aimlessly in the jungle, and Daoren and Madara were completely alarmed by the last sway of the trees. They stopped and looked forward vigilantly. The sharp spitting and cold light of Kwewu knew when they had been tightened by the two. Hold it tightly and hold it flat against your chest. Madara. Then, while the trees were shaking, a ninja wearing Uchiha costume jumped down and shouted in surprise when he saw Daoren and Madara. Daoren and Madara saw that the ninja of the coalition had not let down their vigilance, and the kunao in their hands tightened even more. Read more at hottentalnovel.xyz. Don't worry, I am not the enemy. Looking at the nervousness of Daoren and Madara, Uchiha's ninja's dark eyes turned scarlet, and a black goose jade appeared in his eyes and kept spinning. Sharinan. Madara saw that these eyes finally relaxed, and then took the initiative to jump towards the Uchiha ninja. Daoren looked at the sudden emergence of Uchiha ninja with a trace of doubt in his eyes, and his original step slowly stopped. That is. Daoren stopped and looked at the Uchiha ninja in front of him with a weird smile on his mouth. Daoren yelled in surprise. Madara, be careful. When Madara heard Daoren's words, her original advancement stopped. The Uchiha ninja in front saw a trace of murderous intent flashing in his eyes, and his body swiftly shot towards Madara like a thunder. The sharp kunao slammed towards Madara. Stabbed. Stab. Madara watched the stabbing kunao's eyes shrink into a pinpoint, twisting her body slightly to avoid the thrilling blow at the moment of her death. Seeing that Madara had escaped, the Uchiha ninja immediately swiped kunao forward. The clothes on Madara's body were immediately cut to pieces, a scarlet blood mark appeared on Madara's body, and hot blood ran down from Madara's body. Raisnan. Daoren didn't hesitate to see this. Chakra gathered in his hand, a blue chakra ball appeared in his hand, his body leaped like a big peng, spreading his wings toward the Uchiha ninja. Boom! Rasengan's huge rotation and impact hit the Uchiha ninja, and directly slammed the ninja out of the plane, hitting the ground and coughing up blood. Then the brilliance in his eyes slowly dissipated, losing his vitality. How come Uchiha's ninja? Madara endured the pain in her body and her eyes were a little cold. Daoren watched this and looked around with caution. Madara whispered. That Uchiha ninja is probably controlled by someone, and the ninja who controls Uchiha ninja now is probably around. Hearing Daoren's words, Madara turned her head and looked at Daoren's eyes with a trace of unwillingness. This time it was Madara's carelessness. When she saw Sharinan, she thought it was a ninja from the family and thought it was safe, but she forgot that she was on the battlefield. There were all kinds of ninjas on the battlefield, so it's not allowed to have ninjutsu to manipulate others. Madara has forgotten this, but Daoren has been vigilant. Madara clenched her fists thinking of this, and decided not to take it lightly in the future no matter who she faces. Chapter 34. Daoren didn't know Madara's thoughts. Daoren and Madara were vigilant for a long time but found that the so-called ninja did not appear at all. Daoren and Madara, who saw this, did not wait anymore and evacuated towards the outside of the jungle. There were too many places to hide. So the two must leave here as soon as possible. Daoren and Madara jumped in the jungle, but the two felt their sharp backs, as if a poisonous snake was staring at them and giving them a fatal blow. Hateful. Madara was extremely disgusted with this feeling, letting the Buddha's life out of her control, so Madara stopped and stared at the jungle behind and let out a low growl. Get out of here. Daoren heard Madara's roar and knew that Madara had lost his patience, so he stopped to stand with Madara and watched the surroundings. Oh? Why didn't you escape? Following Madara's roar, there was a burst of laughter rippling over the jungle, letting the Buddha be like a cat and a mouse, and didn't care about Daoren and Madara as if they were eating them. What should I do? Daoren heard this voice with a solemn expression. Seeing the ninja's unfeared appearance, we can know that this person's strength must not be weak. Daoren was thinking about how to crack this crisis, but the enemy did not give Daoren time to think. There was a sound of breaking through the sky over the jungle. Dozens of kunao broke through the air. Daoren and Madara immediately jumped up when they saw kunao, jumping constantly in the jungle to disrupt each other's attacks, while avoiding kunao. Earth-style square clay. The voice sounded again, and four huge silt shot from above the jungle, fast but not at Daoren and Madara, but at the trees and ground beside Daoren and Madara. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. When the silt hits the trees and the ground, it exploded instantly, and the viscous silt instantly covered Daoren and Madara's surroundings. Damn it! The two people who were in the center of the silt were undoubtedly hit. The silt fell on Madara and Daoren. Although the silt was small but extremely viscous, Daoren's feet were immediately glued to the trees. And the silt was still solidifying. Daoren shook his legs and found that the silt did not move at all, but became extremely heavy. After the mud bomb hit the two, there was a sneer over the jungle, and a dark figure rushed to them from the sky like a wolf and tiger, extremely fast, like a hunter attacking the prey. This black shadow ran towards Daoren and threw a punch at Daoren from top to bottom. The fist was instantly wrapped with a hard stone, and the fist with the stone brought Daoren a great deal of pressure. Sense. Daoren didn't hesitate to see this. He bent over and cut a sharp kunao on his ninja shoes. The ninja shoes were directly cut open by kunao. Daoren twisted his body and jumped away quickly. Boom! The stone fist fell on the tree trunk, and the tree shavings flew horizontally, and the entire tree trunk was shattered by the fist. Damn it! Looking at such a powerful stone fist, Madara did not scream in secret, but also followed Daoren's method to cut off her ninja shoes, and then rushed towards the ninja. Madara didn't choose to escape, because faced with such a powerful ninja, she couldn't escape. Now she can kill the ninja and live. The ninja watched Madara attacking herself instead of fleeing, showing a bloodthirsty smile, clapping her hands and shouting. Earth style, Tulong gun. The sound fell to the ground and twisted, and huge sharp stone sticks pierced from the ground out of thin air. Madara's jumping trees were directly crushed by the huge sharp stone sticks. Seeing this, Madara cursed and quickly avoided. Ha ha! The ninja chuckled when he saw this, and put his hands together again. Earth-style rock stealer. The stone spear whizzed out of thin air, with an astonishing killing intent. Madara's face changed, and her hands quickly formed a seal. Fire-style great fireball technique. Madara's fingers pressed against her mouth, and a huge flame rolled towards the rock thief, collided with the rock thief, and exploded violently. Although Great Fireball did not completely stop the rock thief, it bought Madara time to escape. Chapter 35. Battle of Sleepy Beasts. The ninja sneered watching Madara avoiding her own blow in a thrilling manner, and his body shot towards Madara like a thunder. But before running 2 steps, there was a cold light in the corner of his eyes. The ninja who saw this smiled and his body flashed, and at the same time, the huge fist quickly condensed into stones and smashed towards the cold light. Ding! Kuwu flew out, the ninja's fist hit the attacker, and a figure flew out. A closer look turned out to be Daoren, but before Daoren fell to the ground, this figure turned into a thick mist. After Daoren's clone disappeared, a black shadow suddenly flashed behind the ninja, and Daoren was rushing away with the sharp kunao in his hand. Ahem! The sharp kunao pierced through the ninja's back. Daoren appeared from behind the ninja out of breath, his right hand held the kunao meridian tightly, and a trace of hideousness appeared on his face. The sharp kunao had penetrated the ninja's body at this moment. The ninja watched his heart pierce through, breathing a little bit quickly, and the light from his eyes slowly dissipated. Haha! Just when Daoren and Madara thought they had succeeded in killing the ninja's loose eyes suddenly regained his energy, the corners of his mouth let out a low laugh, his body turned into a burst of smoke, and a wooden stake appeared in Daoren's hands, sharp and bitter. Wuhan penetrated this wooden stake. Die, kid. Daoren's eyes widened when he saw this, and a cold low smile came from behind him. Madara in front yelled immediately when he saw this. Daoren, be careful. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. Madara roared and rushed towards Daoren with kunao. The speed of the explosion in the Jedi unexpectedly surpassed the speed of the ninja, and instantly came to Daoren. Seeing this, the ninja sneered, twisted his waist, throwing Kiwi-ai with his other hand, kicking Kiwi-ai with his right foot, and Kiwi-ai instantly turned into a streamer and pierced towards Madara. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Madara's eyes widened, she was about to save Daoren, but Kiwi in front of her had blocked her path. Madara recalled the moment when her brother died, a trace of madness appeared on her face, chakra was rolling all over, her eyes shrinking into needles. At this moment, Madara's vision had increased several times, and the Kiwifang Buddha in front of her had slowed down several times. She lifted the Kiwi shot into the air and hurriedly rushed towards Daoren. Dead. Seeing his own attacks were repeatedly blocked, the ninja was also a little angry, let out a low drink, and rushed forward. One in the front wanted to save Daoren, the other in the back wanted to kill Daoren, and Daoren in the middle looked at Madara's crazy lips and moved. Madara looked at Daoren and didn't know what Daoren was talking about, her body still rushed towards Daoren, but at this moment the ninja had come behind Daoren, and his huge fist punched directly through Daoren's heart. Daoren narrowed his eyes and fell to his knees weakly. The brilliance in his eyes quickly faded, and finally disappeared into a cloud of smoke. Clone. The ninja saw the eyes shrink, and behind a big tree, a dark figure moved, like a poisonous snake, flying out from the dark corner. The sharp kunao shone cold in the bright sunshine. Daoren had only this ninja in his eyes at the moment. The kunao in his hand pierced the air and pointed directly at the ninja's heart. Perceiving the sudden sound of the wind behind him, the ninja felt a huge crisis. The body's instincts made the ninja jump up without hesitation and want to avoid this lure. But he obviously forgot the existence of Madara. After seeing Daoren turned into smoke, Madara recalled what Daoren had said at the moment he was hit. In retrospect, Madara knew what Daoren was saying. What Daoren said was stop him. Thinking of this, Madara's body rushed towards the ninja like a cheetah, holding the opponent's waist at the moment, to stop the other's jumping behavior, and at this moment, the sharp kunao has already rushed from the back. Shit! Splashing hot blood. The kiwi that swallowed cold light under the yang pass had penetrated the heart of this ninja. The ninja felt the pain from his heart, and wanted to mourn, but a mouthful of fleshy meat poured out of his mouth with blood, and a desperate expression appeared on the ninja's face for the first time. The brilliance in the eyes slowly dissipated, and at the moment Madara let go, she fell from the tree, smashing the scarlet blood on the earth and staining the earth red. The jungle returned to calm, and the fight just now did not exist at all, but the blood entwined at the tip of the nose all showed that a great battle had just been experienced here. Chapter 36. Daoren and Madara stood side by side, looking at the ninja who lost his vitality. This ninja was extremely powerful, transcending the boundaries of a special jonin, belonging to the real jonin, but died because of his arrogance. Madara. Daoren came to the ground to confirm that the ninja was really dead and then turned to look at Madara. Madara was stunned when he heard Daoren's words, and then Daoren's laugh came in his ears. Just thank you for giving up and saving me. Huh? Do you think I was trying to save you? I just wanted one more person to resist this ninja. Madara snorted disdainfully. Haha, Really? Daoren heard Madara's arrogant words and looked at Madara with a smile. Is this how you treat a savior? Madara felt furious at seeing Daoren, and shouted at Daoren. Haha. Daoren laughed at the look of Madara, and there was a trace of approval in Madara's eyes. Daoren, what should we do now? Read more at hotentillnovel.xyz. I don't know if it is the reason why Daoren's strategy has succeeded in succession. Madara now likes to ask Daoren for advice on everything. We can only move on now, looking for the ninja of the coalition. Daoren shook his head when he heard Madara's words. The two have no choice now. The two are scattered with the large group, and Daoren clay is gone, so they can't make a clay giant bird to search from the sky. So the only hope for the two of them to survive is to find the ninja of the coalition army and give them a chance to breathe. Or there can be enough time in the middle for Daoren to make Flying Thunder God Kunao or find clay. Daoren and Madara, who had made up this idea, galloped towards the outside of the jungle. But I don't know if the two were unlucky. When they walked out of the jungle, they met the ninja of the Hyuga coalition again, but this time their luck was not as bad as the last time. The two found out in time and avoided the opposite coalition ninja. Although they avoided, the route of the two men changed. Originally, the two wanted to walk out of the jungle from the west, but because of the incident they had just returned, they could only go back in place, hoping to leave in another direction. The two galloped through the jungle, and the night slowly fell. When the sun fell from the mountainside, the boundless darkness enveloped the entire world. The strange atmosphere in the silent night was spreading, and the murderous intent of the night was silently brewing, and followed as time passed, sharp fangs slowly appeared. Madara closed her eyes and hid under a big tree to feel the surroundings. After a while, she shook her head at another corner of the big tree. In the other corner, Daoren was holding a weird kunao in his hand, and the ninja bag also contained white clay. Although Daoren returned to the same place, it took a lot of time, but fortunately he finally found a clay that could be used here. Daoren, who found the clay, also decided to stop temporarily and make the remaining kunao into Flying Thunder God kunao. After 1 hour of production, Daoren once again possessed 10 Flying Thunder God kunao. Daoren, who made Flying Thunder God Kyume good clay and full of clay, did not arrogantly rush in the jungle. The dark night is the best place to kill, but the seemingly calm forest is full of murderous intent. If you are not careful, it may become the burial place of two people. Keep going. Daoren saw Madara nodding to him, knowing that there were no hidden ninjas around, so Daoren used clay to make an owl and took Daoren and Madara to fly forward. Daoren can only fly in the jungle now, because flying over the jungle is too conspicuous, and it is easy to be spotted under the moonlight. The two can only fly in the jungle and then leave the jungle. The two sitting on the owl did not relax at all, but became more vigilant. The darkness also exudes endless murderous intent, making them a little dignified. Yes, Yao's occasional neighing made the dark jungle look a little scary, and the two sat on the owl silently like dead people, until a slight sound awakened them. Chapter 37. Someone. Madara whispered. Daoren looked ahead, a figure hidden above a big tree in the dark night. The man didn't find Daoren and Madara, because they were on top of the owl, hiding in the owl. Daoren saw a trace of murder in the eyes of this man and whispered. The opposing party may only be sent on guard, so the other party must be resolved silently. After saying this, Daoren made a little bird and inserted Flying Thunder God into the body of the little bird. The little bird in the dark flew towards the ninja like an ordinary bird. The ninja discovered the existence of the little bird. After seeing the little bird, he didn't care about it, because there were so many little birds in the jungle. When the bird flew next to the ninja finally felt something was wrong. Because little birds are afraid of people, but this little bird came to him, and the ninja, who thought of this cold sweat, suddenly became vigilant. A wisp of breeze suddenly appeared in front of the ninja with the smell of sweat. The ninja only felt his eyes flash, and a black shadow appeared out of thin air. The ninja felt a chill in his neck before he yelled out. Then he realized that his whole body was not listening, he couldn't even lift a finger, he let out a silent roar, breathing became more and more difficult, and his goals were gradually realized. The vagueness, and finally lost consciousness. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Madara, who was on the owl, saw Daoren disappear suddenly and then appeared next to the ninja, her eyes widened, and she was dripping with cold sweat. If the opponent uses this ninjutsu to kill himself, can he resist it? The answer that Madara got was obviously no. Thinking of this, Madara stared at Daoren. Read more at hotantelnovel.xyz. Daoren, how much strength do you hide? Daoren held the corpse, slowly put down the dead ninja, and then fumbled towards the front silently. The sound did not sound, but the bloody smell of blood being cut in the throat would be emitted sooner or later. Ninjas are extremely sensitive to the smell of blood, so Daoren must kill all these people when the enemy ninja finds out. When Daoren fumbled forward, unknowingly, dark clouds covered the moon, and the moonlight disappeared and the earth was plunged into a brief darkness. The slow drop in temperature made Daoren feel a little uncomfortable, and a trace of hesitation appeared in his heart. There was a prehistoric behemoth in front of the Buddha. This feeling. Daoren stopped. The ninja's sixth sense was extremely keen, and now he felt uneasy in his heart. It means that something must have happened before. Found it? Daoren hesitated for a while, but at this moment of hesitation, there was a sound of breaking through the air, and dozens of them shot from all directions. Daoren knew that his assassination plan had failed, and he didn't know how the other party discovered it. However, judging from the scale of Kiwu, there were a large number of opponents, so Daoren jumped into the ground with a dodge and hurriedly fled behind. Earth style. Yellow Spring Marsh. As soon as he settled, he heard an indifferent voice. The soil under Daoren's feet stirred for a while. Daoren had fallen into the soil before he could react. Daoren didn't break free but sank deeper. The sound of breaking through the sky came again, letting the Buddha have formulated a strategy long ago. Several kunao nailed to Daoren's body with the detonating talisman, and the sparks of the detonating talisman's tail flashed and burned quickly, as if death was reading the countdown. Boom boom boom. The detonation talisman was ignited, and a huge explosion sounded through the entire jungle, alarming the sleeping birds. The ninjas in this forest, whether they were from the Uchiha Coalition forces or the Hyuga Coalition forces, rushed towards this place for the first time. Regardless of the other ninjas, when the smoke from the aftermath of the explosion gradually dissipated, the ninjas who were waiting for the results around them all stared at Daoren's location. Disappeared. The broken ground is damaged, but there is no corpse of the kid just now. Chapter 38. People. How can it disappear out of thin air? Huan Quanzhao obviously trapped the opponent. Hyuga Sanchi stared coldly below, the meridians between his eyes burst, and the Buddha in the night could not block his sight. Everything around him was invisible under his eyes, except for the Uchiha kid who was riding on the owl. The kid did disappear just now. What method was used to disappear? No one can answer the Hyuga tripod. On. Hyuga Sunja gave an order, and the jungle shook and shot in the direction where Madara was. It has started. As soon as Hyuga Sunja gave the order, a whisper came from the Buddha in his ear. The silver-white Byakugan saw the blue chakra flowing in front of him. A 5-year-old child came to him with kunao in his hand, and then cut his throat with kunao. His vision slowly blurred, and finally fell to the ground. Go up, alarm the ninjas who are rushing towards Madara. Shoo. Watching Daoren reappear and kill Hyuga Sanjiao in a flash, the 6 ninjas who had attacked Madara instantly returned to the 3. Daoren looked at the returning ninja with a low laugh, and threw the strange kunao in his hand toward the front. The moonlight reappeared. Under the moonlight, a dark figure cut through the sky. Whenever this black figure appeared, a ninja fell down. The figure appeared 3 times. The 3 people who had originally rushed had already lain on the ground and lost consciousness. Gather together. Looking at Daoren, who was fascinated by ghosts, the ninja who had killed Madara finally realized the seriousness of the matter. The remaining 3 ninjas gathered back to prevent Daoren from attacking. Read more at hottentalnovel.xyz. This is Flying Thunder God. The power is reduced in large-scale battles, but it is like a miracle in small-scale battles. Daoren lifted the Flying Thunder God's kiwi from the ground and looked at the ninjas gathered in front of him with cold eyes. Gathering together will only make you die early. The mouth on the palm of Daoren's palm was like a grinning laugh, and his scarlet head was constantly shaking. After a bite of the clay in the ninja bag, a clay clone appeared in front of Daoren. Kill each other. Seeing Daoren's appearance, the group of ninjas became more and more uneasy, and quickly rushed towards Daoren amidst a roar. Late. The clay clone rushed towards the opponent holding the Flying Thunder God Kobo, and when Kobo was thrown away like a thunder, the clone disappeared and appeared in front of the group of ninjas when it reappeared. Ha ha! The avatar let out a low laugh, and its body swelled rapidly like a balloon, instantly wrapping the 3 ninjas. It's over, art is an explosion. Drink. Boom boom boom. The clone emits a dazzling light, first shrinks and then quickly collides. A loud thunderbolt burst, and the sound of the air wave oscillated like a tsunami. The fire at the place of the explosion rose, and the solid ground was broken. The splashed mud brushed with the air wave in all directions and hit the big tree. It's like the sound of raindrops falling to the ground. Phew. Daoren finally breathed a sigh of relief when he looked at the fireworks ahead. Fortunately, he was ready to prepare Flying Thunder God Kunao and detonating clay. Otherwise Daoren really didn't know how to survive this crisis, but everything was over. Daoren achieved this again. Victory in the battle. Is this your strength? Daoren. Madara in the distance looked at everything in front of her, a total of 8 ninjas, they were solved in just 10 minutes. If I turn on Sharingan, can it be as strong as him? The longing light in Madara's eyes flashed with the fire, like a blazing fire. Chapter 39. Madara is a genius in the Uchiha clan, but only after meeting Daoren did I realize that this genius can only look up at the back of others. At this moment, Madara has never been so eager for power, eager to surpass all power. Uchiha Madara is definitely not weaker than anyone. Madara's inner desire Daoren didn't know. Daoren was sinking into his heart at the moment, because an achievement called a spike was illuminated. Daoren once again obtained a silver treasure chest. Whether to open? There was a cold voice from the system, and Daoren nodded without hesitation. The system was ordered, the treasure chest shook for a while, and finally a mist appeared. Congratulations to the host for getting the water-style mist shinobi technique. Do you receive it? Receive. Daoren saw that mist shinobi technique was neither excited nor lost, because although mist shinobi technique is not a powerful ninjutsu, it is similar to rock shinobi technique and is a very practical ninjutsu. After receiving the mist shinobi technique, Daoren quickly learned the mystery of the mist shinobi technique. He used chakra to roll up the spray to create a thick fog. The thick fog contained chakra, so that the ninja who sensed through chakra could not perceive where the user is. But this technique is useless for Daoren now, because Byakugan of the Hyuga clan can see through this technique at a glance. Daoren, let's get out of here quickly. When Daoren received the mist shinobi technique, Madara was already riding an owl and came to Daoren's side. Her eyes longing for power had long since disappeared. Okay. Daoren nodded. The explosions just now must have shocked the other ninjas, and staying here now is equivalent to attracting firepower. Read more at hottentalnovel.xyz. Although the ninjas I just met are crowded but not strong, if you encounter 5 or 6 jonin groups, then even if the Flying Thunder God is more powerful, I am afraid Daoren can only choose to escape. The two thought of flying directly toward the jungle with the flying bird. When Daoren and Madara had just left, 3 pairs of scarlet eyes flashed in the dark jungle. The blood is still warm, not long after death. A ninja wearing Uchiha costume came to the dead ninja and whispered, "Who killed it?" Uchiha's ninja looked at the mess in front of him and whispered. As soon as the sentence was said, the 3 Konao shot from the distance of the jungle, and then 3 ninjas from the Hyaga coalition forces rushed towards the Uchiha ninja. The 2 teams were fighting again in the dark night. The night slowly dissipated in the fierce fighting, and the bright sunlight hung from the mountainside, and then shone across the whole land. The fierce battle has been going on for a day and a night. Even the physically strong ninjas can't stand such an intense fight. They began to hide and lick their wounds, wanting to take action after recovering. After destroying Hyaga's supply, Uchiha Tajima came to the battlefield of the decisive battle at the fastest speed. The night did not stop his footsteps, but further contributed to his turbulent flames. He is like a hunter in the dark night, constantly harvesting the lives of the enemy ninja, and spreading the news that the supply of the Hyaga clan has been destroyed. When the sky was white, the news that the Hyaga's supply was destroyed has spread throughout the battlefield. The ninjas of Hyaga got into chaos after receiving this news, and seemed a little powerless in the face of battle. So when both sides seemed a little disgusted with fighting, the 2 sides chose to wave their hands very tacitly. Even if they met, they would stand up rather than fight. When the sun was completely high, the assembled fireworks of the Hyaga clan exploded in the sky, and the ninjas of the Hyaga coalition began to retreat. The Uchiha coalition forces who heard the news knew that the battle might be over. The Hyaga coalition forces that have lost their supply may no longer be able to support such a high-intensity battle, and the next step is to enter the negotiation stage. Although the Uchiha coalition forces suffered heavy losses in this battle, the stability of the rear was able to support the next battle, so the original disadvantage for the Uchiha coalition forces was reversed after the supply of the Hyaga coalition forces was destroyed. After the Hyaga coalition forces assembled, the Hyaga coalition forces finally chose to retreat, and the Uchiha coalition forces did not stop. Because the Hyaga coalition forces are now stronger than the Uchiha coalition forces, the Uchiha coalition forces watched the Hyaga coalition forces disappearing into the horizon and cheered. They know that the battle has finally come to an end, and the winner belongs to themselves. After the battle was completely over, the Uchiha coalition forces began to clean the battlefield, and Daoren and Madara, who experienced the first battle last night, also walked out of the hidden tree hole and joined the coalition forces. Chapter 40. After Uchiha summoned fireworks exploded in the sky, the Uchiha coalition ninjas scattered all over the country and marched towards the same place. The ninja is a profession full of cruelty and darkness. The so-called cleaning of the battlefield is actually to clean up the things on the deceased, and then bury the deceased on the spot. After these things are done, the coalition forces combine and retreat. Daoren and Madara returned to the ninja troop under the guidance of the call for fireworks, and the troop began to evacuate after gathering. As for those ninjas who were seriously injured before they arrived or even went into hiding without seeing the fireworks summoning, there were only 2 ends. One is a serious injury and then a silent death without rescue. The other end is to be left to continue to monitor the Hyaga coalition forces and the ninja forces looking for injured ninjas to find and get rescued. The battlefield is cruel, and it may be unfair to those people, but this is the general trend. After a day and a night of fierce fighting, even the strong ninja felt exhausted and wanted to go back to the camp for a good rest. Therefore, the injustice of the minority is fair to the majority. The death of a companion is exchanged for the temporary rest of other ninjas. This is the cruelty of war. Daoren and Madara followed the large group back towards the camp. Daoren had been looking for his family's companions on the way, but to Daoren's disappointment, Daoren did not find them, which made Daoren feel a little uneasy. In a day's journey, Daoren finally returned to the camp of the Uchiha coalition forces. As a direct participant in this war, the returned ninja was treated as a hero, and even the little genin like Daoren was given the best care. After dealing with the wounds on his body in the camp, Daoren returned to the camp tent, waiting for the return of the other members of the family. However, as Daoren waited for the heaven and spirit and the left wing, he still did not appear, which made Daoren feel a little uneasy. So Daoren got up and went to the registration office. The ninjas who lost contact and died after the war will count. Read more at hotentillnovel.xyz. But when Daoren came to the registration office, he found that there were already a large number of ninjas gathered here, and Daoren even heard choking cries for a while. Daoren. When Daoren stepped into the tent at the registration office, a low voice sounded in Daoren's ears. Daoren felt a little familiar when he heard the voice. When he turned his head, he saw Amamiya Tianzheng calling to himself a little disappointed. Big brother God. Daoren saw Amamiya Tian shouting in surprise, and hurried over. When he came to Amamiya Tian, Daoren's eyes narrowed and found that Amamiya Tian's left arm was empty at this moment. Amamiya Tian felt Daoren's gaze and laughed at herself. I was accidentally cut off when I was ambushed, but I'm lucky, at least I survived. Big brother God. Hearing Amamiya Tian's words, Daoren felt a little uncomfortable. The predecessor who had been taking care of him has become like this now, which makes Daoren feel that things are impermanent. By the way, what about brother left and brother Ling? Daoren was silent for a while and asked immediately. Amamiya's lost expression on his face became even worse. The spirit is dead. Died. After hearing this, Daoren was taken aback, and then fell completely silent. Death was so far away from Daoren a month ago. After entering the battlefield, Daoren also experienced a life and death crisis, and the death sickle was also hung on Daoren's head. But even so, Daoren did not understand the meaning of death. Until now, the death of the spirit has made Daoren truly feel that death is such an existence. What about the left-wing eldest brother? Daoren hurriedly asked after hearing that only the spirit was dead. A trace of sadness flashed in his eyes after Tian heard, and he whispered to Daoren. Come with me. Daoren had a bad premonition as he watched Tian turned and left. After taking Daoren to the intensive medical area that day, Daoren's premonition became stronger and stronger. The left wing is there. After walking into the medical area, Tian brought Daoren to a hospital bed. On the bed was a ninja surrounded by bandages, with a slightly free breath. This ninja was the left wing of Amamiya who had been taking care of Daoren. Chapter 41. Brother left. Daoren looked at the badly injured left wing and couldn't say what the Buddha had originally said, and could only turn into a soft call. I met the left wing on the battlefield. Although I tried my best to rescue the left wing, when I brought the left wing back, the left wing was almost dead. Tian looked at the left wing's sad expression has disappeared, leaving only the endless loneliness and helplessness. This is the ninja. Death is the destiny of the ninja. The fetters of the companions are destined to be cut off the moment they first enter the battlefield. The departure of the dead can only bring loneliness and sadness to the living. Is it Daoren? When the sky said this, the badly injured left wing temporarily awoke, opened his eyes that were about to be blurred, and saw this silent Daoren, a vitality suddenly shrouded in the left wing's face. Brother left. Daoren heard the call from the left wing and quickly passed by, and the left wing saw a smile on Daoren's pale face, which was safe and sound. I also said to protect you. It seems that you are stronger than me now, but my elder brother ended up like this. What a shame. Left wing eldest brother, don't say anything. When you get better, you will definitely become stronger. Daoren quickly comforted when he heard the words of the left wing. I know my situation. My Amamiya left wing does not have the talent to become a ninja. I have been training hard since becoming a ninja. But I don't have ninja talents. No matter how I train, I'm so weak. Read more at hotentillnovel.xyz. But Daoran, you are different. You are only 5 years old now. You have such strength when you are only 5 years old. You are the most talented ninja I have ever seen in my life. I believe you will be able to revitalize the Amamiya clan. This is what I have always believed in since the first time I saw you. Doran. The left wing's gaze became dimmed, and his bandaged arm lifted slightly and pointed to the tabletop. My time is running out, have you seen my ninja bag? After hearing it, Daoran looked at the broken ninja bag on the table, and didn't know when his voice became a little hoarse. I saw. There is a ninja, experience recorded by myself, this is my last gift, I hope it can be useful to you. The brilliance of life slowly dissipated in the eyes. When the radiance dissipated, the path of life came to an end, and the pace of progress stopped at this moment. The dark clouds in the sky were rolling, letting the Buddha bid farewell to this ordinary ninja. Daoran looked down at the left wing who was smiling and died. His hands trembled. He opened the ninja bag with the bloodline and took out a book that was already yellowed. Open the book gently. My left wing must become a powerful ninja and revitalize the Amamiya clan. This is my Shindo. Ninja, Shindo, fetters, death, pain, hatred. Daoran closed the book and closed his eyes. The meaning of the ninja was letting Daoran understand thoroughly at this moment, and it also gave Daoran a thorough insight into the cruelty of this world. The ninja constantly trains for his own ninja and cuts off the obstacles in front, and the so-called fetters will appear on the way forward, so that the ninja has the power to move on. When the bond is created, the ninja dies unfortunately, and the other side of the bond is the pain of death, and the hatred also gathers in the heart with the pain, thus devouring the heart of the living. This is the main theme of the ninja world. The death of the left wing has not brought any changes to the world. Daoran also trained harder after experiencing the death of the left wing and the spirit. At the moment when the left wing died, Daoran felt the pain caused by death, so Daoran yearned for power, hoping to use powerful force to keep death away from him forever. The death of the left wing and the spirit marked the end of the war between the two coalition forces. The Hokage clan who lost their supply did not choose to surrender. Because during the battle between the two major coalition forces, the Heiai clan that dominated the northern part and the Senju clan known as Senju of the Mori officially declared war on the Uchiha and Hokage clan. The declaration of war between the two clans gave the originally defeated Hokage clans hope that they could end the battle without surrendering. Uchiha had no choice but to sign a stop agreement with Hokage after learning that the Senju and Hakata had declared war on him. So this fierce war ended hastily in such a form, which made the entire warring state's family feel extremely ridiculous. Chapter 42. Uchiha and Hokage had ended the war. When the news came back to the camp, each ninja had a different point of view, but no one opposed it. For the ninjas of other families, the sooner this war stops, the better, but for the ninjas of the Uchiha family, it is full of helplessness. After the decisive battle was over, the Uchiha clan heard news that the Senju clan had launched an attack on the Nanfan mine and formally declared war on the Uchiha clan. The Yi clan that dominates the northern part overlooks the Hokage and Uchiha clan and shows signs of invading south. After the Senju clan declared war on Uchiha, they first raided the Hokage clan's herbal planting Grand Earth Canyon, and then attacked the Senju clan's Bifeng city behind the Senju clan. At the same time, they declared war on both Senju and Hokage clan. The series of actions dazzled the Uchiha and Hokage tribes. The invasion of Senju and Hakata made the two clans have to wave their hands to a truce, but the Hokage clan used this opportunity to finally force Uchiha to choose a peaceful truce when the supply was lost and was about to fall. This was a great fortune in the misfortune to avoid the indemnity that the Hokage clan had to surrender. After the war is over, the ninjas of the major families will also leave the Uchiha residence and return to their families. Because the agreement to assist the Uchiha in the battle ended at the moment when the Hokage clan ceased the war, the ninjas of these families no longer need to stay in the Uchiha clan to fight for the Uchiha clan. Doran, are you leaving now? Looking at Daoren, who was packing his luggage, Madara hurried over when he learned that Daoren was leaving. Well, the war between Uchiha and Hyuga is over, and our family has completed the original agreement, so there is no need to stay. Read more at hotuntalnovel.xyz. Daoren said as he cleaned up. Is it? Madara sighed after hearing this. What happened to Daoren recently? Madara also knows that the death of two ninjas in the family has made Daoren a little depressed recently, but Madara has no comfort, because ninjas are like this, and death is the ultimate destination of ninjas. When Daoren and Amamiya packed their things, they checked in at the registration desk, and then walked out of the camp. Madara followed silently until they sent Daoren out of the camp. In the chaotic age of the Warring States period, fighting was the main theme, and a parting might be the last meeting. So Madara feels a bit heavy now, because for Madara, Daoren is the first time he meets a well-matched opponent, and the first friend in Madara's heart to identify with. Walking out of the gate of the coalition camp, Daoren looked at the silent Madara and whispered. Let's go back. Take care of everything. I hope I can see you next time. Don't die. Madara was silent for a while when she heard Daoren's words, and finally said in a cold tone, and then stopped turning back towards the camp. Madara. Hearing Madara's words, Daoren looked at Daoren who turned and left, and suddenly shouted. Madara, who had left, stopped when she heard it, and Daoren chuckled when she saw this. You have to be stronger next time you meet, but don't let me underestimate it. UBD, do you want to fight me? Madara just felt her brow jump when she heard Daoren's words, then turned and yelled at Daoren. But before Madara finished speaking, Madara saw that Daoren had already turned and left. Under the shining sun, he was on his way home, and Madara suddenly smiled when he saw this. Hee, I will surprise you next time I meet. The rising sun is high in the sky, and the vibrant sun shines on the earth, dispelling the darkness and sorrow after the war. The two teenagers with their own beliefs are separated at this moment. When they meet again, they may be the same as they are now, or they may have been long ago. Become different. Chapter 43. Sir Gang, just let him go like this. In an unremarkable place in the camp, a Uchiha member watched Daoren and the sky disappear on the horizon and eagerly shouted to the middle-aged man on the side. Otherwise, the patriarch has agreed to leave the ninjas of other families. The middle-aged man said coldly. This middle-aged man is the commander Uchiha Gang who commanded the decisive battle. Because Uchiha had just commanded the decisive battle, Daoren's performance on the battlefield was clear to Uchiha. A small family of ninjas has such terrifying abilities, which made Uchiha just a bit of murderous intent. It is a pity that Uchiha Tajima did not see Daoren's performance with his own eyes. And the war is over. The Uchiha clan has no reason to prevent the departure of other clan. So Uchiha just felt very dissatisfied with Uchiha Tajima's letting Daoren leave. According to him, it is better to kill a genius like Amamiya Daoren as soon as possible, so as not to grow up and eventually become a major disaster. But Uchiha was not the head of the clan. Uchiha Tajima had absolute authority in the clan. Even if Uchiha was just an elder, he did not dare to provoke Uchiha Tajima. He could only watch Daoren and Amamiya go away. My lord, do you want to? The Uchiha ninja on the side saw Uchiha's dissatisfaction, so he made a killing action. Read more at hotuntalnovel.xyz. Uchiha on the side just thought about this, and finally revealed a murderous intent. Clean up the tail, and definitely not leave any traces to discredit the Uchiha clan. Yes. The Uchiha ninja gave a cruel smile, and disappeared in front of Uchiha Gang in a flash. Uchiha just looked at the place where Daoren disappeared and whispered, "Don't blame the old man, if you blame it, blame you not from the Uchiha clan." After Daoren and Tien left the Uchiha camp, they swiftly flew towards the Amamiya clan's residence. But before the two of them left the coalition camp, 5 ninjas dressed in black and masks rushed out from both sides while passing a canyon, and attacked the two with surprisingly murderous intent. "You Uchiha are really ugly, how much we Amamiya have paid for yours, but in exchange for this." Amamiya Tien watched the 5 ninjas who rushed and immediately knew what had happened, and yelled out a sharp knife to meet him. Daoren sighed and rushed towards the opponent when he saw this. Daoren knew that he was shining brightly on the battlefield. Uchiha would definitely not let him go. So Daoren deliberately did not use the giant bird to fly in order to wait here for the ninjas of the Uchiha clan, beheading them to teach Uchiha a lesson, and let them know that they are not free to bully. Daoren's flying thunder god became more proficient after several battles. 3 flying thunder gods were thrown out. With Daoren's flash, the 3 Uchiha ninjas had fallen to the ground and lost their vitality. The remaining 2 ninjas were fighting with Amamiya Tien. After seeing this, they were shocked, so they quickly distanced themselves from Amamiya Tien and wanted to escape, but as Flying Thunder God Kunao came to the feet of the two Uchiha ninjas, not surprisingly, he was beheaded by Daoren in one fell swoop. After Daoren and Amamiya killed 5 Uchiha ninjas, they left quickly. After killing the ninjas sniped by Uchiha, Daoren also created a giant clay bird, and disappeared from the position where he had just been fighting on the giant bird. Half an hour later, 2 silhouettes in armor appeared on the position just now, looking at the 5 Uchiha ninjas whose throats were sealed. One of them turned scarlet with black eyes, and the 3 Guya kept spinning in it. "It looks like the family is going to take care of it, and my orders have been ignored." When I saw this person's face, I realized that this person turned out to be Uchiha Tajima, the head of the Uchiha clan. At this moment, Uchiha Tajima did not pursue the deaths of these 5 Uchiha ninjas. Instead, he felt a little annoyed that Uchiha just didn't listen to his own orders. He felt that his control of the family had dropped a little, and some people even dared to violate themselves like this. Will. Daoren and Amamiya Tien didn't know what had just happened. The 2 people riding the giant bird finally returned to the Amamiya clan's residence after 2 days of journey with all their strength. The proximity to the Amamiya clan's residence should have been happy, but Daoren and Tien felt a little depressed. Although the forest path in front of him is not much different from when Daoren left, the coldness makes Daoren and Tien feel a little bit wrong. Chapter 44. The scene was the same as before the 2 left, but what filled their sights was a scene as if they had gone through war. The Amamiya residence, which was full of vigorous children, has now become dilapidated. Daoren and Tien stepped on the ruins and walked toward the family residence step by step with heavy footsteps. When it approached, the wooden house had been scorched by the flames, and there were even dark blood stains remaining on the broken earth walls, leaving the Buddha silently telling a cruel killing. The Amamiya clan. Daoren saw the silence. Daoren couldn't imagine what happened here. Silence was the best expression of inner depression. Something happened to the family. Amamiya Tien was calmer than Daoren had imagined. She looked around coldly, silently took out Kunao from the ninja bag, and walked cautiously into it. When the 2 stepped into the premises, the collapsed houses and damaged ground all showed that a great battle had been experienced here, and Daoren unknowingly walked to his door. No, maybe it is said that before the 2 pitch-black wooden pillars that have turned into coke, the former quiet house is now only a piece of ashes. Daoren walked in slowly and looked around, silently looking extremely depressed. "Is that Daoren?" In the weird silence, a doubtful voice came from behind. Daoren was pleasantly surprised when he heard this voice. He turned his head and saw a young man hiding behind a low wall cautiously, poking his head out of doubt. Daoren. 7 Cs. It was not Daoren but Tien who answered this person. Tien strode to see the young man and shouted in a deep voice. The young man who was hiding saw that Amamiya Tien was extremely surprised, and ran out hurriedly. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. It's great, brother God, you're back. Say. What happened at home? How could the resident be like this? Tian Shen said, his tone was full of suppressed anger. Brother Tian, shortly after you left, the Yoshi family declared war on our Amamiya clan, so the war between the two clans broke out, and just 3 days ago, the Yoshi clan attacked our family's residence, so there is the current situation. Chi-Hai quickly explained after hearing this. A surprise attack on the clan residence. What about the head of the family? What about other clan members in the family? Amamiya's heart sank after hearing this. Big brother Tian, don't worry. Although the Yoshi clan attacked our family by surprise, we were prepared at that time, so there were no serious casualties. Now the clan members have been transferred to the Yamanaka forest. Because there are still family ninjas who don't know about this, the patriarch ordered me to wait here. Chi-Hai was worried, so he quickly explained. That's it? Amamiya Tian finally breathed a sigh of relief after listening to Nanami's explanation. Then, under the leadership of Ki-Ai, the two came to the Yamanaka forest in the back mountain of the original Amamiya clan. Yamanaka forest is the same as its name. This is a stone forest, but there are many big trees growing on the stone forest. These big trees are like roots and buds in the stone. The terrain is strange and it is a place that is easy to defend and difficult to attack. After the two came to Yamanaka forest, the patriarch Amamiya Gen, who got the news, took the family ninjas to the simple residence gate and waited. After seeing Amamiya Tian and Dao Ren, he quickly walked up and said to the two. It's a blessing to you all. Following the words of Amamiya Gen saw the empty arms in the sky, and there were only 2 family ninjas who had returned. His heart sank, knowing that the other 3 ninjas might have died in battle. Well, go in, tell me what happened during this time. Although he felt heavy in his heart, Amamiya Gen said calmly. The other members of the family cheered after knowing that the ninja who went to support Uchiha returned, because they were family heroes to the Amamiya family. Amamiya Tian followed the patriarch to discuss what happened during this period, while Dao Ren was supported by a group of people, enjoying the treatment of a hero. P.S. If you watched it, click on the favorite, which is conducive to watching directly next time. Chapter 45. Dao Ren, quickly talk about what you have experienced during this time. As soon as the patriarch Amamiya Gen left, the other members of the clan started to ask questions, eyes full of curiosity. Because only 2 of the 5 family ninjas who went out have returned now, among them Amamiya's spirit who was Jonin died, Amamiya had his arm broken, and only Amamiya Dioran was unscathed. Everyone knew that Dao Ren must have been on the battlefield, but he came back alive, so everyone was extremely curious about how Dao Ren survived that terrifying battlefield. Not only ordinary family members are curious, but even the ninjas of the family have their ears pricked up to hear what Dao Ren encountered on the battlefield, and the children of the family are surrounded by Dao Ren, pulling Dao Ren to tell them about the battlefield. On the story, Dao Ren looked at everyone with a curious look and knew that he could not escape, so he could only clear his throat and tell what happened on the battlefield. Of course, Dao Ren hid the flying thunder god and some unnecessary things. Don't tell me, Dao Ren tells the story quite well, telling the story vividly, so that the family audience was surprised to hear it, and they all gave Dao Ren a look of admiration. Dao Ren, can you show us the clay explosion style you mentioned? Achanan finally couldn't help asking after hearing what Dao Ren had said. Dao Ren smiled when he heard it. It was this time that the patriarch called to the sky to talk about the battlefield. Then the detonating clay would definitely be known to the patriarch. Rather than hiding and pinching it, it's better to show it openly. At that time, it won't arouse others' suspicion. As for others to ask how to come, Dao Ren can just pretend that he doesn't know anything. Anyway, no one else will detonate the forbidden technique of clay. Speaking of which, Dao Ren is now the first user to detonate clay. Of course can. Read More at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Daoren smiled at this thought, spread his hands, and saw two mouths appearing in Daoren's palms, and a scarlet tongue flicked in his mouth, making the family members startled. It's weird. Different from the ordinary residents of the family, the ninjas of the family curiously looked at the mouth between their hands and made a sneer. I'm optimistic. Daoren gave a strange cry and put his hand in the ninja bag, and took a bite on the clay with his mouth, and then a big bird appeared in front of everyone in their surprised eyes. Daoren jumped on the big bird's back, and after Daoren's operation, the big bird took Daoren and flew towards the sky. Wow, it's flying! The children of the family yelled excitedly when they saw this, clapping their little hands, and chased Daoren as they shouted. Daoren nodded in satisfaction when he saw the residents below, including the ninjas, dumbfounded, and decided to put a Meng material to create a clay spider. In Daoren's low drink, the clay spider exploded violently, engulfing thick gunpowder smoke. Guru! The residents and ninjas below looked at Daoren's terrifying ability and couldn't help but swallow, and then spread their palms. Daoren is a member of the Amamiya clan, but Daoren has such a weird ability. He is also a member of the Amamiya clan. Is it possible to have this ability? But the people below didn't realize that he had the same ability as Daoren after watching for a long time, and couldn't help but feel a little lost. While Daoren was performing the clay explosion style, Amamiya walked out of the family meeting room at this time and saw Daoren flying in the sky. A trace of helplessness flashed in his eyes. Daoren hurried down, and the patriarch summoned. I know Brother Tien. Daoren screamed when he heard the news, and then manipulated the giant bird to come to Tien's face. Tien looked at Daoren and whispered. When the patriarch asks questions, you must answer truthfully, don't have any concealment, no. Don't worry, big brother, I know all this. Daoren nodded and followed the sky behind to the family meeting room. He saw Amamiya Gen, who was sitting on the tatami with his eyes closed and wondering what he was thinking. Seeing Amamiya Gen's calm appearance, Daoren's heart stunned, because Daoren sensed danger from Amamiya Gen, and this danger is not weaker than Uchiha Gang, the commander of the Uchiha Coalition forces. Chapter 46. Master Patriarch. Daoren suppressed the thoughts in his heart, bowed slightly and shouted. Daoren, right? Sit down. Amamiya Gen opened his eyes when he heard Daoren's voice, and after scanning Daoren with his muddy eyes, he said gently. Yes. Daoren sat down properly. Amamiya Gen nodded, satisfied seeing Daoren not having any arrogance, and looked at Daoren with a hint of curiosity. I learned about your performance on the battlefield in Tianko. You did a good job, without the reputation of the fallen Amamiya clan. Fighting for the Amamiya clan is my long-cherished wish. Hearing the words of Amamiya Gen, Daoren spit in his heart. The Amamiya clan is a small family that has no prestige, but although the idea is like this, the words in his mouth are full of the sense of obligation to contribute to the family. Amamiya on the side saw Daoren's honest appearance and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and Amamiya Gen seemed to be satisfied with Daoren's words, and his tone became more gentle. I heard you have a special ability, can you let me see it? Yes. Daoren screamed after hearing it, then spread his palms, and two mouths appeared in the palms of Amamiya Gen's weird gaze. After creating a clay spider, Daoren turned the spider towards the small side of the meeting room. The courtyard was thrown away, and then the clay spider was detonated. Boom! With a crackling sound, the clay spider blasted the ground of the small courtyard into a deep pit. Amamiya Gen was slightly surprised when he saw this, and it was the first time Amamiya Gen saw such a weird ability. And listening to what Amamiya Tien said, this clay spider is only the simplest and weakest, and the strongest seems to be able to razor the entire Amamiya clan's residence to the ground. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Daoren, do you know how your abilities come from? Amamiya Gen quickly adjusted his inner fluctuations, and his tone was still so gentle, but Dao Ren felt that these words were full of irresistible. After my father died, because of excessive sadness, he awakened this ability as soon as he woke up. Dao Ren still said that before. Amamiya Gen nodded after listening. It seems that it may be the bloodline that is hidden in the blood of the Amamiya clan. Yes, Dao Ren, you have done a great job for the family, and the family will not forget you. You will follow along in the future meetings. Yes. Dao Ren was stunned after hearing this. Only Jonin can attend important family meetings, and ordinary meetings must be at least Chunin level to be eligible. Now Amamiya Gen lets Dao Ren attend the meeting, so there is only one possibility, that is, Amamiya Gen wants to train Dao Ren. You must know that Amamiya Gen is over 40 years old this year, and more importantly, Amamiya Gen has no children until now. Dao Ren is so highly regarded now. Doesn't it mean that Amamiya Gen wants Dao Ren to become a young patriarch? Well, if it's okay, you can go down. God and I still have important things to talk about. Amamiya Gen looked at Dao Ren and felt more and more satisfied, and after a little encouragement, he issued the order to see off the guests. Then I will go down first. Dao Ren heard these words and knew that the matter had been fooled, so he stood up and walked out according to etiquette. What do you think? After Dao Ren left, Amamiya Gen's gentle expression disappeared. He closed his eyes and didn't know what he was thinking. When Xiugu and Ziuyi died, Dao Ren was very sad. This shows that Dao Ren is a person with a lot of emotions, and the ninja is extremely talented, and now he has that special ability, so I think I can focus on training. Amamiya Tian has a great affection for Dao Ren. Not only Dao Ren is talented, but more importantly, Dao Ren's performance when he died on the left wing made Amamiya Tian see a touch of warmth in this bloody ninja world. So now Amamiya Gen asks, that's why I highly recommend Dao Ren. Is it? After hearing this, Amamiya Gen fell into deep thought, then opened his eyes, their eyes gleaming, looking at the humble Amamiya station. As the new generation of the family, Dao Ren has a heart to return to the family, and has the potential to grow into a new generation of pillars. As the patriarch and elder of the family, how can I help him? The Amamiya clan wants passed to the hands of their generation. So that generation must have someone who can bear the entire Amamiya clan, and this person is Amamiya Dioran. Yes. Hearing the words of the patriarch, he knelt down. Amamiya Gen said that this point has already indicated that Amamiya Gen will focus on cultivating Dao Ren, so that it can completely grow up and become the new pillar of the Amamiya clan. With this commitment, Dao Ren's status in the family will probably rise dramatically, and various resources will be open to Dao Ren, so Dao Ren has made it to the sky in one step. P.S. New books for collection. Chapter 47. Dao Ren didn't know the conversation between Amamiya Gen and Amamiya Tian. When Dao Ren walked out, the children of the family quickly surrounded him. Some of these people are older than Dao Ren, and some are younger than Dao Ren. Although they are of different ages, they all admire Dao Ren very much. Because Dao Ren is a genius figure among his peers who has been on the battlefield and beheaded other family ninjas. Not only these children, but even those elders in the family are optimistic about Dao Ren. If what Dao Ren just said is true, then Dao Ren will definitely be cultivated by the family and become a new generation model and pillar of the family. Sure enough, not long after Dao Ren came out, the patriarch issued an award to Dao Ren. From now on, Dao Ren has obtained the qualification to listen to the family meeting, and the various resources of the family are also open to Dao Ren. The family ninja who received the news knew that the patriarch was focusing on training Dao Ren, so he looked at Dao Ren with more curiosity from the beginning. This is a gaze that gradually recognized Dao Ren. After Dao Ren returned, he began to recuperate. After 5 days of rest, the original injury has recovered and he can continue to practice. After a month of exploration, Dao Ren learned that the super achievement system has a huge bug. When Daoren learns a certain ninjutsu and mystery in the ninja world, the treasure chest obtained will definitely not have the skills that Daoren has mastered, and the ones that Daoren have not mastered or are higher than that Daoren has mastered. Grade form. Just as Daoren now masters Raise-Non, then next time it will only be Big Ball Raise-Non, not Raise-Non, or Spiral Shuriken. After learning that this rule exists, Daoren decided to learn ninjutsu. First, because Daoren knew his shortcomings in the battlefield, he lost the detonating clay and flying thunder god and he was just a weak genin. Daoren, who wanted to be completely strong, would naturally not let it go. So Daoren made up his mind to strengthen his physique, ninjutsu, and illusion. Second, if Daoren learns some small ninjutsu before opening the treasure chest, like wind-style breakthrough and sea-level ninjutsu, then these ninjutsu will not appear when opening the treasure chest. Then get advanced ninjutsu and secret skills, the probability increases. The more important point is that although the Amamiya family does not have any secret skills, but because of the huge and natural 5 chakra attributes of chakra, this family has an extremely large reserve of ninjutsu, physique, and illusion. Because of the large reserves, Daoren don't worry about no ninjutsu to learn. Read more at hotantalnovel.xyz. Lightning style go. Daoren quickly pressed his palms to the ground, and a series of terrifying razors rushed forward with Daoren as the center. The mud that they passed by became darker, giving off an anxious smell. Big brother Daoren is so amazing, you can use ninjutsu at this age. It would be great if I could be like Daoren, so I would be able to show off. It's amazing, it's stronger than the floor walk my father used. The children of the family were surrounded by Daoren, watching Daoren using the ninjutsu of walking out of the ground, and they all made exclamation sounds. And the family ninja in the distance was surprised when he saw this. Uncle Yamamoto, who taught to walk, only demonstrated it once, but Daoren only watched it once, but the ground walk he used was more powerful than the demonstrator. This terrifying talent, so that the ninjas of the family can't help but move. Uncle Yamamoto has any other ninjutsu? Daoren looked at Amamiya Yamamoto, who was dumbfounded. Uncle Yamamoto blushed and coughed. Ahem, Daoren, you have to know that a ninja does not have to be ninjutsu to win. If you want to win a battle, you need to include many other aspects, such as Uncle Yamamoto obviously has no other ninjutsu. A 4-year-old child muttered loudly when he heard Uncle Yamamoto's words. Uncle Yamamoto bows and yells at the child who has just spoken. You talk a lot about Sonata. Hee hee. The surrounding children laughed when they heard Uncle Yamamoto's roar, which made Uncle Yamamoto even more embarrassed. In the end, Uncle Yamamoto couldn't bear to look at Daoren seriously. For others to learn a few ninjutsu is pretty good, but Daoren, you are gifted, so this method is not suitable for you, so I decided to give you a super powerful ninjutsu. Super powerful ninjutsu. Daoren was taken aback when he heard Uncle Yamamoto's words, and then he didn't believe it. Although he didn't master the ninjutsu that destroys the world, Flying Thunder God and Raise-Non are also S-level and A-level ninjutsu, so Daoren really didn't care about the super powerful ninjutsu that Uncle Yamamoto said. Don't you feel happy? Uncle Yamamoto asked with some curiosity when he saw Daoren's calm look. Absolutely not. Daoren shook his head and struck mercilessly. Ahem. Uncle Yamamoto was choked on hearing Daoren's words, but Uncle Yamamoto just thought Daoren had never seen this ninjutsu and didn't know the power of this ninjutsu, so he made up his mind to perform well and let Daoren know his own. Enlightenment teacher is not for nothing. Chapter 48. Uncle Yamamoto, who had made up his mind to give a good demonstration in front of Daoren, picked up 1,000 books, looked at the surrounding children, and deliberately amplified the sound. I'm optimistic. The next thing I want to demonstrate is a famous B-level ninjutsu in our family. This ninjutsu can't even be learned by many jonin. After Uncle Yamamoto said these words, the surrounding children looked unbelieving, and Daoren curled his lips even more. There are only a few jonins in the family, and each jonin has the focus of ninjutsu, so many jonins that Uncle Yamamoto said could not be learned because they did not want to learn. Ahem. Uncle Yamamoto saw that the students didn't give face at all, he couldn't help coughing fiercely, and put Kanben in his hands, and let out a low drink. The thunderous chakra was condensed between his palms, only listening to Uncle Yamamoto's low drink. Lightning style thousands of thunder. Stab. When Uncle Yamamoto yelled the sentence, the thunder light suddenly flickered from Senbon between his hands. Uncle Yamamoto threw Kanben violently toward the front. Senbon turned into a hole of light and shadow and went through. A wall in front was directly punched out by Senbon Dong. The hole made a roar. Wow! The children of the family cried out instantly when they looked at the horrible big hole, and there was a trace of admiration in the eyes of Uncle Yamamoto. Daoren saw the pierced earth wall and fell into contemplation. Daoren knew the principle of ninjutsu when he first saw this ninjutsu. Leiyukian can be said to be a difficult ninjutsu or a very simple ninjutsu. Surgery, read more at hotuntalnovel.xyz. It is difficult to say that it is because this ninjutsu takes advantage of the change in the nature of the thunder attribute chakra, and it is impossible to use this ninjutsu without controlling the change in the nature of the thunder attribute. It is simple to say, as long as you master the changes in the nature of the lightning attributes, then you can use this ninjutsu as long as the changes in the lightning attributes are poured into the 1000 books. This ninjutsu is similar to Chidori but simpler than Chidori. In addition to changes in nature, Chidori also includes changes in form. It can be used without a carrier like Chidori. How about Daoren? You must be humbly when you practice in the future, you know. Seeing Daoren's contemplation, Uncle Yamamoto thought that Daoren was in a state of shock. So Uncle Yamamoto put on the appearance of a teacher and said to Daoren, "The nature of the thunder attribute changes." Daoren came back to his senses, raised his hand, and chakra kept condensing in his hand. The thunder-attributed chakra continued to compress and collide, and finally a trace of thunder appeared in Daoren's hand. With the continuous release of Daoren chakra, the thunder and lightning continued to collide and roar. But the terrifying thunder light flashed in Daoren's hands for a minute, like 1,000 birds singing. This. Uncle Yamamoto looked at the thunder attribute chakra in Daoren's hands, and there was a glimmer of incredible in his eyes. Thunder attribute chakra's change in nature is an achievement of Uncle Yamamoto's life, and this achievement has not been completed by many jonin. However, this achievement, which he defines as a glorious achievement, is easily accomplished by people today. Uncle Yamamoto, who saw this, flashed a little sadness in his eyes, and at the same time he was surprised by Daoren's terrifying talent. The bird's call slowly dissipated from his arm. Daoren felt a numbness in his arm, and then there was a tingling pain. The change in the properties of the thunder attribute chakra belongs to collision and movement. Although Daoren does not have perfect control of the use of chakra, he relies on the huge amount of chakra to compulsively compress the thunder attribute chakra together, and the thunder attribute collision produces 1,000 birds chirping sound. But in this way, chakra's use of inaccuracy and the inability to control chakra's direction have been exposed. The consequence of exposure is that the thunder and lightning produced by chakra directly injured his arm, which is what Daoren just looked like. The perfect control of chakra is extremely important. Daoren felt for the first time how important chakra's control ability is. The change of nature requires control of the use of chakra. Chakra's form requires a strong chakra control. Daoren's current chakra control is far from enough. Chapter 49. Daoren, you are really a genius, but the changes in the nature of chakra are not so easy to control. Uncle Yamamoto recovered from the shock and frowned when he saw Daoren's somewhat scorched arm. Uncle, I already know my own problems. It seems that I am still too early to learn ninjutsu. Daoren felt his arm slowly regaining consciousness and said seriously. A strong person wants to be strong not only by strong ability, but more importantly, by a solid foundation. Many of the shadow-level powerhouses in the 5 major villages in later generations have no blood heirs and secret skills, but they can become such powerful ninjas, relying on basic accumulation and superior talents. After acquiring the system, Daoren felt that he could become stronger by acquiring powerful abilities. In addition, this body was good at learning any ninjutsu quickly, so Daoren had the idea of learning all ninjutsu. However, Daoren realized how ridiculous his previous thoughts were from the experience of the change in the nature of the lightning attributes just now. Without a solid foundation, even if you gain strong abilities, once you fight against the real strong, your lack of foundation will become a real fatal point. As long as you know. Uncle Yamamoto saw that Daoren didn't deal with him casually, but really realized his shortcomings, so he nodded in satisfaction. Then turned to look at the children of the family. You see, people with ninja talent like Daoren know the importance of the foundation, so you must practice these things well. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Yes, Uncle Yamamoto. Where could the children of the family refute? They all replied loudly. Daoren realized his shortcomings and decided to start training from the most basic. The most basic training is chakra control, and the most basic training method for chakra control is to climb trees and tread water. But these are far from enough for Daoren. The accuracy of chakra control that Daoren wants must be able to support the changes in the shape and nature of chakra. In order to improve chakra's control, Daoren decided to start wearing weights, using weights to increase his gravity, and then climbing trees. With the restraint of load, if chakra is not well controlled, it is easy to trample on the bark or fall off due to insufficient chakra. The second is to step on the waterfall. The waterfall is flowing, and when stepping on the waterfall, it is not only necessary to withstand the impact of the sliding water. Moreover, the water curtain of the waterfall is deep and shallow. When stepping on the waterfall, you must have excellent reaction and control ability. When the water flow fluctuates, the output of chakra is instantly changed, so it is extremely difficult to step on the waterfall. After confirming the training goal, Daoren began to act. In the following days, the Amamiya clan can see Daoren everywhere, hanging upside down on the house to train chakra control, walking on the edge of the wooden house, half-footed in the air to train chakra's training. In the middle of training, Daoren realized that chakra's control was not so simple. The repeated fall from the house made Daoren feel that his ideas were correct. After 7 days of training, Daoren finally completed the training of stepping on trees. Now Daoren can walk among the trees at will even with a load. Even with half of his foot in the air, he can walk upside down on the roof with his eyes closed. After completing the first step of training, Daoren came to the sea lake next to the family. There is a huge waterfall next to the sea lake, and the waterfall is Daoren's new training venue. When Daoren condensed chakra on the sole of his shoe, he slowly walked towards the waterfall, and came to the bottom of the waterfall. Daoren cautiously stepped on it. Fortunately, Daoren slowly ascended at first. However, as the current changed, the output of chakra at Daoren's feet was too large, which directly caused Daoren to slam into the lake. It's really not so difficult. Feeling the pain of stepping on the waterfall, Daoren became more excited without being angry. He fell from the waterfall again and again, and climbed up again and again. With continuous training, Daoren climbed towards the top of the waterfall step by step. Stepping on a waterfall is more difficult than stepping on a tree. This time it took Daoren 10 days to walk and run freely on the waterfall. Daoren looked at the waterfall he had conquered at his feet with a sense of accomplishment, which made Daoren feel his heart open up. Chapter 50. It has been half a month since Daoren was able to accurately control chakra, and the war between the Amamiya clan and the Yoshi family has gradually calmed down in half a month. The defeat of the Hyuga clan caused the Yoshi clan to lose support and could only stop the war with the Amamiya clan. The Amamiya family suffered heavy losses during this period. Even if they knew the Yoshi family's plan, they had to temporarily let go of their hatred and choose to cultivate health and rest just like the Yoshi family. Although the war between the two clans stopped, each other knew that the reason for the cessation of the two clans was only because of heavy losses. Once one of the parties recovers, the war will probably start again, so neither of the two clans have relaxed their vigilance against each other. After half a month of rest, it's time to go out and do some activities. Daoren decided to take some tasks after completing chakra training. The ninja clan in the Warring States period, apart from the large families with a large number of industries, the small clans' funds generally come from employment tasks, and completing the employer's tasks to get paid is the way for the small clan to survive. Does Daoren want to take on some tasks? When Daoren came to the mission hall, Chunin of the family asked curiously. Well, I want to take on a moderately difficult task. Daoren nodded and turned back. Really? I'll look for it. Kyu's opened the task record book and began to find Daoren suitable tasks for Daoren, and after reading it for a while, he pointed to a task, read more at hotantalnovel.xyz. How about this mission? Escort mission. Daoren looked at the task that Kuzur was referring to, and found that it was a task of escorting merchants to the city. The task's level was defined as sea level, and at most some bandits would be encountered. Then this. The Warring States was not peaceful along the way. Some people who lost their homes due to the war would fall into trouble, and the merchants would be the best meal for this group of bandits. Therefore, the merchants of the Warring States period would hire some ninjas every time they went into business. But because it is only the simplest escort, the ninja faces only the most ordinary robbers, who are only defined as sea-level characters. The caravan is settling in Hunghua village. You are going to Hunghua village now. If you are fine now, you'd better go early. Seeing Daoren's agreement, Kuzur answered for Daoren. I know. Daoren nodded and took the task, returned to his home to detonate the clay and flying thunder god, and then galloped towards the Red Flower village. Hunghua village is just an unnamed small mountain village in the country of fire, because the caravans are a single line. You stop at any village you pass by and give the villagers some supplies. In this period of dangerous and inconvenient traffic outside, caravans were the main way to buy goods in the village. The caravan that Daoren was going to escort originally did not hire ninjas, but he encountered several bands of bandits and lost several guards. So when he settled in Hunghua village, he found the Amamiya clan nearest to Hunghua village. Hunghua village is very close to the residence of the Amamiya clan. Daoren arrived in only half a day. Daoren, who came to Hunghua village, directly approached the leader of the caravan with a khaki with a round and kind-looking face. This boy is the Lord Ninja who escorted us to the city. Now that Lord Ninja is here, let's go. Seeing Daoren's age, Kaki was obviously distrustful. But Kaki didn't pay much, and Daoren was a ninja even though he was young. Kaki didn't have much to say. Shouted directly to the surrounding guards, and started the convoy to the next destination, the City of Fire. The surrounding guards looked a little contemptuous when seeing Daoren's age, and ignored Daoren at all, and followed the caravan to guard the cargo. Snob. Daoren felt the gaze of these people, curled his lips, but knew that his age was indeed a huge limit. He could only follow the team honestly and secretly guard the team. The next trip did not present any danger. Even if there were only a few little thieves who didn't have long eyes, but these little thieves were solved by the car company's escorts without Daoren's hands.